kingdom. Ain't nobody stopping me now. I'm taking back all of my freedom. Cause I know there's only one crown. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. You know I'm living in freedom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom.
We're now in the depths of hell, and only the formidable 8 can make it out of here. Welcome to the BGIS 2024. I'm going to be your host and caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel this time on the week 2 will be Johnny once again. How you doing, my friend? Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you for the warm welcome, and it was an exciting break. I mean, exciting moment to watch the matches from the sidelines.
Yeah.
And of course, oh man, as we expected, the intensity, it's shot through the roof now.
Honestly speaking, man, some of the teams that were seen inside of the week 2, I did not even expect them to be here, man.
That is true.
Godlike, Entity, making some last-moment changes. That's why just choking up that spot.
And of course, we talk about the top 8 as well. A few surprising entries
Yeah.
over there, but majority of them are the usual suspects we expected to qualify within semifinals week 1. But now it's the second week starting, Necro. What's going to happen?
I mean, the second week, it's really looking dicey for teams like
Yeah.
Godlike, Entity as well, making that last-moment change where Troy is now sitting back, and now you see Ronick inside of the playing
Yeah.
field. One thing is for sure, Ronick is having some tough time adjusting. And you speak about Godlike's performance, man, the rotations, they haven't been that great.
Yeah, I mean, definitely overcomplicating a lot of simple things
Yeah,
inside of the game. And I think if
exactly.
they can keep that in check, maybe this week is going to turn around to be better than the previous one. Because, of course, I mean, one last moment, one last opportunity for you to qualify for the grand finals.
And you also see Mogo Esports.
Yeah.
The lineup is supposed to be the defending champions, barely missing out on 2 points.
2 points. That has to sting.
That definitely has to sting. You also saw Voltix Gaming, though, in the final few moments, right? They definitely did try to make that leap in the overall
Yeah.
standings. But unfortunately, they missed out massively. Hyderabad Hydros was one of those teams we expected them to qualify.
But I think the last BGIS gave us a sign that we have to be ready to see that story of redemption from Hyderabad Hydras, and I think they are going to deliver in this week as well. But I think let's have a little bit of a recap on what the format has been of BGIS so far. And of course, we all started our journey almost 2 months ago with the grind itself, and then from round 1 to round 2 to round 3, round 4, wildcard stages up until a few weeks ago, and then last week is when we kicked off the semi-finals, the last 2 weeks before the grand finals themselves.
Man, it feels like it just has been yesterday, right? The
Yeah.
time passed by so
It does.
fast, it does not even seem like we're inside of the week 2 already. But yeah, speaking about the week 1, we had 16 teams, of course, moving in from the round 4, 16 from the wild card, and then we had in total of a lot of those teams, and they duked it out against each other in the span of 4 days, and the top 8 directly moved on forward towards the grand finals. But remaining teams this time, they
Yeah.
moved in towards the week 2, where we currently are.
Exactly. There is another opportunity. If you fail to qualify for the finals in week 1, you have a second chance at that glory. And these 24 teams, ladies and gentlemen, that have been left behind now, we are going to see their story unfold. And that is what we have been talking about all this time. Like, what does fate have in store for teams like Mogo, Hyderabad Hydras, Entity, Godlike, some surprising entries, TSW as well, still sticking around in this week too.
But I mean, the best part about this week 2 is that now teams will have a chance to play 16 games.
Yes.
That is one of the best parts. So you can't say one of the most balanced stages inside of the tournament where teams will be given enough amount of chances to prove themselves. And of course, week 2 is going to be that depths of hell where everyone's going to be super sweaty. You've got 8 teams once again moving in forward towards the grand finals, and it will be a LAN event in Hyderabad.
Exactly, and the grand finals, we always keep talking about it. 3 days, 16 teams going at it, and of course, all of it for that fight, for 2 crore rupees in prize money. The winners, the champions, walking away with 60 lakh rupees in the bag. That has to be exciting.
The biggest share, the biggest chunk will be taken away by the champions, of course. And then you've got the second spot getting 30 lakhs, the third one getting 20. And then you move on forward towards the bottom of that graphic and you see some of the individual prizes. The MVP of the tournament getting 2 lakh 50. Most finishes as well getting 1 lakh. Lone survivor getting 1 lakh for himself. And the player who manages to go on a rampage will be getting 1 lakh too.
So a lot of stories still left to be told in front of us right now. And of course, I mean, a few teams having made it to the grand finals are already going to be waiting to see who they have to fight against. But again, the point structure on our screens, and this has resulted in a lot of interesting turnouts as far as the overall leaderboard is considered. Because now, I mean, with what happened at the end of week 1 of the semi-finals, I think it was clear to see the more aggression you bring into your gameplay, the better you're going to do.
Mogo Esports fell prey to this point system.
Yeah.
Right? 10 points on the first spot, the second one getting 6, the third one getting 5, and on the latter half of the board, you just get none. And that's why you mentioned, right, going aggressive is going to be the meta. But moving on forward towards today's groups, we've got the Group A in front of us, Mogo, Entity, Team Limra. You've also got Team Insane. Team Insane, they started things off on quite a fiery note inside of the week 1, but then later on, they just completely dwindled down.
I mean, the fall-off was there from the side of Team Insane, as you mentioned, but along with them, I think Lifecraft as well. We have had expectations from Lifecraft for a while now, but they haven't really delivered. But we're going to move forward. Group B on our screens, and of course, here we have Godlike, THW, Carnival Gaming, Rivalry, Voltex, NIY Esports. Now, I have to talk about this team, right? NIY in the previous rounds, incredible performances, absolutely consistent, but now in the semifinals, I think we are starting to see them slip.
That is true, man. The Undergods definitely cracking under that pressure, but once again, they did bounce back quite a well-fashion in the final few stages right in the past, so you never know. And that's why, once again, they can make the bounce back. They can be the formidable aid we're searching for. Group C in front of us, Hyderabad Hydras, Reckoning Esports, a team that's supposed to pack a lot of punch. Unfortunately, in the previous stage, they were not able to do so. VG as well is right there, Team 8-Bit, the Zone Magnets, you might as well call them. Magnet Esports there as well. You've also got Prime, RTG, and Galaxy.
And again, I mean, these are also exciting names, RTG, IND, a lot of potential in that lineup. But I think from this group in particular, people will keep their eyes pinned on Reckoning, Hyderabad Hydras, and 8-Bit. Again, a lot of expectations from these big names, but let's see if they deliver. In day number 1 of semi-finals week 2, ladies and gentlemen, we have the schedule on our screens. The first match to be played between the teams from Group A and B. As we move to Miramar game number 2, it is A and C groups that take the stage. And of course, game number 3, it will be Group B and C. So the group rotation, it is going to repeat along, well, not along with the maps.
I mean, you've got Group A and B kicking things off off the rip, so you can't say there's going to be a lot of that pressure on these groups. Moving on forward towards the Group A, you've got some interesting prospects. Nothing taken away from these guys, right? Mogo Esports, defending champions off the rip, just stepping inside of the battlegrounds. You've also got Team Limra. You've also got Team Insane. And Team Insane is known to start things off on a fiery note, but you never know if the same things are going to be repeating itself.
I mean, that's been their history, right? They always do well on day 1.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the days, we don't really know what happens. So I think that is one thing that we are hoping actually changes this time around. That Team Insane, yes, it would be nice to see them kick things off the way they usually do, but it would be even better to see them continue that for the rest of the 3 days as well.
And especially for the defending champions themselves, they would need to start things off on a really consistent note.
Yeah.
They've got 4 games to play today itself. You saw it inside of the schedule. And in the first 4 games given to them, if they're not able to at least be at the top, then it will still be that pressure that Destro would not want to deal with.
Of course, and I mean, you have already missed out on the opportunity for the grand finals once. You do not want to make it twice, because now there are no more second chances.
You've also got 16 games to play, enough chances for you to try and prove yourself. But ladies and gentlemen, do you guys remember we were speaking about some of the premium tickets, some of the elite passes, and it's finally over here on Paytm Insider. Let's speak about some of the perks that you will be getting. Of course, premium seating will be there for you. You will also be getting a chance to have a meet and greet with your famous or with the favorite content creator, and then you've also got snacks and meals for yourself at the same time, and maybe you can expect some of the BGIS merchandise for yourself in 2024. So you can't say so many perks for the elite passes. And also keep one more thing in mind. All the money accumulated or collected will be given to a charity. So you will be helping out someone in need.
Exactly. So Paytm Insider, head on there and grab yourself those premium passes. And of course, I mean, it is going to be exciting to run into our lovely viewers as well once we reach this LAN stage, the ultimate finale of this journey of BGIS, because it has been quite epic, this entire journey so far.
I mean, it's the English desk slogan, right? Drop by, say hi.
Yeah.
If you guys live somewhere near Hyderabad, make sure to drop by in the venue, say hi. We will be there, me, Johnny, Fixes. We will be there on the panel. Moving on forward with the conversation, though, right?
Yeah.
We also are going to be seeing Godlike in the first group performing. So what are your expectations, man? First game itself?
I think we have already spoken about Godlike enough, right? I mean, do not complicate anything.
Yeah.
Don't just keep running around in the middle of a fight. When it's time to take fight, you need to take your stand. And we all know, I mean, these players, the lineup, it has a lot of potential when it comes down to those 4v4s or those individual mechanical plays. And I think that is what the team can rely on a little bit more. But let's see, I mean, the pressure at this point, it is a little too much to deal with. And that can, in fact, put a big impact on the decisions being made inside of the game.
I mean, just imagine so many fans looking out for this team to qualify on forward towards the grand finals. A lot of the fans probably pre-booked everything, right, for themselves just to watch their favorite team playing in here. And if Godlike does not make it, then it will be a big heartbreak for the fans, that's for sure. Team Limra is going to be an interesting prospect here, right? a team that came in out and over inside of the race, and still up till now they're keeping up with the competition. You never know if Team Limra will be here to kick some butts.
I mean, I 100% agree with that. Limra and Voltex both have been surprising entries into this entire tournament, and they've been doing quite well for themselves. But I think with only time, we can tell what their journey is going to look like if they make it to the finals.
Exactly. Their journey definitely has been filled with a lot of those thick and thins. Before now, let's move on and look at this beautiful promo.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार। ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार। टाइम नहीं, सीरियसली?
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। I've moved on in life. कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
With the intensity rising above, it just feels like even I want to step inside of the Battlegrounds and have a few games for myself. And if you guys still haven't downloaded BGMI for yourself, then what are you doing, man? Moving forward towards your Play Store or the App Store and download BGMI today. Let's move on with the conversation.
Oh, yeah.
We've had a talk about Godlike. Now let's move on towards another interesting prospect, and that's going to be Entity. Because that final change that they made in towards the Assaulter, Ronak now coming back inside of the fray, and I really feel like Ronak is lost in the Battlegrounds, man.
I mean, yeah, he has spent a lot of time outside of the competitive circuit, and that is clearly on display when he's playing with the team. But then again, I think there are a lot of expectations from Entity, so all of these experiments, I think they need to get them out of the way as quickly as possible, and hopefully today we see them bounce back. But we have the teams that will be taking the stage first on our screens, groups A and B. And again, I mean, we've spoken about Mogo, we have spoken about Entity, we've spoken about Godlike, but Necro, there's one more surprising name over here. We haven't spoken about them yet. Carnival Gaming. What are they still doing in week 2?
I mean, CG, they're starting things off on such a bad note in the week 1, man.
And
it is one of those, it is one of those teams that you really expect to sort of perform well. But unfortunately for CG, I'm not even sure what exactly broke through.
I agree with you. I mean, it's quite difficult to figure out why the struggle is there, because I mean, we keep speaking about bringing in aggression, right, into the performances due to the change in the point structure. And Carnival Gaming, this lineup was one of those lineups that was completely focused on being consistent in terms of placement. Yet, they've completely switched their play style, gotten a little bit more aggressive in their performances. But the backlash of that has been quite brutal as well. We saw those performance points just drop and take a drastic drop in semifinals week 1. Hopefully this week they have a few tweaks to their playstyle, especially those rotation timings. I think Carnival Gaming, they definitely have what it takes to make it to the top 8 at the end of this week.
I mean, CG is supposed to be the zone magnets, right?
Yeah.
But in the previous week 1, it felt like they were the zone repelling. Instead, the zone was just repelling away from them, and the circle was not on top of them. And when it came to breaching inside of the zone, CG was getting caught out in the open, in the rotations. The same thing was happening with the players of Godlike as well, where you saw Jelly taking some of the most complicated rotations. For Entity Gaming, they were just lost, let's be honest, in the week 1, because of that change that they made. It just felt like the firepower wasn't exactly there. But keep this thing in mind as well. You sitting at your home, Entity, they've still got 3 interesting legends in the squad, right?
Exactly.
You've got Gamla Boy, Pukar right there. Then you've also got Somraj leading the pack, so you never know. These 3 guys, they can hit back in a great fashion.
And we can't take anything away from Ronak as well. He is also a veteran from the past, so I think the potential is still going to be there in him. It's just about how quickly can he utilize all of that years of experience to adjust and adapt to the current situation of BGMI. Because players right now have gotten a little bit more aggressive than they were back then. And of course, that itself can sometimes be surprising for someone who's been out of the competitive circuit for a long time, stepping back in like, all right, now this has gotten way too intense all of a sudden. And of course, I think Ronak is quite a capable player, but again, at a stage like this, swapping players in and out, it is definitely very tricky to execute, so I'm a little bit concerned about Entity for sure. But let's see, I mean, if they can make it, then our words are going to change, right?
I mean, one more team we should share some more light on has to be THW.
Yeah.
Moving it forward towards the semifinals, this team was able to make up a lot of those pace to themselves. And speaking about THW, they also made a record inside of the round 3 of the most chicken chicken dinner. So what exactly just happened to THW? That defensive play style is not working out anymore.
I have no idea, because it wasn't just round 3. They had a brilliant run in round 2 as well. And THW, they've been quite phenomenal throughout their journey. So it's quite surprising to see them struggle. But again, I think, Necro, we are being too harsh on these teams, because let's remember that the difference between the 1st and the 6th position at the end of week 1, I think it was like 10 points. So
It was. But I mean, still, man, you pretty much lost out on being a chance inside of the top 8, directly securing a spot in the grand finals. It is supposed to be a dreams for some of these guys, man. And there's a chance you might just be the legend on the makings in the future.
I mean, it's a dream for all of us. It's a dream for you and I as well. But
but we never could actually
yeah,
make it come
we're not
true.
that good.
Yeah, we're not that good. We just straight up accepted defeat. But you should not be accepting defeat. You should never give up on your hopes and dreams. But moving on forward with Rivalry Esports too, right? This was one of the most consistent teams. They found themselves a great balance between the placement and the elimination points. But then moving inside of the week 1, I'm not sure what exactly happened, man. A lot of these teams just felt like they cracked under that pressure.
And I think the prime example of that is Reckoning Esports, to be honest. Because Reckoning, I mean, having one of your players set record in a game in the previous round of the same tournament, and then the struggles just get worse and worse as you progress further. I think that is something that I think Reckoning Esports as a team, they need to find an answer to that. Like, what is happening? Because the players definitely have a lot of talent in them, and they've proven in this tournament itself that they have what it takes to fight against the best of the best. But this is not really a position where we would want to see them in. Now, the only positive side to this entire conversation that I can see for myself is if I was one of these teams, or if I was one of the fans of one of these teams, would be the fact that I would hope that week 1 of the semifinals was just the team running their experiments. I hope they have something new in store for us in this week 2, because otherwise, I mean, if day 1 and in fact a little bit of day 2 as well slips out of anyone's hand, then it's pretty much over.
I mean, makes sense, right? Running the experiments, considering you've got the cushion as well.
Yeah.
But I still feel like in the early phase of the games, you were not supposed to do that. But then later on, when the teams knew that they could not really qualify, that's when they started to pull off some weird shenanigans. We also saw so many of those cutoffs, man. Teams were targeting each other. We also saw Mogo Esports getting targeted in that last game. Luckily enough for them, they avoided that wrath in quite the perfect fashion, considering Mogo Esports, they rotated early out of their military base island as quick as possible. But yeah, moving on forward with the conversation towards Seven Shores. Another one of those teams that is quite new inside of the fray, and they have started hitting heavy.
I mean, they have hit heavy a few times, but Seven Shore is also a little inconsistent.
Yeah, true.
That's the only thing that backfires upon them. And it's not even their fault. This is a team that puts equal priority on how they want to play for placement, or how many placement points they want to grab from each game, and of course how many finishes they want from each game. And that is the overall average that they try to maintain every single time. Like, balance both things out. Do not really focus too heavily on one aspect of the game. And right now, Seven Shore, yes, it did work out for them until now, but now the competition has taken a different turn. So I think if they try to fight a little bit more, secure a few more finish points inside of the matches, I think Seven Shore definitely has the potential of qualifying. I mean, the potential is there.
I mean, for some reason, LOC and Seven Shores, I always see them on the same boat. Because even LOC, they've got the gunpowder. Unfortunately, for some reason, it feels like the IGL does tend to fail them sometimes. The call-outs that are being made inside of the fights, the call-outs that are being made towards the rotations, they definitely have been failing them. But as we've got the map performance of Mogo Esports just on this erangel, we've got 69 finishes wrapped up, matches played will be 12, and a total of 111 points. That's a good performance.
Yeah, but we know as well, Mogo Esports on erangel, they are quite consistent. That military island drop of theirs. As you mentioned, the reason that drop clash against Mogo becomes a little bit surprising is because it's so rare. Usually teams do not like to contest them for that control of the military base or that entire island, because you know for a fact that late rotation that comes in from the side of Mogo Esports always through that military bridge, it is very difficult to fight against them.
Yeah, I mean, especially for Mogo Esports, as I mentioned, right? The last game that they were playing inside of the week 1, they also got targeted. Luckily enough for them, they managed to rotate out as soon as possible. If they would have been there as usual, just playing that usual game style where they like to tank the first zone and then move out, then they would have been targeted. They would have been hit back hard.
I mean, you never know. We have seen that in the past as well. I think it was during one of the games of the wildcard stages where we saw them get piled up upon on that military bridge, and still they were the team that came out on top. So I think as long as the circle is anywhere, or As long as the flight path is anywhere close to that southwestern quadrant of the map, I think Mogo Esports there, erangel automatically becomes comfortable. The one time we saw them struggle is, I remember it was you and me casting that match of erangel. It was a northern flight path. We saw them drop in Zarki, pick up vehicles, and then rotate back towards the military island. And they've done that in the past as well. So there's a lot of commitment for that particular starting point of the game from their side. I think that's the only thing that can backfire. Other than that, I think Mogo Esports, the performance wasn't that shabby in week 1 as well. I mean,
Yeah, it was
missed
it was
out on
good.
2 points.
Yeah, just 2 points separating them, and I think so somewhere down the line, last game was a big role to play in that, right? Considering there were a lot of those teams out for them. But yeah, moving forward with the conversation towards Inferno Squad, right? Inferno Squad, we've seen this team in the past stage, especially in the round 4. We've also seen them moving on forward towards the wild card, and Inferno Squad's performance was quite interesting. They made it forward from the wild card towards the week 1, and then transition towards the week 1 was horrible, let's be honest, because the first 2 days Inferno Squad's just not there. Third day, they're still not there, and then on the 4th day, they come up with a switch. They straight up go on inside of the lobby with the redemption arc. They start hitting down any other team that stands in front of them, and they're actually getting a lot of those elimination points.
There are a few of these teams. Like, I think Inferno Squad, if I was to draw parallel between them and another team, it has to be WSB, right?
Yeah.
This is another conversation we've had in the past. Like, there are a few teams that only perform well when they are put under immense pressure, because that is when they just stop thinking and start doing whatever they have to inside of the games. They are always going to try and pick up fights whenever possible, try and go for those finish points, and then the aggression you see from their side, it all comes from the fact that somewhere in the back of their heads, they know that this is make it or break it situation for us. And I think just keeping things simple, right? Make it or break it moments. That is what everyone needs to focus on now, and I think that is what this pretty much is. The semifinals week 2. You either make it to the grand finals or you break apart.
You've got nothing to lose, right?
Yeah.
If you do lose out, you're pretty much going to be kicked out from the tournament. So it's all about being able to break free from the shackles. It's all about breaking that mental barrier that's holding you back. And these teams, they need to realize, especially when they've got nothing to lose, they start to perform really well.
Yeah.
But then out of nowhere, when the tournament just starts or when the stage just starts, they really do overthink a lot of those scenarios.
Again, I mean, Inferno Squad have still pretty much done decent for themselves. I want to know your thoughts on a team like NIY, because they were like too good in the previous rounds. They were doing quite well for themselves. You were expecting a bounce back from them this week.
I mean, I definitely am. But you know what? After the short promo, I will let you know my thoughts on NIY. So let's move on towards the promo.
Ahmed?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल. इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए.
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे. तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा.
अरे मिल गया.
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग.
And yeah, continuing with the conversation, NIY, I mean, the way they started things off in week 1, they were just not there on the board. First 3 days, NIY barely having any sort of points.
Yeah.
So I'm not even sure what they expect, man. The transition towards week 2, NIY, considering the fact that there's going to be even more pressure, I genuinely think so we're not going to be seeing any sort of change in the script. But if we do, then I would be happy.
Yeah, and I think we've seen the performance drop gradually as well from this team. It wasn't like stage round 4 to round 3 or round 3 to round 4. It was an instantaneous drop. It slowly happened over time. And I think NIY, I think this might be the perfect time for them to actually redeem themselves, because there was a lot of potential. I mean, when we saw them in the previous rounds of this tournament, it's just that the semi-finals have just been way too worse for them compared to anyone else.
And let's speak about another team that could have been on the same page if they would not have performed. Team Limra Esports.
Oh, that is
First
true.
2 days, they were not doing good. Trust me, on the single digits pretty much. And then later on in the latter 2 days, realized the fact that, okay, it's better to buckle up right now, considering we've got nothing to lose. There's still that cushion that we can play with. And then they started hitting back inside of the lobby in quite a great fashion. They also got one of the chicken dinners. So Team Limra were definitely doing quite good. In the week 2, I genuinely think so Team Limra can be that formidable 8.
I do agree with you on that. I think Limra Limra has shown in the past as well that they have a lot of great potential players, and I think that is what they need to utilize right now, just those individual skills amongst those playing four. I think that is quite brilliant. And Limra, again, it's a very nice prospect to have. The potential is there to make it in the top 8, but I think the jury from my end is still out. I'm going to wait and see what they do on day one.
Yeah, it's all about not being able to put that trust down the faith.
Yeah.
Right? The same thing can be said about 8-bit too, man. The only reasons, or the majority of the times when they actually had good games, was the zone was right on top of them.
Yeah.
So 8-bit, when it comes to breaching inside of the zone, they do tend to struggle a lot. And it's not being just inside of this year. The same thing's been going on for the past couple of years now. 8-bit, they really need to figure some stuff out.
See, we always say that, but at the end, we always see 8-bit pushing through and qualifying for the next stages. So I think that does build up a little bit of trust that maybe, just maybe, we're going to see 8-bit qualify for the grand finals again. But who knows? I think we still have 4 days to figure that out.
I mean, the zone's been betraying a lot of these teams, man. Godlike, they ran out of luck in the wild card stage. 8-bit in the week 1, maybe they ran out of it.
But we don't get to complain about the zones. We enjoy these awkward circles that we are getting. It is so entertaining now.
It is, man. We're seeing a lot of those urban circles. We're seeing some of these off circles that we haven't even seen in the past. And these terrains are really catching the players and the teams off guard. They just do not know where the angle is going to be made on top of them, considering they haven't really played in these type of circles in the past.
Exactly. I mean, these are surprisingly new, surprisingly fresh. And, of course, we like the freshness, ladies and gentlemen. But with that being said, I think it is time to begin the action of semi-finals week 2.
Exactly, as the first game rolls up on the screen, and the playing flat path starting all the way from Primorsk towards Lipovka. This playing flat path is quite balanced in my opinion, unless if you want to move in towards Georgia Pool, it will be a tough of a stretch. I don't think so we're going to see any of these drop collisions coming through.
I agree with you. I think, but even to head towards Georgiopol, you have the option of dropping along the roadsides of ruins and then picking up those vehicles. There are a few buggy spawn points over there, so you can utilize those buggies to rotate towards Georgiopol, Northern Georgia, or head towards Severny as well, which is again a drop location that has been quite heavily utilized in this year's BGIS. But we all know Moga Esports is there. They're going to head towards that military base. Now, what I want to see is, does anyone try and challenge them for that bridge crossing?
Let's speak about Godlike a little bit more here, though, considering they have been so indecisive on their drop location, right?
Yeah.
When you see Aiku Soul playing in, when you see Team X Spark playing in, they like to move in toward Georgiopol area. But it just feels like they're not too prepared to rotate out from Georgiopol, considering they do tend to get caught so many of the times. You try to drop in towards Yasna Poliana, man, you've got a formidable force right in there. Team X Spark, a team that's dominating the competition so far, so it does not really make a lot of that sense to go for a drop collision against them. Towards school, you've also got Aiku Soul, the same storyline, just like X-Spark with them. So for Godlike, they found themselves in that bit of a pickle.
And it is quite interesting to see all of these different options that they are starting to utilize. Sometimes they work. They aren't really consistent with any of them, but they are still somewhat making it work. Right now, we see Team Godlike head towards Yasna, and it's a 4-man widespread drop that they have utilized. You see Jonathan, he's taken control of the compounds towards the western edge of the city. Admino right behind him picks up a vehicle, and I think he's going to take control of that police station, or the God building, as most people call it, towards the eastern edge of the city. While the other two lads, Simp and Jelly, they've dropped out into the open, and then with vehicles are going to try and rotate towards the city, begin the early stage loot into this game. But of course, we also have the circle this time. It is towards the, well, it's kind of southwestern, to be honest, centered between Pachinki and Gatka.
Unfortunate for Team 8-Bit, they're not playing this game. If they would have been here,
Yeah.
they would have had some evil smirks on their faces because they like to drop in towards Fair Pier. Once again, they would not even have to move a muscle till the late game.
But I think 8-Bit also not being there makes things easy for Team Limra. Now, they have full control of Primos. There is no one along that southern shoreline from Primorsk all the way towards that military bridge. That entire real estate, it's all theirs.
Yeah, they can definitely try to be a little bit more proactive and try to take in charge and be the assertive ones. But yeah, CG on the screen. Speaking about their past, as I mentioned, in the week 1 CG, the performance was just completely off the script. It's not the CG that we're used to seeing, uncharacteristics performance, and that's why CG now they're over here inside of the week 2. What you can expect, still I do not know.
Very unpredictable. And it's quite rare that you're going to hear us say CG and unpredictable in the same sentence. But that is what has been happening. I mean, ever since the zone meta sort of shifted and we are seeing those urban fights, as you mentioned, this is a team that dominates the center of the circle. That has been their playstyle for ages. And now they are being forced to play outside. The struggles are there, but I'm also glad that Carnival Gaming, they have come up with their own little solution to this. Like, alright, if we are going to stick around the edges, let's just start shooting at whoever we see. Let's just start grabbing those finish points as quickly as possible, because we know we might not be able to survive in this game long enough. And I would say this plan of theirs has worked out okay-ish so far into the semifinals.
It has. I mean, for CG, they should just try and go back to the basics once again, just like the way they like to play. Try and defend down the zone, not trying something else, in my opinion. Because, as I mentioned, the zone has been repelling away from them. It's been one of the main cause of concerns. But moving on towards Entity, Troy's back in the playing four, so you gotta love it.
I was just about to say that. Look at that. They've gone back to Troy, and I think this does work out in Entity's favor if this end up winning this game. It does give them a good control of the momentum inside of day one itself, and that is what I think even Somraj would want right now. Like, alright, the first 3 games at least, let's see if he can finish in the top 3 consistently, but NIY, this is not good for Sam. He's been surrounded. He is in prison. And look at the guards, the wardens, the marshals that are surrounding him right now.
Yeah, 7 Shores at the top. And what can Sam do? Poor boy. Man's completely trapped in the main building of prison. And he's not even moving a muscle because he knows if he does, the footsteps or the foot cues will be heard by the foes. And you see the backup as well, slowly and steadily moving it towards that area. You've got Dagger Devil, the best performer in NIY so far.
Yeah.
And this man can definitely put on a few lead in the opponents. Moving in towards, you've also got the entirety of Lifecraft as well. You can't say in the wildcard phase, Lifecraft, they especially were performing in quite a decent fashion, right? They just got that one single good game with 19 finishes and 29 points in total. They instantly swung themselves back to life.
That is true, and I think it is going to be interesting to see, can they keep it going now in the semifinals week 2, but let's see. Switching things over to Mogo Esports, quite isolated, alone in the military base, this entire team. They have taken sweet control of the entire compound to themselves, and again, I mean, with how the teams were, in fact, where they dropped after the flight path came to an end, I don't think they are going to be contested or challenged at the military bridge. It should be an easy rotation for them. And considering that a huge chunk of the military island as well is inside of the circle, I think this can be that one dream game that Mogo Esports were hoping for.
That dream game you speak of. Even Godlike's going to be hoping for that same one off the rip, right?
Yeah.
Godlike playing inside of the Group B, considering the first game will be played by them, but then in the second game they will be taking a break. Then they will be coming back on the game of Sanhok. So that's where things will be even more interesting. But speaking about Godlike, man, erangel, it is supposed to be their forte. It is supposed to be that consistent thing that they've got underneath the belt. But recently, it's been their kryptonite.
Yeah, things not working out for Team Godlike. Not as well as you would hope for, but I think huge props to Admino. He's done quite well for himself and his team as well. I mean, as an individual player dealing with so much pressure in midst of those team fights, Jonathan as well. I mean, but Jonathan has always been that core player that the team can always rely on. He's still delivering to this day. Let's see, I think Team Godlike, it will be interesting to see what plans they have to execute in the semifinals week 2, because week 1, I think overall it wasn't too shabby. They did quite decent for themselves. 47 finishes secured, 25 plus placement points as well. So I think it's just that little bit of extra push that's going to be required from the side of Godlike. But look at this. Carnival Gaming, they find themselves against rivalry mid-rotation. This is going to get interesting.
CG struggling to drive the vehicles for now, as they did face the trees in the front. But yeah, it's fine, considering rivalry. They've got no redemption in their mind. They've got no rivalry against the players of CG, so they're just going to keep on moving forward, focus on the future, the grander scheme of things. While for CG, they like to play things quite off the rip. And this time, that's what they're trying to do, take control off that patrol pump.
Yeah, it's quite close to the center of the circle as well. On top of that small hill, it gives them a little bit of a high ground advantage against the teams that are surrounding them. And again, As we were speaking about Mogo Esports, I think even for Carnival Gaming, this is like a dream situation right now. Because just before the game began, and even while we had the flight path in front of us, we were talking about how important it is for Carnival Gaming to be able to control the center and be close to the center of the circle. They are quite close. The only thing that's stopping them would be rivalry and entity, or maybe the sandwich that follows up between by being between these two teams.
Yeah.
But I think Carnival Gaming, this has set themselves up for success. Now it is about the late game stages, how to deal with the pressure that comes to the teams that play the center after stage 3, after stage 4. But look at that, for the first time, Necro, this is quite a rare sight. We have so many teams outside in the blue.
A lot of them, yeah. Godlike, THW, one of them. You've also got Seven Shores, NIY. Sam is all by himself over there. It feels like the players of NIY, they've given up on Sam for some reason.
Yeah.
Man.
I think they have. I think they've just told him, like, hey, if you make it, you make it. Otherwise, we are definitely going.
But that's the crazy part, though. They can't try to fight back, but still they've just given up on Sam. This is interesting. NIY, I'm not sure what the game plan is, but definitely quite the rude teammates. Moving on towards Mogo Esports. Now, let's speak about the theory crafting part of things, right?
Mhm.
Considering the circle is panning out to the left side of the military island, there's a high chance of Voltex as well. They can move in towards the left side of that bridge. And when that happens, Mogo will be in a big sandwich situation. From the front, there's CG Rivalry, who will try to take those dip shots from the far fray. And from the back, it will be the players of Voltex trying to make a move.
Oh, I would actually love to see that fight happen. One of the first few fights in the game, Mogo versus Voltex. Because out of the teams that got left behind after week 1, these were the two teams that were basically the next two in line to qualify, right? Mogo having secured 85 points, Voltex with 81 plus points. So it is going to be interesting to see what this turnout can, how this one fight can change the rest of the day, because both of them right now are feeling very confident that they are going to be the ones who qualify for semifinals week 2 by being in the top 8 in this particular week. And as you mentioned, I mean, there is a possibility that Voltex does end up moving towards that military island, but I think with the shift of the circle, crossing that Novorapnoi bridge right now would be the easier option for them. In the meanwhile, though, LOC, we've spoken a lot about them, and we have had a lot of expectations from the side of LOC. I think at this point, though, Entity, they expect that they secure a few finishes, or at least a few extra points from the players right in front of them, and Gamla Boy, I think, now has a lot more information that he requires to plan out this execute.
I mean, looking at Entity, you can definitely start to feel them.
Yeah.
And Entity looking forward to disassemble the entire team at the front. But LOC a little bit quick on the moves, as they do once again just squeeze themselves back to the safer lines. Sketch is a little bit in trouble, but it's completely fine. It's not that big of a deal for Sketch. He can definitely move away. Good return fire. Nice cover. So Sketch is once again going to be back inside of the house towards the safer deal.
Yeah, but what does Entity do about this now? They had the element of surprise against the players of LOC Esports in this fight, but now they have lost it all. And LOC know where the threat is coming from, so they are going to be a little bit better prepared if Entity decide to go for a push. That Sketch, I mean, this is such an awkward position to be in. Even his car is blown up. He does have the buggy right behind him, but it won't be as easy to try and escape in that buggy now, since he knows Gamla Boy has a line of fire on his position. Voltex Gaming, look at that, crossed the Novorapnoi bridge, and now they try to clear up the front lines.
Voltex making that smart decision. Or this is pretty much their rotation pathway.
Yeah.
Out of their military base. So once again, just moving out from that island, from the right side of the bridge towards Milta. They found themselves a bit of that shelter. But they still need to continue on forward with their journey. And in the front lines, it's going to be some of the players from the side of NIY. Seven Shores, they're taking heavy damage upon themselves, still outside of the blue. And the man's just managing himself over and over again. Seven Shores, it's better to move in, considering all the good spots are already accumulated by the teams, and you would need to try and stop up for some leftovers.
Yeah, and this will put them in such a tough position. Still in Lipovka, as you mentioned, that's so far away from the circle. Plus, stage 3 onwards, a lot of these teams start playing the edges as well, so there's a very high probability that they do end up getting gate kept from the circle itself. Of course, I mean, playing from that eastern side, you have some of the big names to go up against. Team Godlike, they are playing the eastern edge of the circle right now. Even Team Insane on the eastern half of the safe zone. It seems like Spy, he's looking to spy on the players of LOC. With how he has positioned his crosshairs. I believe it is again Sketch. He's the one who keeps getting, or in fact giving away LOC's hiding spots.
The fact that he can spot the player that far away is impressive. Spy just taking those tap shots against the foe in the front. Team Insane. We had to talk about this team, right?
Yeah.
They like to kick things off the rib in quite a great fashion, but you never know how the continuation is going to look like because it usually dwindles down, and that's what exactly happened in the week 1 too. They started things off in the first game of erangel itself with a chicken dinner, and then after that, they were not even able to get double digits on any of their games.
And it's like so upsetting to watch them crash and burn after an incredible start to stage of the tournament. And I think I do agree with you. I am really hoping that we can see Team Insane bounce back or at least do well for themselves in this first game. And same goes for actually THW as well. As we mentioned, the performances in round 2, round 3, phenomenal, exceptional performances put on the board by THW. But then later on in this tournament, there was a very drastic fall off, and it seems like even now they are struggling to recover from that.
Team Insane on that slow and steady move. They're at least trying to be a little bit more confident. Approach the shorelines a little bit more, knowing the fact that there's Voltix right around the corner, and they do not really want the players to move up against them. Voltix, they've found quite a lot of that maneuverability for now. They can keep on moving around a little bit more, create those off angles, but unfortunately for Voltix, their position's already compromised. So Team Insane, they know all the moves Voltix will try to make. But looking at this zone shift, it's going to circle shift right on top of Godlike. So once again, they spring back to life.
Exactly. They have to. They have to spring back to life in this one. The circle being on their head, and not just that. Look at that. The entire northeastern quadrant of the circle is empty. It's just Team Godlike as of now. Yes, THW will close in a few seconds and 7 show along with them, but it is Team Godlike. They should be able to handle that pressure and be prepared for that. We see them fall back ever so slightly towards the northeastern edge of the circle. So collision, a fight against the players of 7 Shaw becomes a little bit more likely over here.
7 Shore straight up trying to breach in from that point. Godlike right there. And as you can see, Godlike, they've got a nice 2-1 split going on for themselves, right? 3 of the players in the front, 1 player all by himself in the back. I'm not sure how well it's going to work out for them, considering the man in the back will be having a lot of that pressure coming in, a lot of that heat coming in from 7 Shores, as you mentioned. And there's a high chance the players can definitely start to crack under that pressure. Entity towards the smack center looking really good.
Yep.
Before Godlike, now here we go. The real battle commences.
And Admino, he's the one who is hoping that he can set it all up for his team. Waiting patiently for the players of 7 Shore to overextend beyond that ridge, reveal their position while he is the one just laid out a trap. The other players of Godlike Esports, look at them. This is lowering the players of 7 Shore into these compounds. And the moment they arrive, I think, by the time they realize that there has been a hunter just waiting on top of their heads, it's going to be a little too late. And finally, he pulls the trigger, finds the opening, knock in this fight.
Oh, there we go. Instant confirmation 2 on the fallen player. Admino kickstarts things. Now 7 Shore's taken down with a 3-man squad, and these 3 players, they would need to do some Herculean task. But Godlike, this should be a flawless execution. They cannot afford to lose out on even 1 single player in this entire fight. Utilities being tossed in the front to perfection as Admino finds another knockout and the confirmation. 7 Shores, though, they do manage to find Jonathan. Jonathan taken down and dusted completely. Godlike, that's a heavy blow received. Let's see this 3-man squad. Can they make the execution look even more flawless? Admino taking down a 3rd player inside of the fight. This man is looking unstoppable right now. Definitely a formidable player from Godlike. Looking forward for that consistent performance, but this time Tiger, he slaps down 2 of the players. Godlike in a world of trouble, and Tiger, he pulls off the most insane clutch in this entire game. As THW with the 3rd party, they accumulate that last elimination point, but still, Tiger, he just shatters the hopes and dreams of Godlike.
Oh man, no wonder they say that a wounded Tiger is much more lethal. And a 1v4 clutch coming in from Tiger from the side of 7 Shore Esports. But unfortunately, Necro, no time to celebrate. Instantly, a Molotov follows up, and THW, they find that one finish point for themselves. But what a way to kick things off in semifinals week 2. That was the first team fight we saw.
Yeah, I mean, Admino doing everything for the squad, and then the players just not able to make that follow-up. Really got to question the entirety of Godlike right there. And this is the exact conversation we're having as well, right? Admino is the only consistent player so far for this team. The rest, sometimes they do tend to perform, sometimes they don't. But Admino single-handedly took down 3 players. This should have been such an exciting factor for Godlike in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it should have been. I mean, he found those 2 opening frags, and it was so brilliant. Even secured the 3rd one with this drop. And this had a little bit of help from one of his teammates. So Nate was lobbed out to the outer side of that house. But then Tiger, look at this.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man, just 3 slaps, 3 whacks to those players. And it was all done.
Slam and dunk. That's all he can say.
Politely asking them to sit down.
That's not polite. That's pretty harsh. I mean, a 1v3, one thing is for sure now, that's going to be clipped for that man. That's some crazy stuff.
I got all 4. Very impressive, though.
Really impressive. As I mentioned, now that's a clip right there. You can expect the man to upload that clip on the social medias.
This was that one game where we were hoping for Team Godlike to perform, by the way. I mean, the circle was theirs. Their entire quadrant was empty. THW and 7 showed up, and of course, it was a predictable fight if you did expect them to rotate a little bit late. And Godlike as well, that move falling back, taking control of that high ground compound wasn't a bad idea. It's just that one play from Tiger, and it was an unexpected move as well. And that was such a rare moment to witness.
The players are peeking one by one. That's the main issue, right? All of them should have just collapsed in at the same time.
Do you think they wanted to give Admino the 4th frag as well? Because even Admino had a 3K from the side of 7 Shaw.
I mean, if they did, then that does not really make a lot of sense because it's self-sabotaging. It's not like you're going to get some special prizes if you get all the 4 elimination points.
You know, the next time you ask us for a 4th frag or just anything to complete your squad wipe, you're going to say the same thing.
I mean, there's a difference between a classic game and a pro lobby, right? Over here, your hopes and dreams are on the line, my friend. You cannot self-sabotage yourself just to get that 4K. It's not going to help you. But
Very true.
CG up against Mogo. Now, speaking of CG, they're looking pretty confident. They're looking like the alphas in the lobby. But let's see if they can really assert the dominance.
I mean, we have been expecting CG to assert dominance, or at least show some dominance inside of these matches for a long time now. And they've done it every now and then, but there's always going to be that one point where we see them slip up, and then they never recover. So that's the only thing, I think, where CG start to struggle, that once the momentum has been taken away from them, they struggle to bring it back under control. And then the performance just slowly and steadily drops. But overall, I think this is a team, again, filled with veteran players. They know how to tackle certain situations. And the best thing for them would be that they're the ones who have an advantage when there's a lot of mental pressure on the players. They are the ones who know how to stick to their game plan and stick to their best guns.
Interesting terrain CG's opting out to play.
Yeah, it's a central dip.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that dip is going to turn into a nasty cover if the precautions are not taken properly enough. And Mogo Esports, there we go, the collision up against their own teammate, but they still do have that advantage inside of the fight as they strike down a couple of more players, and Mogo Esports now on the receiving end of things. Taking down a 3-man squad. 1 man's knocked out for now, so you can't say it's a 1v2 on the makings. Ryzen's vehicle is on fire, and he's still trying to close on up. The repositioning's going to be there before the players of Mogo Esports. They're just converging all those points, but no, instead it is Rivalry closing up from the backlines, and for Mogo Esports, they've already been eliminated.
Oh man, 2 big names kicked out so early. First it was Godlike, and now Mogo bite the dust. And Rivalry, the timing on that third party was just phenomenal. It was more than perfect, Necro.
I'm not even sure what's going on at this point, but Rivalry Esports, this is what you like to see, right?
Yeah.
The sneaky snakes. The rivals. And now you've got Team Insane taking a fight. What a nade that was!
Ooh.
Sam gets caught. Talk about the cook, and that was perfect. The man's a chef. Another nade tossed in. And this time, Shadow's also going to catch another player. Man, the cooks on these nades is perfect.
Oh.
Talk about Gordon Ramsay himself in flesh, but then Team Insane, unfortunately, they drop down to one more player. Now taken down to a 3-man squad, but still Team Insane, they've got the biggest advantage inside of the fight. And now White taken down to just that one last man, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get a lot done.
Oh, but look at this. Look on the radar. It's a third party coming in from the players of Carnival Gaming, and this might be a little too much for Team Insane to deal with. But as you mentioned, brilliant turnout from Spy and Shadow, doing a phenomenal job with the utility that they have. But from here, it will be very difficult for Insane to move out. Look at that, the compound on the eastern edge of the circle. You have all the attention of Carnival Gaming focused in on you. THW as well. They can take control of that hill slope on the northern side. So it will be very difficult for Insane to move out. But look at this, as you were saying, Necro. This position from the side of Carnival Gaming, it makes you question a lot of things.
It does. Because look at the top, you've got THW, even they're going to have the line of sight. In the front, you've got Team Limra. For CG, this is not safe at all, and exactly what I'm speaking of. Neo gets caught. CG, they're quite exposed. From the back, it's also the players of Inferno Squad, and now they've got nowhere to go. That's why I mentioned, right, playing this terrain is quite weird. It is one of the most dangerous spots that you can try to hold down. You've got so many of these angles just looking at you directly. From the top, it's THW. From the back, it's Inferno Squad. Team Limra as well, up close and personal. And now THW looking forward to slam and dunk against Team Limra.
I think the best thing you can hope for right now, if you are one of the players from the sort of Carnival Gaming, is that everyone around you just fights each other.
Oh my God!
Like what is happening between Limra and TSW, and one after the other, they start to fall. The players from the
Oh my
TSW
God!
hit the floor in front of their BGIS, and the drop shot as well coming in. What a follow-up. Hesperos, what was that?
Team Limra saving the day for themselves, and Hesperos the hero inside of that battle. The man kept up with so many bullets, that shrapnel against his chest as well, but he still stood tall. Utilities being tossed against Voltex, and yeah, the shrapnel's gonna do the deal. You've got Voltex as well being eliminated from that entire game, but yeah, speaking about Hesperos, the man was a mini tank. He was tanking so many shots upon himself. Team Insane in front of us, as Shadow's taking a lot of that damage upon himself, and he's also got 9 smokes in his hands. The utility utilization can be good if he wants to move in.
And Shadow and Spy, these two individuals, they're going to have to pull off a miracle if they want to make sure that Team Insane survives a little bit longer in this game. They have 3 eliminations already secured. And stage 6, 7 teams, 21 players still alive. Insane, definitely, I have to say, this position seems a little bit more decent compared to the rest. Apart from them, Inferno Squad would be one of those teams who actually have a very high probability of securing the chicken in this game, considering they still have some concrete cover available. But over here, what's happening? It's rivalry, and they've lost 2 players.
They have. Taken down to a 2-man squad, and still in that discomfort, considering they need to move inside of that zone. LOC up against Entity. All the players, you can see them in the front lines. LOC's position's compromised as well. Entity, they're a little bit too far away. And Grind, he goes for that burst. He's not able to burst through anything, considering it does not find that soft flesh. And now it tries to move away.
Yeah, Grind, no information on exactly where the players of Entity were. But Fuzzy with this flank can be the game changer. Pucar can be caught off guard, but he spots out Fuzzy, gets out of the car to take those shots, and gets sandwiched. I guess he forgot about the 2 players right in front of him. A big blunder coming in from the side of Entity Gaming. And it's not just Pucar who has gone down. They've lost 1 more in Carnival Gaming. They might be next as they get piled upon by LOC and even Team Limra looking to move in.
LOC looking like the bullies inside of the fight. CG, they're getting bullied by them. And yeah, even Goblin falls down now. LOC, they're the one to strive through.
Wow.
Getting all those elimination points. They've got 6 so far. A great way to kick things off, in my opinion. And look at Inferno Squad just going on that rampage. 7 elimination points converted.
Well, I think, Necro, the only thing that has turned out to be true from what we were talking about before this game began was the fact that Team Insane does well in Game 1, always.
Yeah.
And they are there in the top 4 as well in this match with 3 players still alive. But LOC, my God, what a surprising performance. And even a bigger surprise than LOC doing well and playing such an aggressive form of BGMI's Inferno Squad. Look at them, 7 eliminations already secured. They have all 4 players still alive and standing.
The best part for Team Insane is that there's no one up close. Everyone's in the front.
That is
so
true.
They can't just tunnel vision on the front. And all the teams, of course, they're going to be fighting it out against each other. Exactly what I'm speaking of. Inferno Squad now up against the foes in the front. LOC, they're doing a lot of that damage. Rivalry Esports is Lucifer spotted. And that nail's going to be in the coffin. As Rivalry, they get eliminated. And now you've got the final 3 teams up and alive. Team Insane definitely looking forward to make that move inside of the zone, considering they're still barely outside.
Yeah, and again, as you mentioned, the fact that there's no one towards that eastern edge, it plays out quite nicely for the players of Team Insane. But LOC, I think they have some information as to Team Insane's positioning, and their arrival as well has been announced with the vehicles they move out in. For Inspire, they close in. Distraction used by the players of Inferno Squad. They find those finishes. Insane, they get 1 point. Inferno Squad walk away with 1 point from the players of LOC, but now the clash happens, and it is Team Insane against Inferno Squad, the fight for the chicken.
It is their game. Afu tossing in the utils. Afu's precision has always been the best one. The nade's tossed up, quite close. Zen falls down. Team Insane once again starting to get the grasp of the fight. Afu up close and personal against the foe in the front. The only thing that's saving the day for that foe is that smoke. But Jatin, he finds a knockout onto Shadow. Jatin's position's known. Look at Afu cooking that nade to perfection. And even Afu's position's known for now. The nade's going to be tossed in. It bounces off the Lamborghini and straight onto the opponent's face.
I think the intention wasn't to bounce that nade off. I think he wanted to blow up that car straight up just so the player, Jatin, would have no cover left to run around behind. And Team Insane Esports, what a phenomenal victory, man. I mean, when the game began, I thought they were going to struggle for a bit, but no, they were comfortable from the start till the very end.
Same script as the week 1, maybe? I mean, Team Insane getting that chicken dinner off the rip, but then the consistency is something that's going to be in question this time.
That is what we observe now, right? I mean, this was expected. We spoke about this before the game began, that Game 1, in fact, day 1 goes well generally for Team Insane. And by the way, this is not just based off of this tournament. This is based off of every tournament we have seen Team Insane in. They always do well at the start of the day. But then the fall off, now that needs to be avoided. How do they do that? I think just slowing down the pace a little bit, just being consistent in terms of placement, because the firepower looks actually brilliant from this team.
It does. I mean, Team Insane, they're known to play that patience game, right? Yeah. And they've also got the firepower to take the fights as well, and they do not really shy away from those fights. In the final few moments, they, of course, had the man advantage, considering they were the one to take the dig first against Inferno Squad. And Inferno Squad, you really got to give it up to these lads, man. New on the block, still chopping up quite a lot.
Yeah, I loved the confidence with which they were able to pick the fight against the players of Entity, against the players of LOC in the end, because that push down the hill, that was a gamble. I don't think they were aware of the players from Team Insane already closing in, and I think that is why Inferno Squad might have gotten a little too over-eager and went ahead with that push down the hill against the players of LOC, because they also did compromise themselves while coming down that hill. For a few seconds, they were in that line of fire of the players of Team Insane. And as soon as you see a vehicle headed down like that, completely in the open, it is just instinctive. You're going to try and spray them down. So by the time the players got down, they were prepped for the players of Insane to take the fight against them. And I mean, Team Insane, just phenomenal. That first fight where we saw Shadow and Spy, that Molotov nade combo coming in from these two players, that was so clean.
It was really clean, and the cook on the nades was as well really good, right? The timing was phenomenal from the side of Team Insane, and this is what they're known for, too. Speaking a little bit more about Inferno Squad, we did see a little bit of swap coming in inside of the week 1, where Jatin came back to life in the last day itself. And as soon as we saw Jatin back in the playing floor, man, the plays were hitting back hard. And once again, the same thing is happening. Jatin is there in the playing floor. This one single man is able to make a lot of that difference.
Yeah, and I think, again, he was the last player standing for the side of his team as well. There was no follow-up. Everyone else in the back lines just went down. So Jatin, he couldn't even do much. And again, it is Afu this time. I think, no, it was Spy and Afu. The combination of the utility from these two from the side of Team Insane that actually kept the players of Inferno Squad at bay. And look at that last nade. It was meant for the Lamborghini. He always wanted to blow up that car.
Yeah, he thought that maybe there's the man behind the Lamborghini. He did not really have a confirmed call-out.
The damage radius of the blast, that is what he wanted to use.
Even that is quite massive, right? So in general, things really went in his favor. Now let's speak about Godlike and that choke that we saw in that fight. I mean, the way that fight went down, Admino was able to take down 3 players all by himself. It was supposed to be single-man showdown, but then later on, in the end, it was Tiger who just completely stole it.
I wouldn't call it a choke. That is also the thing. I would say it's just Tiger playing exceptionally well, because that moment, again, it's very rare to see a player put off a 1v4 like that. I mean, of course, he did take Jonathan down a couple of seconds ago before that 3-player pile-up happened on him inside of that house. But still, Tiger that was a phenomenal moment. It is very difficult to be consistent in those sort of moments. Like, imagine being able to pull off a 1v3 or a 1v4 every single game. That is not going to happen, but that was a good play from Tiger, so huge props to that lad.
Match MVP of the previous game, it's going to be Fragger from the side of LOC. And we had to talk about this team as well, knowing the fact that they do pack a lot of that punch. They've got the firepower, and once again, Fragger proving that. Damage number is going to be 459, 0 headshots, and the survival time of 2652. And in the top 5, we should see a couple of more players from the side of Team Insane, maybe.
What was your favorite fight from the players of LOC? Mine was the push on Carnival Gaming in the end.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that was one of the best ones, right? Considering it was supposed to be the game turner for them.
Yeah.
And they were the one to get a really decent spot for them. And speaking of CG, man, they were in such of that awkward spot. Still been able to stay alive for a late game. I would say that is impressive.
I think that is what they might have done, because we did not see any of the CG players here,
Yeah.
even though they were surrounded by a lot of bodies. And none of the players are here in the list of top performers. But here's the match summary, ladies and gentlemen. A total of 54 finishes secured, because of course it is a tradition to give a few sacrifices to the blue.
I mean, look at the longest finish, 301 meter. That's quite far away. You've also got 4 grenade finishes, 54 finishes in total, 32 rescues, 4 vehicle finishes. We did see a lot of those knockouts with the vehicle, but the confirmations weren't there. That's why the vehicle finishes are not exactly on point. But moving it towards the point standings, this will be even more interesting. 18 points off the rip in the court of Team Insane, while you speak about Inferno Squad, they get 16.
Well. And it is going to be interesting to see how the big contenders did, because a lot of the big names took a very early exit in this game. Look at that. We were talking about Carnival Gaming, right? Not even in the top 8.
Yeah, CG struggles because elimination factor is something that matters a lot. Team Entity is there at least with 8 points.
Yeah, that is what I was about to come to. At least the Entity is off to a decent start, and they are sticking to their guns. But we expected a little bit more from Entity, I'll be honest, because Troy was back. But I guess they will take their sweet time to build the consistency over the rest of the matches. But let's move forward to the next page of the rankings, and this is where things get interesting, because Carnival Gaming wasn't the only team that had a lackluster performance. We see them on the 9th position with 3 points. Godlike is there on the 10th with 3 points. Then, as we move down to that 14th spot, Mogo Esports.
Yeah.
Now, that is something that we never expected in this game, especially how the first circle was.
I mean, Mogo Esports right next to Team Lifecraft. And these teams, they did take the fight as well inside of the game, where we saw rivalry third party that entire fray.
Yes.
And that's why Mogo, they just came collapsing down. For Mogo Esports, this is something they would need to try and count upon in the future if the circle is going to be in the same area.
I mean, they should probably, but let's see how that is going to turn out, because, I mean, that's the thing, right? When the game began, first 2 zones, we saw that nice little chunk of Military Island still be inside of the circle, and I was expecting, all right, this needs to work out now for Mogo Esports, right? Late rotating strategy, late exit from the Military Island. They should be comfortable in this one. But no, that did not happen. For the first time, we saw them just run towards a fight that they were witnessing, a team stuck in an uncomfortable position in front of them. If you see a team like Lifecraft out in the open, just stuck in a ridge, you have to ask yourself the question, why are they there? Was there someone else that stopped them in their track? Which for Lifecraft was actually true, because one of their players did go up the hill to check, and that was the individual who was like, all right, we got to stop. There's one more team up front, and then Mogo came charging in from the rear, resulting in the collapse of both the sides.
I mean, there's so much more to talk about, but I've got an important announcement for every single person that is watching. As we do know, there's also the premium tickets, or maybe you can't say the elite passes out. And you talk about the perks that you will be getting if you do buy it on Paytm Insider. You will also be getting the premium seating. Of course, that's going to come with it. Then maybe a chance to have the meet and greet with the famous content creators, some snacks and meals as well with that, and you can also expect some beautiful merchandises of this BGIS 2024. So many perks with this Elite Pass, and one more beautiful thing we need to mention, all the money accumulated from these tickets will be used for a good cause. They will be given to a charity, so you will be helping someone in need. Moving forward with the conversation once again, right?
Yeah.
You were having to talk about Mogo Esports, of course, not being able to do that great. Now let's speak about the future. The upcoming game is going to be really important for that Group A, and which team do you think will be the one to prevail?
Oh, that is very difficult, because, I mean, we made a lot of predictions before that game one, man, and none of them came out true, except one. But I think that is, I mean, Insane doing well in the first game of the day is like a fact at this point, like the Earth revolving around the sun. So, I mean, that is how consistent Insane happened in the first game of the day. But moving on to game number 2, I think it is all about recoveries for a lot of these teams. And, of course, the big names are the ones who are very proficient in having those recovery game plans laid out. So, let's see.
Maybe you can expect Mogo Esports to do a
Maybe,
little bit
yeah.
more better this time, considering it is going to be the game of Miramar, right?
Yeah.
Where there's a high chance it cannot be caught in the rotation. But for now, let's move on and look at this beautiful promo.
Ahmed?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
I'm not going to lie, I love TDMs. What about you?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
That's what I play the most.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we get over here towards the studio, we're done with the dry run. The first thing we do is boot up a TDM altogether. And sometimes we also do a nice 2v2 where I always come out on top.
I mean, it's an age-old question, right? 1v1 me, bro? Question mark.
And you can definitely do that if you've got the game downloaded. Moving on forward, right, with the conversation now. We were speaking of course, Mogo Esports might be able to pull off that game. Entity, they had a decent start with 8 points. Once again, for Entity, all they need to do is keep up with the consistency. That's what they like to do.
I think, but they have to step it up a little bit further than 8 points, because I think
Yeah.
at this point 10 points per match, 9 points per match for a team like Entity should not be too difficult to pull off. So that is what I would want from them. But ladies and gentlemen, once again we have the matchup on our screens, and there is a slight change right here. We did discuss it at the start of the day that game number 2, it will be between Group A and Group C. So we have Hyderabad Hydras, Reckoning Esports, Venom, Team 8-Bit, Magnet Esports, Prime Esports, RTG IND, and Galaxy Esports looking to kick their day off. But it's not just them that will be playing their first game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We also have a change on the panel where we have Fixus, who is going to cast his first game of the day. Fixus, did you enjoy the first match overall? I mean, the map of Erangel. What are your thoughts?
What was there not to enjoy about that game? We witnessed all those clutches, and that is the moment I think us as casters really live for. We watch those games every single day for something really special to pop up. And for Tiger to have pulled off something like that, that was nothing short of a phenom right there. Because when you talk about that particular moment, it really came down to instincts.
Exactly. I mean, a moment like that can only be defined as dream turned into reality. Because I'm pretty sure every aspiring new player at one point has had this dream that one day I will be in the same lobby as these legends. I will be in the same match as Jonathan, Admino, Jelly, and all of these players. And there will be that one moment where I get to prove myself. I'm going to clutch out a fight against them. Well, today, Tiger's dream, it turned into reality.
It certainly did. And let's be honest, right? All the players inside of the lobby, it comes down to them having similar skill sets. It's all about that confidence to pull it off. And I think, you know, if you look at that moment once again, it was all about him relying on his pure instincts. The moment he got those first 2 knocks, he knew that he's going to get the third one as well. But again, that was not the only clutch that we witnessed. It was also Hesperos from Team Limra coming out of nowhere. And that one against THW did get a little overshadowed considering how good Tiger was. And in fact, it was against Godlike. But Hespero was also exceptional.
I do agree with you. I mean, at least with Tiger's clutch, we knew it was a make it or break it moment. Hesperos, I think that was just insanity, because out in the open, the man just goes berserk. First with the shotgun, and then when he runs out of ammunition, switches over to the AUG, and that point blank drop shot that happened to end that fight. My goodness, that's a risky move.
That's a risky move, but really does pay off in those situations. You know, that's called a drop shot. And he pretty much had run out of ammo on his DBS. So instead, just switched to the M4. And it was like a last resort. And by all means, it did work out. Something that he did not expect. But, you know, again, these are moments of such gravity. But coming back to the match in hand, we've got some big heavy hitters coming back. You've got Group C coming into play. So you're talking about Hyderabad Hydras. You're talking about the likes of Reckoning, 8-Bit. Everybody needs a good start. And from what we have really seen, Johnny, from over here, is that all these teams are still trying the age-old tactics. This is where I really feel like teams should start engaging in those early fights. Because, you know, if you do not do that, similar occurrences will happen with what happened in that Godlike and 7-Shaw fight.
I'll just make a slight tweak to your statement. Only engage in early fights if you're comfortable with it.
I mean, if you have got the players, if you've got the skill set, because that is what I really feel like segregates the tier 1 or the upper echelon teams when you talk about the bigger names. They have been acclimatized to such situations, and them really refraining from taking those early fights, you know what happens in the end. Similar fate happened to even Mogo Esports, right? They were also caught between a very sticky situation, and from out of nowhere, they just get third-partied by the players. I think of Rivalry.
Rivalry,
Yeah, so that happened, and even for Carnival Gaming, I was again taken aback.
Carnival Gaming, I think their position was a death trap itself. It was an awkward dip to be in. You have this clear slope in front of you. I mean, I understand you can see the opposition up ahead, but they have the height advantage in that fight. It's much easier for them to lob a chunk of utility right in your face, and you can't do anything about it. And I think that itself was a little too much pressure for the players of Carnival Gaming to deal with, because we saw them positioned a little bit far away from each other in order to avoid getting knocked out by the blast radius of the utility. But then it was pressure from the left coming in from the players of Entity Gaming. You have insane esports all of a sudden who have control of a valley that directly feeds into Carnival Gaming's position. So I think it was just quite awkward from their perspective. Luckily, they just walked away with 3 points. So I think now they can recover at least in this game. But let's see how things are going to turn out.
Certainly we'll have to see, because so much speculation, so many of those bigger names trying their hands at the virtual world that we're in right now in the game of Miramar, as the flight path trajectory all the way from Los Leones towards La Cobreria. This is where teams from Group C, they get to, you know, start off their second semi-finals week and really hope that it comes out swinging, especially when you've got such big hitters, even like the Cheminix Venom we've been talking a lot about. You know, this is one of those teams that really, you know, kind of went for a downward spiral in the first week.
Yeah, and it was quite an intense one, to be honest, but let's see how this week is going to turn out for them. At least from my side, I think from Group C, my eyes are just pinned on Hyderabad Hydras and Reckoning Esports. I want to see what they accomplish, because Reckoning, I mean, they have been, well, our team was making waves, right? And this was that one team that made tsunamis in the previous round. And now we just want to see, like, all right, do you qualify for the grand finals? Does Reckoning get to take a seat on that stage? For Hyderabad Hydras, I think this was one of my favorite teams to be on that stage of grand finals. As I said to Necro, I am very surprised seeing them still in the semis week 2.
Me too. Because when you talk about a team like Hyderabad Hydras, just last week they finally managed to get a chicken dinner, which I think they got after like what, 6 months in an official tournament. Because this is one of those teams that does not really eye out for those big 10-pointers, right? They kind of like to get those consistent points all the time. This is something they used to do even back in the days of Genix FM. So yeah, they've been kind of a little disappointing in the previous weeks. There were those upsets, but you know, coming back towards Reckoning now, this is one of those conversations I really wanted to indulge with you, of course, but because, you know, one of those things, Reckoning, I really felt like till last week they were not really truly tested, because they had always been having that good run. They've been swinging out, they've been getting all those frags for themselves, everything was going right till the last week. That is where, you know, they really crumbled, they really succumbed to the pressure, because they had no other alternatives. I mean, they were trying to go aggressive. That was not working out. They tried to go defensive. That for sure did not work out. And this is where Reckoning really need to bounce back this week.
I agree with you. I mean, this is a true test for Reckoning Esports, in the sense that now all your cards are laid out on the table. You are out of moves now. How do you still figure out a way to come out on top? And Viper definitely, I mean, instead of crawling on the desert, chooses to fly up in the air. Luckily this is extremely lucky that there's no one who has decided to play from the northern side of this map at this point. Otherwise, I mean, they would have definitely taken a few shots upon them. Even if none of them connected, someone would have tried to take him out at least.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Why not? Would love to go on that early dark hunt. But for Reckoning, you know, literally threw the entire kitchen sink out of the window last week. You know, there were even points or even phases where they really got an immortal. And even I had questions or doubts in my mind, you know, replacing an aggressive player like Hunters, getting in Immortal. We are looking at a positional-oriented play, which hasn't really been Reckoning's forte. And that really caused that hemorrhage inside of that team. But Hyderabad Hydras now taking a drop down at Picado makes things a lot more interesting, because considering the fact that you do not have Carnival Gaming inside of this. Gives them that little bit of a leeway. But when you take a look at this circle, Johnny, it's kind of a little bit of a western one.
Yeah.
Just around the areas of Power Grid. And Keminex Venom really have a good holding spot there.
Yeah, Keminex Venom, I think this could be their game unless the zone takes a drastic shift towards the Crater Fields area, which I think is going to be a possibility considering we are seeing a lot of northern circles in Miramar these days. But along with that, I think I have to point out Reckoning Esports. Now, this is an interesting start. They dropped quite close to the place of Flaco Briera, and now they've decided that they just want to go outside the circle first, get the loot done, and then move back in.
Yeah, this has pretty much been, their rotation, right? They head up top. They are the ones rotating late inside the circle. Considering this is one of those teams that never really shies away from a fight.
Yeah.
This really suits their style of play. And one more thing. You've got the maximum amount of matches to play this week. I think throughout the entire BGIS, 16 matches per team. So, yeah, you could afford to slip down a little bit, even if day number 1 does not go well. But you have to ensure that you are trying everything out. You need to go a little aggressive, try to get as many points as possible. Something that the Undergods did in the previous game. We saw LOC hitting out. We saw Inferno Squad also getting quite a lot of those points. Even for Entity, starting off with 8 points isn't too shabby.
Yeah, it wasn't too shabby. And I think Entity, again, it will be about being consistent. Necro said the same thing, like 8 points per match. This should keep them in the fight at least at the end of today. And it is Entity Gaming, so you know when the last few matches are left, they will go all in. But then again, I mean, while Entity is still looking to recover, Insane, they have set themselves up for success already.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest hurdle for Team Insane has to be consistent throughout the entire week.
It's themselves.
Not about, it's not about those 1-2 days where you really hold on to that top 3 and then instantly go in for a crumble. I mean, Raven Esports could make it inside the semis, and Team Insane were not really pleased with how they really fared off in the final 2 days.
Don't talk about Raven Esports while Mogo is playing fixtures. They feel bad about it.
Surely, why not?
2 points. Last game.
Quite deserve it, don't you think, for Raven Esports? I mean,
Yeah,
at a point, you got to feel bad if you're a Mogo Esports fan, but when you look at the bigger picture, Raven Esports, let's be honest, the entire final day, they were quite consistent. They were getting all those finishes.
That is true.
This is something that they did not do earlier inside of the first week. They did not go for a lot of those fights. Something which they did in the final day, which proved to be quite fruitful for them.
I mean, hey, I'm just going to say this, right? It's always one of the most exciting stories you're going to see unfold in any tournament is seeing that last-ditch Hail Mary effort from any team, any individual actually work. Because, again, just like the 1v4 we witnessed in the previous game, those last-ditch Hail Marys on the last day, the last game, you go all in, try and qualify, try and win the trophy. That is such a rare sight to witness. I mean, the last time we saw it was last year in Mumbai.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, what you're trying to say, but then again, it would be a humble request to all these teams to not really keep it till the last, because we saw what happens, especially in week number 1, where you had certain teams that had no chance on qualification, and for the teams that had already ensured their slot, they went all out. So imagine this time the stakes are even higher. The previous week, you still had that cushion. That cushion is gone right now. You have to ensure that you were somehow inside of that top 4 after the day number 3 ends. So that is something that all these teams are well aware of. And these are the phases where I really feel like teams should start engaging in fights, especially if you are the likes of Lifecraft. You still remember, I think you were the one who was casting that game in which it was that game of Erangel during the wildcards, the final day, where they got around 18 to 19 finishes in that one single game. So Lifecraft, we know they've got that potential and they can really put it into motion right now.
I think we've been saying that the same thing about Lifecraft for a long time, because this lineup has been there for a long time, and it's quite clear. You see them play, you see them perform game after game, map after map, tournament after tournament, and there's a lot to be learned by the team as well, but there's a lot they have learned as well. I think there's so much improvement from the last year we saw them, but we'll come back to that in a bit, because I think there's a little bit of a kerfuffle breaking out between LOC and the players of Venom.
It's all about getting some chip damage there. There's no chance on earth that LOC Esports, even after getting a knock, they might make a push. Or maybe I have to eat my words back, because right now we've got Hyderabad Hydras in a whole world of trouble. just kind of walking right into the den where Team Insane were. And Insidious, this is something he did not see coming from a miles afar. But getting back to the old conversation, I might really be wrong at the same time, because LOC, they've been doing a lot of unpredictable things, Johnny. Who knows, even after getting a single knock, they directly go in for a push. And I feel like this is what makes the Undergod special, right? You not knowing what they can really pull off. Certain times they go defensive, and on most of the times they tend to go aggressive. And for LOC, aggression has really been paying off.
I think, yes, it has. And I think this is, as you mentioned, the Undergods having that unpredictability within them and their playstyle. I think that is that one thing that puts them kind of on an equal footing against the veterans. Because as you learn more about the game, as you spend more time in the competitive circuits, you see every single detail of what is happening around you. And that means the amount of variables you have to take into account when you're making decision, it also goes up. So you take a little bit more time, and that is one more reason why all these experienced IGLs, the experienced players, they do like to take their sweet time while rotating, while moving out, while running into fights, while setting things up, while positioning themselves as well. While where we see the Undergods, the newer players, the decisions are a little bit more quicker. Trade-offs on both sides. I mean, one place the element of surprise works out for you, and the other place, if your calculations are correct, your probability of succeeding is, of course, quite high.
Yeah.
So I think it is a few of the times it can turn out to be about timings. Like for Hyderabad Hydras, that timing on the push was quite awkward for them. They've already paid a price, losing out on Insidious, but now with these three players, I don't think it should be too difficult for them to move around, considering they are already inside of the circle. It's just that the cluster, they have to avoid that cluster or getting into a fight from here on out.
I really feel like Hyderabad Hydras have got a lineup that can really do some heavy damage.
Yeah.
You know, a couple of moments ago, we saw Mogo Esports in front of our screen. I can't seem to recollect when was the last time they had a really good day number one. It has been in their DNA to always stage those comebacks, you know, eventually around day number 3 or 4. But for Insane, their holding spot really paying off in dividends. Gets one more knock onto its evil. Now Galaxy Esports, another quite interesting prospective, because this is one of those teams that goes really aggressive, but this time, not really having the best of the starts.
Galaxy Esports, I think, you know, overall the struggle continues from week 1 to week 2. You mentioned the potential is there within the team, but it seems like a little bit of a panic after what happened in semifinals week 1. Team Insane still looking to stabilize, getting close to the center of the circle, and here we have it, the team we were talking about, Galaxy Esports.
Yeah.
Nice little high ground to work with, but if the circle moves away, then they are in a bit of a pickle, or they will be at least.
They can be. At this point, losing out on evil doesn't really make things easier for them, because when you're Galaxy, your strength really lies in those numbers, especially one of those teams that always is on the lookout for those fights. Really does not end well for them. But for Inferno Squad, they've pretty much been the wildcards, especially how they performed in the previous game, getting so much of those points, and now they would love to pick this fight against Reckoning Esports. Now the big question, Johnny, is, are Reckoning really up for it? Because we saw them collapse, and for them to really recover, they need a good game number 1.
Oh, for sure they do. And Reckoning, I think at this point, all of the fans are hoping to see that happen in this game of Miramar. Gravity Jord, I think the spidey senses do start to tingle. Sense the presence of Inferno Squad on the other side, backs off a little bit, so as to not get spotted out on the other side of the ridge, but I think Reckoning Esports, look at the radar, their position. The fight breaks out right now. It is going to be quite awkward for them to be able to react. Inferno Squad, they will have the flank, the high ground to work with alongside. They can definitely build up the pressure over time, but I think we are going to have to be patient before that fight actually happens. In the meanwhile, though, this is more likely. Lifecraft against Hyderabad Hydras.
Indeed. I think it's going to end up as a stalemate. Both these teams just waiting for that next circle shift. Both of them really quite comfy with the holding spot that they do have. And taking the conversation back towards Reckoning, I'm starting to ponder if teams have gotten conditioned to their style of play. We know they love to go aggressive, and this is all that they were waiting for. Altu opens it up, but Reckoning, they want to follow up. Get the finish stolen, and Inferno squad instantly on the retreat. Definitely those alarm bells stalling. And now, they need to somehow stitch the wounds and get the hell out of there.
Well, yes, it is going to be a tough position for them to be in, and Reckoning Esports looking to kick things off even further. As you mentioned, Inferno squad, they are looking to rotate out of this awkward situation, but look at Shikari Jord. He's already gone on the flank. He does not want to let them escape. And while one man from the side of Inferno squad has fallen back, the other two, they're going to be stuck into those compounds unless someone takes care of Shikari. He's just hiding behind the bridge right now.
Oh, I don't like this. I think Shikari is unaware of Omega's positioning.
Even Omega is not looking in that direction.
No. I think he's heard the buggy. Yeah. But Reckoning really want to pull this to the end. As the push arrives, Jatin, his first grenade is going to be quite instrumental.
He gets lobbed it. Does not take down anyone, but still, it doesn't matter. Owen, he's going to be taken down by Viper. All thanks to the DBS. Jatin does find that trade with that nade. And Reckoning, they are going to have to slow things down a bit. But one more from the side of Jatin actually turns the tide. And all of a sudden, Inferno squad at an even footing against the players of Reckoning. One after the other, players are falling apart. And Inferno squad, they are definitely looking to burn the players of Reckoning as crispy as they can. Gravity has been separated from Shikari Jord. This fight is set up for Inferno squad to be successful and secure those finish points. But look at the radar fixes, the third party. It is headed towards them.
Oh my god, this is a comedy of errors. Reckoning Esports, how could they even afford to do this?
Yeah.
They really had this in the bag. And again, really got in that aggression, but kind of fizzled out instantly. The moment Owen was lobbing those grenades, they should have pushed on him head on. They had heard those clips. And now, Inferno squads instantly realizing what's up. They decided to retreat because, of course, Keminex's Venom, they were the ones... in fact, it was Altu who got that first knock on one of their fallen teammates. So they knew the moment they are going to be prolonging this fight, a third party is going to be inevitable for them. As for Keminex's Venom, have had a really good start. Got a really good position to hold also. But for Team Entity, I love that Western control that they're having.
It does give them a lot of information of the positions ahead, especially till where the players of LOC are. But I think Entity, they have to be careful about MG right behind them. It can be a big threat. A few moments ago, that Fiasco Reckoning versus Inferno squad. And of course, Keminex's Venom closing in on their position as well. Quite surprising that we did not see either one of those two teams get eliminated. Reckoning, they stay alive, and Inferno squad as well do manage to stay alive in this game with just two players.
It really made no sense for Reckoning, to be honest. I'm not going to even sugarcoat this. Because they could have done much more. For Mogo Esports, alright, on the receiving end of things. Good thing though, they have a lot of cover to work around with. And for Hyderabad Hydras, it is like a last-ditch effort, but being tunnel visioned over there, Insane Esports from the backlines. Get a knock onto its Smokes.
Yeah.
And Mogo Esports would be trying to chip them a little bit more. And maybe a finish on Mox could be really satisfying. Yeah, Shogun stealing it right in front of Insane. That has to hurt.
It's a game of tug of war between Insane and Mogo, where Hyderabad Hydras are the rope that they're pulling. And again, just one more player lost mid-rotation. First, it was Insidious at the very start of the game. Now Mox out of the picture. Madrak and Crypto, all that remain the side of Hyderabad Hydras, and are forced to go out wide to find at least a little bit of a safe haven inside of the circle. This position does, or in fact, can work out in their favor as long as they avoid any more conflict. But with how Crypto has just run off close to the edge of this ledge, I think he's going to get spotted out soon by the players of Mogo. And here come MG. We spoke about this. MG versus Entity for the fight for the hill.
Yeah, I think it's all about that trap played by Somraj. They've got that hill axis. They've got their players spread out in multiple directions. They've got a really good viewpoint for them. And this is where they're going to be instilling all that hurt. One goes away from Somraj. There is going to be Pukar. Emco needs to just latch on that opportunity, at least get one of those tires flattened out. Did in fact from the buggy, but it was the front one. And for Magnet Esports, it's nothing sort of a miracle that they get to escape a round of it. But for Hyderabad Hydras, Johnny, I think we can really pull off the curtains for them, at least in this match. Considering not even a single finish and just 2 players alive, how far they can really push themselves, that's a big question.
Yeah, I'm not going to call the curtain on Hyderabad Hydras, to be honest.
Be a believer?
Yes, I will be a believer. That's what I've learned, I think, in this BGIS 2024. Like, doesn't matter if it's just a single player. Sometimes that individual, you're going to see him in the top 3 of that game.
You know, it's a good thing that you're back. Because, you know, with Necro and his negative aura,
Yeah, I did realize
I
that.
think those sinister thoughts are really getting inside of me. So having a Guardian Angel really just lights up the mood a little bit.
I've learned recently no point in being negative about anything.
Yeah, we need to be optimistic.
I've grown.
Everybody gets to qualify.
Yeah, no. Where's the fun in that?
Alright, so you got that little bit of that sinister thoughts there.
Yeah.
But, you know, with the circle taking a shift right now, this is the curveball I think majority of the teams were waiting out for. Reckoning still in a really good spot. Still have a couple of finishes to work around with. But for Entity, they've got that high ground. And they would be really banking upon or hoping that the next circle shift is on them. Otherwise, they will be in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, and I think it is going to be a big gamble from their side as well. Hopefully it works out, I mean, for the team. But look at that. Keminex Venom. Keminex Venom is very eager to take a fight. At this point, I mean, you can clearly see that. First, they ran into the entire situation with Reckoning and Insane. Now they try to pick a fight against the players of 8-Bit, but unfortunately for them, no one wants to fight them. They've secured a knock. One of the players from the side of 8-Bit hitting the floor, but instantly cover was there, so they are going to stay inside, heal up, and then maybe just try and escape instead of taking a head-on fight.
For 8-Bit, Miramar games have usually been one of their home grounds, to be honest. Miramar and Vikendi. They've flourished in those maps, and this time facing some issues while rotating. And I kind of agree with Necro when he says that 8-Bit really relies on those circles. But you know, considering the players they have, they can really tend to go a little aggressive, don't you think?
I 100% agree with that. I think there's a lot of potential in these players, and I think it's just sometimes they start to overthink and hold themselves back. But a slight update of what happened off screen a few moments ago. There was a fight that broke out just northwest of Power Grid between Galaxy Esports and Prime, and that is why you see Prime Esports, they have bit the dust and they've been eliminated now.
Alright, for Prime Esports, we've had this conversation. Nobody can really fathom the fact the way they've been playing, right?
Yeah.
Especially how they played in the grind, how they played in round number 4, and their collapses. Mogo Esports almost on the verge of collapse. There you go. Destro gets picked off right out in the open. Certainly a finish supposed to be stolen. Reckoning Esports, they're going to try their hands on it, and it is going to be the players of 8-Bit constantly chipping out all that damage. And now Hunters, he gets to have the final laugh as Justin in the open lands. And just a dead man walking over there. They're caught in the middle of nowhere, Johnny.
Yeah, this wasn't even their fight, and they just ran into the middle of everything. And yeah, just became the prime target for 8-Bit, for Reckoning, for anyone around their position. What an awkward move coming in from the side of Mogo Esports. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. Just ran in, 3 players down and out. I mean, the third one did survive and run into that shack, but almost got knocked out there, buddy. That was a close call.
But still okay. I mean, Mogo Esports, we did have this chat. You know, day number 1 really does not go their way. Kind of tend to stick around that 6th to 7th position.
It's the anti-team Insane.
Yeah, it is the anti-team Insane. And we love those storylines to be there. But with the circle shift really fairing off for the players of Reckoning, now they would be hoping if they had not lost out on one of their players, this could have pretty much been their game to win. But for Team Entity, now they have to be on the move. With so many teams already entered in through Team Limra right beside them, it doesn't get easier. But I'm loving the intent coming in from Keminex Venom.
Yeah.
Because they have constantly been forcing those fights. Yes, they've not been lucky in terms of getting so much of those knocks being converted into those finishes. But now you could see them getting back to their old ways. this is a good step.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I think they are being very proactive right now, and this can really work out well in their favor. If their position was one where there was a cluster of teams, unfortunately, they were there in those isolated fights, and the opposing teams had the escape options available to them. So they were able to just walk away from the other end. And now, in this situation, I think that is developing right now for Kemenex Venom with Insane, with LOC in the backlines. I think this could be their moment. They win this fight, they walk away with like 4 to 5 points, so they just get eliminated right here and they'll take an exit.
Exactly, and for Insane, they're kind of fixated on LOC a lot.
Yeah.
They are aware that Kemenex Venom is firing from the backlines. Really need to count the chickens. The good thing though is that Team Insane haven't really lost out on their numbers. But this is where push comes to shove. This is where they have to engage in a fight. This is where they really need to breach inside of the circle. With so many gatekeepers, it does not get easier from here. Hunters getting knocked out, Reckoning will have to be on a little bit of that back foot because RTG, IND. Now this is one of those teams that certainly will be looking into breaching inside of the circle. With Shikari doing some massive damage, maybe Reckoning gets a revive on Hunters.
Oh, this is going to be tough. The one player already out. There's so much chaos over here. LOC as well up against Lifecraft with Galaxy Esports chiming in, and Entity, the perfect timing on that push. They can walk away with a lot of points from this fight. Galaxy Esports wiped out and kicked back to the lobby. 8-bit as well eliminated from the game. LOC, they are going to be next as Sketch, the last player standing, has been eliminated as well. And Lifecraft, I think they're going to be next in queue. Entity, they have 4 points. They have the opportunity to, well, take it up to 6, or maybe just take on the players of Kemenex Venom in the backlines as well. But this is their game. This is where they get the most points now.
Yeah, constantly being on the prowl finally pays off. This grenade from Gamla Boy does hit its mark. Gets that knock, but Gamla Boy gets traded off from the backlines. For Team Entity, they still do have a couple of moments before they need to get inside the circle. Before Lifecraft, Pasha needs to get those res on their players, but Kemenex Venom, they're making the most out of the situation. They're instilling so much of that hurt, and Lifecraft, look at them. They're just about to get barbecued.
I don't know what just happened. We lost 8 teams in 40 seconds fixes. 40 seconds and 8 teams have just gotten eliminated right now. I mean, a couple of moments ago, it was just Prime. And from there, Insane, Galaxy, 8-bit, Magnet, LOC, RTG, IND, Hyderabad Hydras, Reckoning just got kicked out.
And look at this, Mogo Esports is still alive somehow. Yes! And yeah, you've got Justin, and you've got Shogun, and even for Lifecraft, they're still breathing. Especially with Kemenex Venom making their lives hell. But they also need to understand the 6th circle is about to kick in. This is where they need to enter inside of the zone, and Lifecraft, they really do not want to go down without a fight, do they?
I mean, all of a sudden, from being in a position where they would have gotten no points for placements, they have gotten a few. They have 2 eliminations on the board as well. So Lifecraft, this does not need to be a bad game. But before I finish my sentence, out of nowhere, Limra, they show up. The line of fire was set up for them to secure that frag, and they succeed as well. But look at over here. We have Kemenex Venom going against the 2 individuals from the side of Mogo Esports. And while the players of Mogo laid out a trap, the players of Venom are in fact falling in. One more knocked out and finished off, and Shogun, if this nade connects, can actually finish off the entire team on the other side. It needs to be perfect though. Oh, it's gonna do the trick. It's over.
It just might be. Somehow, they've managed to survive that onslaught over there. But for Mogo Esports, they need to realize that Inferno squad, they're on the prowl. But Team Limbra also joins into the fray from the backlines. And suddenly it's all down to Omega, the one man outside the circle. And he's going to succumb to that. But for Team Limbra, this is a night fight against the players of Mogo Esports. As Shogun already down and out. And Justin's position being compromised. But still, Justin fighting back as Poco will push in on him. And that's all she wrote for Mogo Esports as Team Limbra. They are still breathing and they're still kicking.
Man, what is this Miramar right now? What is this endgame situation? We are still in stage 7. There's 25 seconds to go before the blue zone starts to move in. We're already down to 3 teams, 7 players still alive. And if you guys are wondering where the third team is, well, there's Somras, ladies and gentlemen, still in the blue. And while Team Limra might assume that there's a 4th man from the side of Kemenex Venom hiding in a corner, there's no one there. Somraj, I think at best he can look to walk away with one extra elimination point, but even that might be tough. I think he's going to have to settle for that second place.
You know, at this point, if he throws in a span into the works of the others, especially for Kemin X Venom, things could go really awry, but Somrat somehow he's made it to that second spot, and it was a last-ditch attempt, but it is going to be Team Limra Esports. Again, one of those underdogs really pushing it through. Now, this is one of those teams that we really did not talk a lot about. They were under the radar. They were constantly pushing themselves, and here they are in all their might, and now they also have a chicken dinner to their names.
Yeah, this is a very surprising team, right? At the start of the day, me and Necro were actually speaking quite a lot about them. Like, this is a new set of players that are playing for us in front of us for the first time, maybe even. And they've done so well for themselves, right? Every single round we've seen Limra in, there are those moments that you can't forget, just like this one, right?
Yeah.
Such a chaotic game, but such a beautiful ending coming in from the side of Limra Esports. The only problem with Limra is, if you give them 6 matches, right, they're going to play well in 2 of them.
But this is a good thing for Limra Esports, considering they've always been the late bloomers. This time, they're off to a really good start.
Yeah.
The first game of erangel, you saw Hesperos, that clutch against THW. This time, they decided to be a little silent. They were under the radar. They were avoiding all those fights till that final moment came up. They got the chicken dinner. Now they have certain finishes also to back it up along with.
Yeah.
So now, Team Limra is off to a good start, finally looking like they want to consolidate themselves in that top 3 by the end of the evening, which is a really good thing, because now you finally feel like they're playing as a cohesive unit, and really it's working out in their favor.
I think one more thing with that is I think they've simplified their game plans of just focusing on those mid-game fights and trying to see if they can just pick up a few extra points from all of those bodies lying around them. And I think if they can execute this game plan of theirs of just salvaging whatever they can in the mid-game stages, late game they are already set up for success with how they plan their late-game fights, right? Even in this one, the target prioritization in that end-game push from Limra was always going to be key, because had they directly gone for Kemin X Venom instead of clearing up Mogo on that hilltop first, things could have been extremely different. That is that one X element in that fight that they do not want to be there. Mogo could have actually taken the shots on the players of Limra and taken them out first, resulting in, well, someone else winning the game. But going up that hill, getting that vision advantage, making sure that hilltop is clear, the decisions that were made towards the end were just perfect, and I think they have what it takes to close out the matches. It's just about that mid-game. Do not fall apart in that mid-game.
I 100% agree with what you just said. I think it was all about that decision making, because, you know, we did talk about a lot of teams evolving on the go throughout this entire tournament. They have adapted themselves, they have conditioned themselves. I think Team Limra is definitely one of those teams. Like you said, right, that it's all about surviving that early mid-game action. And it was their decision making towards the end. Like you just said, that, you know, they were waiting for that perfect opportunity. In fact, they were not the ones who were forcing those fights. They were the ones who were always capitalizing. They're realizing that there's no way that if we force the fights in such late moments, we are about to get third-partied. I think that is inevitable. In fact, they were the harbingers of death towards the end and got the job done. I think that propels them up to, I think, get more than around 20 points if you look at the overall standings, considering the first game as well. I think in a really good spot. This is exactly what Limra wanted.
I do agree with you on that, but let's relive that beautiful ending from Limra Esports once again. And of course, I'm so glad you brought up that play from Hesperos in the previous game. I mean, I think this player is going to turn out to be one of those recognizable players in the future. Doesn't matter, I mean, how long it takes, but there's going to be a while when we see Hesperos amongst the best.
I think this is not just the only day where Hesperos has really swung out for his team.
Exactly.
We have seen Team Limra even in the past, and they've always been the warriors. And Hesperos certainly, you know, like one of those gladiators or maybe from the movie Spartans, he's out there for his team. He's always putting his body on the line. He's always been doing majority of the heavy lifting, and this time we saw him go all out fragging. But we've also seen him survive for his team. We've also seen him, you know, make those really cunning plays, those sly moves. I think he's a whole package to watch out for.
Exactly. I think within those few key fighting moments from Hesperos, you can notice the decision making in the heat of the moment in particular. It's very on point. Because again, going back to that one play, switch of the weapon midst of a fight, you know you've just taken down 3 players. There's a wall of smoke that surrounds you, and you're just waiting, listening to those audio cues, trying to see where the last man can be. And you run out of ammunition. So just to realize, like, all right, I have to be calm. I have a secondary weapon on me, right? Might as well switch to that and just do a Hail Mary spray. I think it just worked out. And even in this game, it was the entire team. It wasn't just Hesperos in this game. It was the entirety of Limra that came together for this win. And I think that just makes it even better. And here is the perfect example of that. We have Goku with 5 eliminations secured, 642 damage dished out, and survival time of 27 minutes. So again, the entire team came together for this win.
And this is a biggie for Team Limra if you look at that. And they had to do their homework. They had to go back to the, open drawing boards. It had to be rubbed clean. And whatever happened in the first week needed to shrug it off. And they've done that this time around. You've got Goku, you've got Poco, and pretty much Hespero somewhere down there. 9 finishes just from those 2 players. But when you look at Mogo Esports, I'm really surprised how could they, even survive that onslaught. They were surrounded by not just 2, I think 3 or 4 teams right out in the open. It was just that Shaq providing them cover. Reckoning were done with. You had 8-bit being dealt out with. So many of the others also out of the picture. And these 2 players, Shogun and Justin, somehow managed to survive, and they got a lot of finishes on the board.
Yeah, man, with how this game started for them, I did not expect them to be here still. And again, I mean, incredible turnout from Mogo Esports. And this was one made in desperation, right? Because after the big fail that happened on erangel, they had to do something in this game number 2. But we do have the match summary on our screens. And of course, 55 total finishes secured in this game, 31 rescues. So a few more players got picked off than ones that were brought back to their feet.
Oh yeah, that's definitely there. And 281 meters being the longest finish. Yeah, in a game like Miramar, you would expect that for it to happen. 2 vehicle finishes, I mean, understandable. 8 grenade finishes, I think nothing really, something that is out of this world. And even for the healing department, I'm pretty sure Somraj might have a lot of that in the back. There's something also we were discussing about Team Entity having such a good area, but the moment the circle shifts away from them, that is where they're in the red zone. And taking a look at the point standings, you've got Limra with 25 points. This is much like it, but Entity, even in the previous game, 8 points, this time 10 points, surely are getting that consistent run in.
Exactly, I think 8 to 10 points, if they can do 8 to 10 points every single game, that puts Entity in a very comfortable spot within the top 8. So keeping this average going is what they need to focus on, not consistently winning the games. You win, doesn't matter. You don't win, doesn't matter. If you get those 10 points, that's all I think Entity will keep their eyes on. But moving on to the next page, Lifecraft Esports, RTGI, and the 8-bit, LOC, Magnet. I think these were the squads that got eliminated within that 40-second bracket where we saw like 7 to 8 teams take an early exit. Prime Esports, I think they suffered their early fate at the hands of Galaxy Esports. And for Hyderabad Hydras, I think they should just stop moving, man. Every time they would rotate from one compound to the next, they lost 1 player. So they were only able to rotate between 4 positions this entire game.
The moment they lost out on Insidious, felt like they were headless chickens. At a certain point, constantly being pushed in by multiple teams. They were always under the fire. So that is something that maybe Hyderabad Hydras really need to look out for. But for all our viewers watching us on the broadcast, it's a quick gentle reminder that the premium tickets and all the tickets for the BGIS Grand Finals to be held at Hyderabad are finally live. And I've heard with getting the premium pass, you get that elite pass along with some really nice seating. And let's not forget free snacks, something that Necro and I, we both love it. And if you're gonna get it, you're gonna be helping out somebody needy.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of big things happening with those premium passes. You mentioned the elite pass, the snacks being there, and of course, as Necro also keeps pointing out, you get to meet your favorite creators as well. You might get to meet them. One of them is sitting right here.
And let's not forget one more thing, is that we might get some special merch exclusive for BGIS. Now that really sparks my curiosity. What could that be? Could it be some nice t-shirts, some zippers, something that nobody else ever can lay their hands upon?
Yeah, I mean, expect the unexpected. Yes. That is what we always say. But ladies and gentlemen, there's one thing that you might not expect from us right now, and that is we're going to be, going to a small promo, and after we come back, we're going to start discussing as to what we can expect in the next match. It is going to be an intense one for sure, but before that, let's have a look at this.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा। अरे मिल गया। Let's get spinning.
All right, so now we are reset from that entire chaotic map of Miramar. And before we head into the next one, Fixus, what are your expectations from the teams taking the stage next?
You know, this is where Group B comes back into action.
Yes.
This is where I really need to see a bounce back coming in from Godlike or maybe even from Carnival Gaming. I think the way they started off has been quite upsetting to not just them, also for all their fans. And Sanhok has always been Carnival Gaming's and Godlike's strong suit. So they really need to hit hard on this.
Exactly, but let's see how this game is going to turn out. And it is going to be an exciting one for sure. As you mentioned, Sanhok, I mean, two of the heavy hitters and two of the teams that rely on aggression during the late game are also the ones that are waiting to take the stage. But before that, a little bit of a look on the overall leaderboard as it stands in front of us right now. Team Limra, of course, leading the charge on that first position, 30 points secured. Consistency in the first two matches, insane as well, being kind of consistent, 23 points on the board. On the second position, we have Inferno Squad on the third, Entity on the fourth, LOC on the fifth with 12 points, Mogo Esports on the sixth with 11. But this is where things get interesting, right? On the seventh and the eighth, you have Kemenex Venom and Rivalry with barely 9 points. So there is still an opportunity for a lot of these teams to grab an early hold or get inside that top 8 early. And no matter what, just try and be consistent to stick around.
Yeah, it's still those early phases, right?
Yeah.
One chicken dinner and you could instantly propel yourselves in the top 3. If you get a biggie, who knows, you could go even further. But yeah, I mean, just one game done and dusted for a couple of teams, and then you've got Group A having their 2 games done and dusted. I think a perfect dream start if you're Team Limra at this point, even for Insane. Getting those 30 pointers, I think their target should be trying to cross over 45 or 50 by the end of the evening, considering you get to play 4 games a day. And there's always this thing, even as competitive players, you know this is your day. And Team Limra, they have realized that. Getting those 50 points by the end of the evening would really put them in the driver's seat, heading on inside the grand finals. What a storyline would it be?
I think if they can secure 50 points by the end of the day today, I think they are dreaming of the grand finals already. I think making everything sure their bags are packed, everything is ready once they eventually head to that grand finale. And I think it is going to raise expectations from Limra quite a lot as well once they reach the stage of the grand finals as well. Because a performance like this, a recovery like this, and then when you are on that stage in front of those fans who are waiting to see you in action, what do you do? Do you relive all of those or actually do you live up to those expectations that they already laid out, or do you fall apart and crumble in front of those thousands of eyes?
Especially when you look at the normal tickets being already sold out.
Yes!
You know, in just mere minutes. I think that goes on to show that, yeah, they will be playing in front of a entirely stacked up stadium. So that is going to be really exciting. If you still haven't booked your tickets, Stadium Insider is where you are headed at. But again, coming back to the discussions about Sanhok, I really want to see something different coming in from certain teams. I think for Entity, though, one thing we could see that they had a change in their style of play, right? This time, kind of playing around the center. Of course, in the previous game did help them, considering El Pozo to where the circle wasn't that far. But yes, some teams have changed their style of play, but some teams still sticking to their old methods, and it's not working out, Johnny.
I mean, yeah, the struggles are going to be there for sure, right? In certain moments, you do get unlucky, even if you like to play the center. The center is out in the open, what we saw from Carnival Gaming in game number 1. And in this previous match, what was happening to the players of Hyderabad Hydras, because Hyderabad Hydras, again, not really a team that likes to fight early, especially when they're playing from the edge. They want to get some safe, secure cover inside of the circle first, and then they take those fights. But as soon as they saw a building, then they would step towards it. They took 2 steps and lost a player, so can't really do much in a situation like that. But let's see how this next...
Really excited to see what happens, because now Group C, they will be continuing whilst Group B makes another entry, and this time we've got Godlike, THW, CG, Rivalry, Voltex, Esports, 7S, even Inspiration, and NIY entering inside of the fray. And this is a little bit of a switcheroo on the desk as I Super Johnny takes an exit, and we've got one of my Necro in fact with us. And Necro, you were watching the previous game on the sidelines, and any takeaway from Miramar?
I mean, just really happy with the performance from Team Limra, man. Finally able to show their footing. And this is the exact conversation that I was having with Johnny as well off the start of the show. Team Limra, they're supposed to have that beautiful balance between things. And once again, finding that balance inside of the game off the rip, being able to start things off with 30 points. Now, that's a big Kickstarter.
It certainly is. I think no denying that. Inferno Squad, LOC, even for the likes of Limra, they have been swinging. And this is what we want to see from all these undergods. And even for rivalry, I think the first game wasn't too shabby either. Getting those constant 7 to 8 pointers really keeps them in the race. But when you look at those bigger names, I think for Miramar, I think a little bit of a step up, you could say, from Cheminix Venom. And this is one of those conversations I was having with Johnny, is finally they're sticking to their old ways, their DNA, where they're constantly, poking fights, they're constantly trying to get a finish here and off, and 4 to 5 points out of finishes, decent position points as well. I think a decent start, especially after that huge collapse in week 1.
I mean, definitely a decent start, but once again, moving on forward, now it's going to be the game of sanhok.
Yeah.
You never know if the consistency is going to be there on the board because sanhok is just way too unpredictable. And looking at the zone too, it is a zone-centric map, so you never know what exactly is going to be happening on the board because there will be that constant discomfort. Now, if the circle does form right on top of the Camp Alpha Island, then you can expect a lot of these teams collapsing.
And we've been talking about the zone settings being changed and all of that, but still, I think now the teams are starting to go back to their old ways. We are starting to witness all those heal battles. In fact, in the previous game also, Somraj was, he suddenly transformed into Dr. Somraj. In fact, it is supposed to be Gamla Boy, but we're not going to be witnessing Entity in this one. They're going to be taking that a little bit of a breather, but we have certain other teams that kind of tend to drop down on the certain belt and head along to get that heal battle done. I think the idea is quite clear, right? Have one of your players doing that mid strat, have 3 of the others kind of go in, engage in those battles, and this is something that we've seen Reckoning also do in the past.
I mean, for Reckoning Esports, their forte is supposed to be that firepower. Once again, sanhok really allows you to be that aggressive. If you really do end up asserting some good dominance on the board, you're going to end up with a really good position inside of the zone. And even if you do not really have that good position, you can at least get away with some of the consistent pointings, right? 6, 7 points, and when it comes to the eliminations towards the entire team, that's still a decent outing from the game of sanhok. And Reckoning Esports, they can definitely pull that off. But you speak about the past and Reckoning Esports, man, for some reason that pressure was just way too intense on these guys and they cracked under it. But you never know. First game itself for Reckoning Esports, or not the first game, or the first game of sanhok, that's what I meant to say, it might just start off in quite a great fashion because Reckoning Esports, forte's aggression, the same thing can be said for Cheminix Venom too. Even they like to be on the aggressive side of things. But the real concern now is going to be Godlike. First game was bad. The second game, I'm not sure how the recovery is going to look like, considering getting 1v4'd by Tiger. It's going to be a massive mental setback.
It certainly will be. And I think they are going to recover from that because they've always been under scrutiny, even from everywhere, mostly from, the people who expect them to perform the most. But, one more thing that I really wanted to bring into discussion. Majority of the teams that tend to drop at Camp Alpha, they're no more here. You talk about Global Esports, you talk about IQ Soul, even for Team X-Park. They're all inside of the Grand Finals. So really excited to see what happens on that tiny little island as finally, folks, we would be heading into the game of sanhok, into the rainforest to unravel the mystery of who gets the delicious chicken.
Keep this thing in mind. You've also got teams like Galaxy Esports, Prime Esports on the fray, and even RTGXI. Indeed, these undergods can definitely start making waves out of nowhere, as the plane flat path is going to be in front of us, starting all the way from the bottom left, from the Sami towards Scout. And this plane flat path, once again, is quite balanced, unless if you want to move in towards Stock, that's going to take a bit of that time, but still, it's all good in the hood. Team Hyderabad Hydras off the rip. The first game wasn't that good of a start, but now moving on forward with a clear mindset towards sanhok, things need to be a little bit more ironed out. They need to patch up all those loopholes. For Seven Shores, the first game, once again, a little bit off that shaky performance, but we know what Seven Shores is capable of.
Yeah, of course. I mean, had Tiger been alive over there, maybe you could have pushed his team a little bit more further. But we've got a fight happening right in front of us, right from minute 0. It is Voltex taking on Carnival Gaming, and seems like Carnival Gaming, they're losing out on numbers.
Oh no, Voltex starting things off on a decent note, considering they also do get the confirmations. 2 players down already. CG, what a bad start. And you'd really expect teams like CG to have that kickstart, considering the first game, they barely missed out on that game. And now moving on forward towards this fight, CG slowly and steadily dropping down on that man number. While you talk about the foe, still looking pretty formidable inside of the fight. CG just trying to take that dig, constantly taking the shots, applying that pressure, but considering they're just down to a 2-man squad, pulling out this fight, it just seems a little bit too much of an Herculean task. Omega tosses in that nade, just in the hopes of finding something, but he's not able to do so.
He's certainly not able to conjure anything out of this, as Voltex have got their numbers back up. They certainly need to play in pairs, and that is exactly what they're doing with Vishu having his positions compromised, but still Omega swings through, gets that knock. As Cyrix, he does even more damage there. Akshat already taken out of the picture as the IGL trying to keep the torch alive. Hopes burning, but eventually just puffed off by the players of Voltex as they survive the onslaught. And let's not forget, without any casualty.
CG, the same script from the week 1 following inside of the week 2. Bad performances following that up. The Dark Aura just falling them. And I'm not sure what they can do to cut off that trail. Inspiration getting inside of a fight against the players of NIY, and both these teams are quite desperate for that slot. Speaking of Inspiration Esports, the past performance, it wasn't too good. And now they do not really have that suitable weaponry as well to try and duke it out against the foes in the front. NIY doing a fantastic job considering they capitalize on 2 of the enemies in the front lines. But then 7 Shores, they're the one to step inside of the fray and claim those elimination points. So NIY, they get only 1.
Yeah, NIY feeling pretty gutted with that. Especially considering how they had pretty much become those punching bags. But look at this. A big fight breaking out. Keminex Venom against Team Godlike. And Jelly, what on earth was he doing? Gets picked off from an off angle, and now the floodgates have opened. Venom, they decide to chime in. Instantly go for the charge, and suddenly one gets traded off. For all 2, he really needs to hold the door. And now this is some really gutsy move coming in from Godlike, trying to get in a revive right in front of your opposition.
Oh my god, Simp, he actually squeezes that over too. The man's going to be back up on his feet, but the same thing is also being accumulated from the side of the opponents. But then Admina pushes on up, and he gets that shot landed. Godlike, though, they lose out on Simp, and he's almost on the verge of being converted. Keminex Venom, once again, the swing back to life inside of the fight. And Altu is going for the revival once again for Godlike. This is not looking too good. For Keminex Venom, the chance of recovery is right there. Jonathan, he tries to close on up, but he's taking too many shots upon himself. And Jonathan, he knocks out one more player. Keminex Venom on the verge of being completely eliminated off this entire game as the last man is way too far away, and Phantom is on that run.
Oh my god. Keminex Venom really flustered out on this one.
Oh my god.
It was just both these teams making those errors, and it was about Godlike making those really nice pushes towards the end. And let's not forget, they're really not out of the woods yet, considering you've got Prime Esports on the sidelines. Now, I really need to give it to Admino. Really showed some courage there. In fact, when he was stacked up against everybody, decided to just open the door, get that knock, and instantly come out of it. Sim did get traded though, but again, then Jonathan chimed in, and Godlike having all their men together really helped in the endeavors of coming out of that situation alive.
Now remember, before starting this game, you asked me a question about Keminex Venom, and my answer was, I still do not know what to say.
Yeah.
Because Sanhok is supposed to be quite unpredictable, and that's what exactly happens. Drop collision comes through, Keminex Venom, they get wiped out almost, considering Phantom is still alive, but I'm not sure how well the recovery is going to look like. So Phantom is on that run. For Godlike, they're off to a great start, but once again, things could have been bad for them as well. They took a lot of those measures that were not supposed to be taken that way, and Godlike could have lost out on those players too. But luckily enough for them, Jonathan getting that knockout, and even Sim pushing up close and personal, sort of getting that man number equalized, was way too crucial.
Yeah, and then also Prime, in fact, Phantom was one of those players who really did not inch in. In fact, he was the one keeping an eye on Jonathan, and vice versa. Jonathan had one job, and he did that. That was fair. But for Godlike now, this is one of the biggest hurdles. How do they squeeze themselves inside of the circle? Because Prime Esports, they do not want to let them breathe there. Especially with Godlike. The big question is, are they aware that Prime Esports have their eyes gazed at them? And if the trouble does not end there, we've also got Galaxy Esports somewhere in the nearby fray. But for Kevin Venom, yeah, this is a disaster and a half. Phantom just being the lonesome player alive. And hold on, are we looking at Galaxy versus Prime?
Probably. Galaxy now just looking forward to rain down the stars.
Oh no.
On top of the players of Prime, and look at Godlike just moving out in the open. Positions compromised, and Rampage is ready with this nade. If he does find that perfect cook, then things will be so good for the entirety of Prime. Godlike, they're walking inside of a set trap. And Rampage is just looking forward to activate himself, but he still does not take any shots. The man's got the trigger discipline to perfection. And now Rampage, he does not have any line of sight on any of the players. He does know exactly where they are, but still the line of sight missing.
Oh my god, look at that fear striking still inside of the players of Godlike, just swarming around as Galaxy Esports. They strike from the back lines. And now Prime Esports, they're also aware that there's another team in the hood. And look at Evil. He's got a beautiful flanking angle to work around with. And Admino, he is visible out in the open. And
oh my god,
another player being knocked out. Godlike in a whole world of trouble.
Two teams on the front lines, and Godlike do not know exactly how to prioritize this fight. They keep on losing out on man number, and Godlike on the verge of being eliminated. Losing out on two of the most crucial players inside of the fight. And Chili, he does get the revival. He's back upon his feet. Admino now looking forward to charge on forward against the opponents in the front. As the wall of death, it's already started to close in. Stage 2 now hits the deck. And Godlike, they're barely making it inside of the zone. Backs against the wall. Admino, he's still got Evil on the right lines, and he does manage to dodge those bullets, but still is way too low. Critical condition, and the nade this time sails in to the perfect spot as Admino gets knocked out. Godlike, that constant pressure is really keeping the players on the edge, but Jonathan this time, he's pushing up close and personal against the prey in the front. Jelly, he does backstab one more player of Galaxy, and is slowly and steadily starting to grasp that fight, but as Jonathan is pinned inside of this compound, things are looking way too tough.
It certainly is. Especially that is not where it ends even for Godlike, because you've got Prime Esports also alive. And the same can be said for Galaxy also, who are starting to lose out on those numbers. Godlike on a little bit of that recovery, but Evil, he gets that needle threaded. And for him, now it's all about that fight against Jonathan. And oh my god, that's a massive damage inflicted. And Jonathan barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. Needs to patch himself up, but that's all she wrote. As now Galaxy Esports do wipe out Godlike, but Prime Esports still in the waiting.
Prime Esports, they do step inside of the fray. They do get one of the knockouts. DP's knocked out for now. And look at Galaxy, they're taking way too much damage upon themselves. Godlike getting wiped out of the rip like that is definitely something we did not really expect. But now just look at this game being stolen away from them. And now Prime Esports looking forward to execute this fight against the foes in the front. Galaxy in a whole world of trouble. Taken down to just a 3-man squad. That's just going to be the icing on top of the cake the players of Prime Esports exactly need.
Right, for Prime Esports, throughout that entire debacle, they did not move or budge. Now this is their right time to strike. Galaxy Esports, they've got their backs against the wall. As Nova is still going to try all he can do just to make sure that he somehow survives the onslaught. I think the silver lining for Nova has to be getting a couple of elims over here. That grenade out, sailing through, just manages to dish out a couple of damage.
He's got a man on the left. Nova needs to be watchful. Look at Zoro. He's looking to find that perfect lining. There's another man from the side of Prime who has surrounded him. And Rampage isn't able to find that perfect line of sight on the foe in the front. Considering he knows there's one more man towards the compounds, Rampage cannot push up just yet. He's trying to play for that safer game. He's trying to play for that big game. Eyeing out for this fight in his court. As Prime Esports, you can start to feel that pressure. The players definitely in a big state of discomfort. As Prime, they still haven't found that proper thread. 2 more players to go on the front lines, but this time the 2 players, they start to swing back. Brook knocked out. A big piece now is starting to miss.
Yeah, the moment Zoro gets taken down as well, that is where the tables might flip.
Yeah.
For Galaxy Esports, they've somehow been withstanding all of that. They've been weathering the storm, did manage to take down Godlike, but now the true test, especially for Nova there. He's been surrounded from 3 different angles, and Evil getting this knock on Zoro. This is what we've been talking about, right? He needs some meds to patch himself up with. They're running against time over here. Nova out in the open. Rampage lobs that grenade, but well.
Panic.
That really does not work out in his favor. Wants to flush out his opposition, but Nova, he's really playing that to perfection as Evil this time. This is where Galaxy hit back.
Prime Esports, they choke up such an advantageous fight. They had 4 players up and alive against the 2 off the players of Galaxy, and they still somehow choke it up. Brook slowly and steadily ticking to his death as Evil. He needs some meds to patch himself up. Does get his hand on that first aid, and he still knows there's one more foe in the front lines. Galaxy Esports getting this fight conquered looks way too tough. But now Luffy, he's got the advantage. He swings back. He almost gets the knockout as well, but unfortunately does not come out on top.
Oh my god, Evil has to be the MVP. Throughout this entire fight, 5 finishes in the early stages of the game. Yeah, does not have a lot of meds to work around with. Needs to patch himself up and also needs to get inside the circle. But from what we can witness from the mini-map, it feels like Reckoning Esports, they've heard all that commotion and they're really headed Galaxy Esports' way. They've been reading that finish feed. They know that only 2 players survive, and that is a freebie for them.
Galaxy Esports devouring 2 teams, feeding on their souls and energy. First Godlike, the second one Prime, all thanks to Evil.
Yeah.
Evil's evil plan this time, they do come back to fruition. As Galaxy Esports, they've already done the task. They've already gotten those 7 points. Looking pretty good on the board so far. Whatever they get on the top will just be the add-ons. But looking at the zone, shifting in towards boot camp, it's looking really good. THW moving in from that southern side. Hyderabad Hydras finding themselves in a really good spot. You've also got 7 Shores playing on the edge. Rivalry looking decent too. But still the big question mark is where exactly the next zone shift is going to be. Is it going to be on top of boot camp or somewhere near Paradise Resort?
You know, considering how the circle has been moving so far in the BGIS, it could really be out in the open. Could also go back to boot camp, or there's even that one little tiny island. There are high chances it goes there also.
Yeah.
But look at this, Evan Shaw knocking on the doors of Inspiration Esports as Aryan definitely wants to put up a fight, but he's got men pushing in from every single direction. The lonesome survivor there as somehow Seven Shaw breaching through, wipe out that final player, but still not out of the woods yet. 8-bit having understood where the opposition is positioned at, and even for 8-bit, after that huge collapse in the map of Miramar, they've got a really good holding spot for themselves.
Oh, the man standing still. Aru took shots, and he was not able to get any type of conversions. 7 Shores looking pretty good. Toxic going for the pre-fires. 7 Shores in general getting 5 points so far, and that too having all the players up and alive. That's really impressive. In the top 10, looking comfy. But look at the amount of teams that got eliminated off the rip. NIY, CG, Godlike, 2 of the big names falling prey.
And this is something that I think the only silver lining for Godlike will be at least getting those finish points. Something, they do not go out empty-handed, right? And by the end of the evening, they really need to be around that 11th or the 12th spot. And let's not forget, they still have 2 more games to go after this. Really need to bounce back, and it is going to be a Herculean task. And this is what I was talking about, right? The circle shifting right out in the open, and Rivalry and 8-bit. And even for the likes of Reckoning, they might feel quite comfortable about this.
Somewhere down the line, even I saw this circle shift coming, right? I mentioned this. Is it going to be shifting towards Paradise Resort or Boot Camp?
Well,
and it does shift up north.
The island is still in the contention, though.
It is. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. It's too much you're hoping for.
Yeah.
But yeah, the reality this time really tells us that Rivalry Esports, they've got the best spot to play with. Reckoning Esports, they completely let the half the foes have that spot in their hands. Considering Reckoning Esports, they've got a lot of that information to play with, and also the high ground.
I really do not like the spot over here, because really makes you susceptible from fire. You need to ensure you've got your backlines cleared. And for that, Reckoning needs to move a little bit more towards the northern side. In fact, those compounds around the northwest, I think Reckoning can really take over that position. But they're being quite stubborn. In fact, quite adamant at that. They really want to push a fight over here. But look at this. Hyderabad Hydras coming in and raining down hell and heaven. Destruction on the players of RTG IND. Ralphie gets destroyed in the blink of an eye. And RTG IND almost on the verge of a collapse.
I mean, luckily enough, that man survives the first shot to his chest. Hyderabad Hydras, they do swing back to life for this spot, but barely making it inside of the zone. I'm not sure how well it's going to be there. Hyderabad Hydras playing towards those boot camp warehouses. Well, you see THW moving in from the sidelines too, from the edges. So you might say there's going to be that trifecta of death on the southern side, and even Magnet Esports will try to get their fight.
I really like THW's rotation. Like you said, from the shorelines, they've been trying to avoid those fights. I think this is something that THW really excel at. And keeping 3 of their players still alive, I think still they can dream of having a good run in this one. And this is what I was worried about for Reckoning. Being there out in the open makes them really susceptible to fire from multiple fronts, and really need to get Gravity back up alive. And even Seven, sure, I think the boys are quite angry at this point. In fact, Tiger, having such a great start in Erangel, I think really is in the form of his life. 6 finishes for Seven Shaw. And the best thing this time is they've got the numbers alive also.
THW looking comfy. Reckoning Esports, they do wipe out the entirety of Kemenix Venom. So even that team is outside of the contention. You've got Reckoning Esports playing on the phrase. Rivalry in the front lines towards the compound, but luckily enough, Rivalry is not going to be that threat. But looking at the zone shift, it's going to shift right on top of the players of 8-Bit. Once again, the zone magnets, they come back to life.
Oh yeah, and they've got a lot of task on the shoulders. At this point, they need to deny that entry coming in from the southern side. You've got Hyderabad Hydras, you've got THW, you've got Seven Shaw, and everybody wants to have a piece of the pie. And even for the likes of Rivalry, they've got at least that one compound still inside the circle. And now they would be under threat, especially from Reckoning. Now everybody outside the circle, they would be looking for their golden opportunity just to try and thread that needle. This is where just even getting one knock will ensure that a team is pushing in on your direction. And this is where Reckoning, they've already shown their intentions. They want to pick this fight against the players of Rivalry, and hence those smoke grenades have been laden down. But for Magnet Esports, they've been silent so far, have lost out on Sarwa. That's definitely not a good news. But look at this, Seven Shaw, if they're unaware of IGL's position, they might really suffer some heavy blows.
Yeah, they need to move out, and that's what they do. They've got their hands on the vehicle, slowly and steadily trying to move inside of the zone. And that's what the players of Magnet do as well. Out in the open, moving in like a unit. But there's a high chance they might just straight up get taken out of the game as well. Reckoning Esports tossing in some utils inside of that shack. Rivalry still alive with all the 4 players, but as soon as I say that, Shikari, he finds the opener. Man knocked out, the confirmation instantly follows up as the shot to the head's gonna get that, but then Shikari as well, he falls down. He starts to face that brunt. Rivalry Esports slowly and steadily making sure that even they get the fight in their grip, but the wall of death is now starting to close up. Reckoning Esports, their backs are against the wall. And they're also taking a lot of those shots from the sidelines. Reckoning Esports out of nowhere, within a blink of an eye, taken down to just that one last man, while Rivalry, they do a fantastic job in defending this compound.
Artho strikes back. Those 2 knocks were quite crucial, especially when they had their backs against the wall. Of course, teammate Bit also chipping some hefty amount of damage from the sidelines. It all falls down on the nimble shoulders of Gravity Jord, who has been apparently spotted out by Bijlu. And that's all she wrote for Reckoning. Yet another huge blunder from their sides. They were really out of options, and Rivalry Esports, they're certainly in the mood, in the groove. As Bijlu spots out yet another player, does dish out some heavy amount of damage there. But now the big Herculean task of getting inside the circle, given your position is quite compromised, that is a mission.
Oh my god. Tiger, he was in quite the sensitive spot, but he still somehow makes it out alive. And now he's taking a lot of that damage upon himself, and 7 shorts, they do melt. As Magnet Esports in the front, they are magneting all these points towards them. 3 collected so far. Galaxy Esports, a team that's been looking pretty good. They're supposed to be the Bloodhounds inside of the lobby, considering they got so many points off the rip. And now Galaxy, also looking pretty good in their approach. THW slowly and steadily approaching this compound of 8-Bit. And 8-Bit, they've got all the 4 players, and the compound's for now just pinned down. But THW, they've still got the opportunity, a chance to try and do something against him.
Spider sense is really tingling for 8-Bit. They know they have to pay at every possible direction over here. Because now THW inching in really close. with this door really opening up. Kiolama wants to break it open, wants to toss in that grenade, but for that to happen, they also need to be careful. In fact, watchful of rivalry, because they're also sneaking egg from the backlines. And there you have it, Sam getting taken down. That is definitely not a good sign. And now 8-Bit out in the open. I do not know the entire idea of this, because now they really want to pick up a fight. Aditya just goes swinging in through. Mac also out in the open, and THW, they get turned into dust in a matter of seconds.
I like this from 8-Bit, asserting the dominance back against the foes. Sometimes defense isn't the only option. You can't counter defense with more offense, and that's what the players of 8-Bit do. They shut down the foes who try to approach them, and now the zone has a shift right on top of the players of Galaxy. They've got 11 eliminations so far. Just look at Galaxy, just rocking the entire stage. And now the man moves out in the open from the side of Rivalry. He will be collected too. Evil, he's definitely looking quite evil, as he's got 8 eliminations so far all by himself, and now he's also pushing up close and personal against the entirety of 8-Bit. The overconfidence this time, the man oversteps, and 8-Bit, they might just have the chicken dinner in the bag. They've got 5 points so far, looking forward for that 6th and the 7th. And the last man just hides behind that rock. Nova, he gets the first capitalization as he shuts down the man completely. Another point added to the tally.
Indeed, and Galaxy Esports, what an incredible run they've had so far. And now down to Nova, the last player alive, as 3 players come in, pushing in from 8-Bits' side, as Aditya might just get knocked out, but before that, he eventually gets the job done. And Team 8-Bit, they strike back. They've got that similar spells of success in the maps of Sanhok in the past, and today they yet again deliver. And for Galaxy Esports, I think they have been my favorite team inside of this particular map. And another thing, Hyderabad, Hydra's Crypto, the last man alive, he survived. He went for a medkit battle, and eventually he got, I think, the 3rd spot.
I think so. We got 2nd or the 3rd. Yeah, somewhere down
Yeah, I
line,
think
somewhere
the 3rd
around that.
spot,
So yeah, I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, once again, trying to be as consistent as possible, and Sanhok really allows you to go for that med strat, but focusing on what exactly was going on inside of the zone, right? 8-Bit pushing up against THW. In my opinion, that was a really good move. As I mentioned, just playing defense with defense sometimes isn't the way to go. You can counter that offense with some more offense, and that's what they did.
Yeah, even, to add on to what you just said, I think that was a pretty good decision, considering the fact they knew they had to take one fight, because the more they kind of prolonged inside of that battle, that push from the backlines was inevitable. So they decided that THW is just that one team. Let's just go directly at them and strike them and end their misery. So that is where I think 8-Bit were really sure of what they were doing, and this is exactly what we wanted from 8-Bit side in the first week. And finally off to a good start. Yeah, the first game did not really go their way in Miramar, but finding some spell of success in Sanhok isn't too shabby. Now, but I think the headlines were definitely made by Galaxy Esports in how they took that fight against Godlike and Prime at the same time.
But speaking of 8-Bit a little bit more, right?
Okay.
I mean, Sanhok is supposed to be that zone-centric map, and the zone just shifting right on top of the players of 8-Bit, and in the final few moments, the only foe that was there was in the name of Galaxy. So yeah, I mean, 8-Bit, once again, when the circle is favoring them, they do come out on top, and it's a prime example of that once again. They're really good at defending their compounds, and also really good at making those micro adjustments in the final few moments, and that's what they do. But all they need is the zone on top of them.
Yeah, this time also, pretty early on, they decided to just hold on to the center of the circle.
Yeah.
And they were praying that it shifts at the direction, which it did, right? I think the biggest task for 8-Bit was that fight against the players of THW. Once they overcame that, I think it was pretty much done and dusted. But, if this grenade coming in from Nova at the last moment took Aditya out at the start, I think it could have been anybody's game, because there were 2 players pushing in. Imagine it could have really gone down to the wire, a 1v1 situation. But yes, 8-Bit did get the chicken dinner. Of course, the players of Galaxy Esports really came out swinging. So this week, so far, the first 3 games we have seen has been all about the undergods really understanding they've got nothing to lose, just have decided to go all out. And you talk about Limra, you talk about LOC, Galaxy Esports, everybody's fighting.
Yeah, they're stretching the fights definitely in quite a great fashion, right? And the undergods are able to make the waves in the perfect fashion. They're getting those points as well. Off the rip, you saw the players of Insane come out on top. Then later on, Team Limro was the one to dominate. And now look at this. Galaxy's the one to dominate once again. Yes, they did not really get the chicken dinner, but still, the most amount of points are accumulated by Galaxy. And moving on forward towards the MVP, we know it's who it's going to be, right? It's going to be Evil. He had 8 elimination points.
I think he might have gotten a few more, maybe not. All right, 8 finishes, but those 198 points of damage, that goes on to show how good this man was. And there was one point, during the game, Necro, where you could see he ran out of meds. He still came to his teammate. He got that first hit and eventually also got that final play of Prime down and out. But when you look at the top 5 performers, yes, if Evil is there, Nova could not be far away. Both of these players collectively getting those 12 finishes for 8-bit. It's a good news that Aditya is starting to finally hit. And for 7 Sure, I think Tiger, he's also been making those headlines.
Crypto is there too from Hyderabad Hydras with 3 eliminations and 620 damage dished out. And yeah, moving forward with the conversation, right? We saw that trifecta of death between Galaxy, Prime, and even Godlike. And speaking of Godlike, man, honestly speaking, that initial fight that we saw, so many mistakes were made from both the sides. But it's just that Godlike, they were able to capitalize a little bit more better. That's why Keminix Venom got capitalized.
I think in that particular situation, it was all about Godlike having that extra helping hand. When Phantom was just on the back lines, he could really not close in that distance on his teammates. Had he been there, it could have also been anybody's game. But Godlike making those right calls over there and some bravery, really helping them securing those points. But eventually, they were just outplayed by the players of Prime and Galaxy Esports. That did happen, but along with Godlike also crashing down, there was another team that went out pretty early. That was Carnival Gaming, and at this point, having 2 games played and nothing really working out for you, Carnival Gaming, they really need to bounce back.
I mean, for CG, man, they're supposed to be the defensive bunch, right? They like to kick things off on a great note. Unfortunately, on the day 1 itself, CG, they come crashing down. First 2 games, nothing found. They're not able to find any sort of momentum, and this really makes the fan concerned. But moving on forward towards Galaxy Esports' domination in that game, of course, 19 points accumulated, and Team 8-Bit with that chicken dinner just getting 16. Hyderabad Hydras with double digits on the board too, 12 points, and then you've also got 7 Shores with 8.
And I really like how 7 Shore, Rivalry, they're constantly, pushing in for those points, especially when you look at their entire run so far. And for Rivalry Esports, we also saw them have a really good time during the wildcards. And this time, when the survival is at stakes, I think they're really hitting out. But when you look at a couple of upsets, I think Reckoning Esports, they seem lost in the game of Miramar. That was also the case. I think the decision making they used to really make really well finally is gone out for a toss. For Godlike Esports, we know what happened. For Prime Esports, really, I mean, that transition, it feels like, they've lost that magic which they used to have during the grind or even through round number 4. I do not know. What do you think, Necro, has gone wrong with Prime Esports? I mean, that aggression, that has been thrown out of the window.
Yeah, overthinking in that fight, that's all I can say, right? And then later on, Galaxy Esports 2 chiming in the fray. That just made the players fight a lot of those demons in their head, and that's why they were not able to find that perfect strike. Because you saw one of the players on the side of Prime Esports, he was set up to perfection, but still the execution could not really come through. And for Galaxy Esports, man, Evil was the main playmaker. Towards the compound, this man was able to shut down Jonathan, a couple of more players from the side of Prime as well. So in general, Galaxy Esports, it was their game.
It certainly were their game, and I'm really hoping to see them in the grand finals. I mean, for them, they really need to fight out for it. But for you viewers, you can really join us and enjoy all that action, especially in Hyderabad High-Tech's Exhibition Center. And from what I've heard, that we've got all our tickets out live. You can get the normal tickets, but what you get in the premium tickets is you get that elite pass along with some free snacks out there. And I've also heard that you're going to get some exclusive merch. We haven't got enough information about that yet.
Yeah, I mean, you can hope for the best. I mean, you can expect to get some merch, some nice 2024 BGIS merch. And moving on forward, of course, snacks and food. It is something that we all love, right?
We both love, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course, snacks is something that I love. Even some meals. It's going to be the icing on top of the cake that we just need.
Yeah, of course. And the best part, for all the fans coming out there, we also have those meet and greet sessions.
Oh, yeah.
So you get to get your autographs, even sit beside them, and maybe have a little bit of a more heart-to-heart chatter. That is also out there. So make sure you're doing the deed and helping us out. And all of that is on Paytm Insider. So do not forget to book your tickets. And if you meet us, don't forget to drop in and say a hi. But that being said, 3 games already done and dusted. And it feels like we've just gone past by just a single game with a kind of aggression that's really coming out. I'm so excited for the next 3.
I mean, speaking about the next games, man, it's just making me even more concerned about the teams that are going to be performing in, right? Because Mogo Esports, once again, to jump back in the fray. And for Mogo Esports, the first 2 games, I mean, especially the first game, it was really shaky. Moving on forward towards the second game, Mogo Esports, once again, looking a little bit more shaky. And for Cheminix Venom, I'm not even sure how the performance is going to be looking like in the future lines because it once again makes me even more concerned. So you can't say for the Group A, they've got a lot of those teams that are in the big concerning factor, and you speak about the Group C, the same thing still happens. There's only a few of these undergods that are really doing good.
You're already so excited, right? And, before we have that 4th game beginning, folks, we do have an exciting promo lined up for you guys. We'll see you right after this.
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख में इस पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम प्ले थोड़ा BGMI।
Just to play that one game of TDM, the lens we head on to. And every single day, I think Necro and I ensure that we at least play 5 to 6 TDM battles, just sharpen and own our skills. And he's got still those dreams of coming out as a player. But for me, I know my curtains are already fallen. And you could try your hands out, get those TDM numbers up, maybe, post the screenshots of your scores and let us know, tag us. And now, Necro, coming back to business. Now we've got the 4th game coming in front of us. It is going to be Vikendi. What are we expecting?
Towards Vikendi podcast hours. That's all I'm going to be expecting. Maybe a couple of these drop collisions can definitely spice the things up, but we know the first 4 stages, nothing's going to be happening inside of the game. It's going to be super slow. And considering the overall standings now in front of us, once again, the same thing is going to be there on the first page, but just a little change in the factor. You see Galaxy Esports on the 2nd spot.
Nobody really saw this coming, did they? Galaxy Esports, by the virtue of that one good game, instantly are inside of that 2nd. And look at this. This is the beauty of the BGIS in the 2nd week of the semi-finals. 2 teams, complete undergods coming in from the in-game qualifiers all the way up till now. And even Insane Esports. Now, this is what I was concerned about, right? For Insane, they've played their 2 games, 1 game chicken dinner. They couldn't get a lot of points in the 2nd one, which is fine. But look at this. On the 4th, you've got Inferno Squad. On the 5th, we've got 8-Bit. Certainly, the teams that are in the top 8, we really did not expect them to be where they are, except for Entity, right?
All you need to do is be in that top 8 of the overall standings at the end of the week 2, and you will be having a slot for yourself towards the grand finals. Now we've got the last page of the overall standings in front of us, and Magnet Esports will be there too, with only 5 points. Lifecraft there. CG once again is one of those teams you do not really expect to see over here.
What a massive collapse. I mean, I really felt like if you look at the script, the way they've been playing, round number 4, they played kind of disappointing. It was quite upsetting suddenly to redeem themselves during the wildcards. And then come at week 1 of the semis, they were really out of the groove. Eventually to redeem themselves in that final day. I think they got around 50 points if I'm not wrong just in that last day. I really felt like they could have that momentum swinging, but this time, I mean, I do not know if they were really unlucky or they're actually not in the zone anymore.
I mean, at this point in time for CG, it's really tough to say because it's a complete drop-off that we did not even expect. It happened out of nowhere. It's really tough for us to speculate, know exactly what's going on between these teams. It feels like something is going on internally. These teams are definitely trying to fight it out, figure it out exactly what's going on wrong. But moving on forward towards Entity as well. Now we finally see Troy back in the fray. And for Entity, this is definitely supposed to be that bigger sigh of relief considering in the week 2, they're looking to make that bounce back. And with this playing 4, they can definitely do so with these.
I really hope so. They stick with Troy towards the end, till the end, in fact, because he's such an important part of the cog. And Entity, I think they're looking good, but who knows what happens next.
I mean, there's so many things that might just happen as we move on forward towards the matchup. And for Team Entity, this will be another chance to try and recover. For teams like Mogo Esports, another chance will be given to them to try and get things underneath their belt, especially Mogo Esports. The lineup is the defending champions, and you do not expect them to be in the week 2, but they're already over here. But the bounce back, you expect that to happen with these.
You know, this could have been a huge collapse, but somehow they recovered in that game of Miramar. I mean, Justin Shogun 11, playing really well considering they had no other choices. But folks, it's time to take a look at the schedule, because this is where things get really exciting, because now we've got Vikendi into the mix and new set of groups coming in. Group A does come back into action, and that has my heart filled with excitement.
And you've also got teams like Kiminix Wenham back in the race once again, right? The previous game was completely a mishap, but considering the fact that now it's not going to be the map of Sanhok, you're going to move on towards the icy lands. Maybe Kiminix Wenham can have a better chance, considering the first 3 zones, they barely take a shift. If you do find yourself in the center, then it's all good in the hood for you. If you're somewhere playing from the outskirts, you just need to hope that the upcoming zones, they keep on forming near you.
Oh, you certainly have to, because now when you look at Vikendi, we've got quite a lot of those favorites also playing it out. And let's not forget that all the major teams that had their success are either outside of this tournament or already inside of the grand finals. I mean, Team X Park isn't going to be playing anymore, but here we have the matchup, Group A taking on Group C.
Exactly. Team Limbra once again back in the fray, considering they're doing really good in the overall standings at the top, and they're the only team who has managed to secure the 30-pointer. Team Entity with the playing 4 looking really good. Lifecraft, another chance will be given to them to try and recover, but Team Insane, they need to be on the consistent phase. If they do get double digits on the board, they will be easily surpassing that first spot. For Mogo Esports, still looking to find that momentum, not doing too good in the overall standings, but still in that decent shoes. Moving on towards Hyderabad Hydras, barely playing in towards that 8th spot. You've also got Reckoning Esports back in the fray. Kiminix Wenham, you really do expect this team to do a little bit more better. And 8-Bit, after that previous chicken dinner, they've got the wind in the sails.
And again, it's going to be exciting to see, can they keep the momentum going heading into this game of Vikendi, because again, this off map comes in and everything just slows down all of a sudden, and that can be game breaking for a lot of these big names. But 8-Bit, I think the adaptation can definitely come in. But as you were talking about Hyderabad Hydras, right, and Reckoning Esports, I think still a very interesting development for us to witness. The gap, it's basically non-existent over there.
Yeah, I mean, the gap, you speak about that, as you mentioned, right? The first day is definitely going to be way too sensitive. The overall standings will be quite interesting. And looking at the fact that Team Limbra is currently topping the charts with 30 points, that's the only gap that you see in the overall standings, because the second spot is on 23.
Exactly, and everyone else is right now very close in terms of those points. And I think, as we were talking about it before I left, Fixus was there, and this was one thing he said, like, one good game, one chicken dinner, and you can instantly change your fate, take a leap into that top 2, and from there on out, it's just about being consistent, securing 5 to 6 points per match, and that should be enough to keep you in the top 8. I mean, this is what a good start to the second week of the semifinals can do.
And this Vikendi can be a crucial turning point for the teams, right? Especially for the teams that are looking to find that momentum. As I mentioned, Mogo Esports, the defending champion, still in the back line, just sitting in the overall standings. Reckoning Esports not able to find that footing once again. Hyderabad Hydras just barely able to squeeze themselves under the radar. But it's not the Hyderabad Hydras you know, man. Back in 2023, this team was doing really good when it comes to the firepower.
I mean, it was a different lineup back then as well. I mean, but the team that is playing for Hyderabad Hydras right now, I mean, as we mentioned, former Gen X FM, back then, no fear in their eyes, so many perfect fights taken as well, so much aggression into their play style, and with this new point structure in play, that does pay off, where it does pay off to be a little bit more aggressive. It's kind of weird to see them take a tumble and having to struggle to stay inside of the top 8. But I mean, one thing is also, I mean, again, you and I, we get too critical about these teams. I think they're still on that 8th position. They pop off once, I think they are going to have that safety cushion.
Yeah, all they need is like double digits on the board in every single leftover games, right? And considering every single day they will be playing 4 games in total, so that's enough chances to try and prove yourself. And one single good game can instantly catapult towards the top of the overall standings. Keep this thing in mind. You sitting at your home and watching, top 8 is the way to go. Still looking forward to find those formidable 8, as we do see the plane flight path on the screen, starting all the way from Cosmodrome towards Vihar.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a short flight path for this map of Vikendi as well, and I think the only places where it might spell trouble for you if you are looking to head in that direction, it's going to be the southern edge of the map. If you're looking to head towards Winery or Abbey or Volnova, then you might be in trouble. Heading towards Hot Spring and Contra, it's going to be a little bit easier because you can land towards the northeastern side of Cement Factory and then pick up a few vehicles, rotate along the highways. But let's see, Vikendi, it's one of those maps where it's quite rare to witness those early drop clashes, but if they happen, they get very chaotic very quickly.
Now, I want to ask you a prediction towards this game. Which team do you think is going to be the one to come to life?
8-Bit. Look at the circle.
Okay. 8-Bit, just as usual, being the zone magnets, right? They've got a nice split going on for themselves, and the split's a little bit too far away, so that's also making me concerned a little bit.
I mean, but it's so much early control. If all the 4 players can manage to survive for the next 10 minutes and then regroup close to the center, I think they will have set themselves up for success. From there on out, it's all about handling that mid-game pressure.
Yeah, I mean, the first 4 zones, nothing's going to be happening. So for 8-bit, it will be a slower start considering they're right in the smack center. They do not really need to make a lot of those moves. So, yeah, a necessary adjustment. It needs to be cut off. Moving in towards Team Insane. They started things off with a fiery note. The conversion towards the map of Miramar wasn't too good, but still Team Insane, I really think so they should have this game in the bag.
I mean, there is a possibility. I mean, Insane, they've been doing quite well for themselves. It's not like it's they're having a bad day. They're having a pretty good day today.
Yep.
Still inside of the top 5. The position that they're in, all they have to do is avoid any early conflict against the players of Inferno Squad and LOC. And even if they do run into a fight, just do not lose your players. The only thing that can backfire on Insane is this 3-1 split that they've employed in the start of the game, because you have 3 players in one direction, and then 2 of them, in fact, have gone for a split. Evil is a few hundred meters away from his team, and Spy was the one who was split up the most. He was quite close to the players of Inferno Squad, but we did see him fall back as well, so I think Insane, they are going to regroup very soon. But Castle is where we find the players of Team Entity, and they're not used to being here. Not normally.
I mean, look at Gamla Boy, right? The set just came out and the man already has got the skin.
You're already jealous.
Yeah. He's rich. Man's rich. But yeah, moving in towards Galaxy Esports. It is one of those teams that played really good in the previous one. You've got Evil over here too, but this time, this Evil is hitting back really well. 8-bit able to kick things off on a great note considering they do take a fight against Lifecraft. And they also do get the conversion against one of the players. And now they're also looking forward to press upon the charges a little bit more. Lifecraft, they're quite exposed to the wounds.
Yeah, but 8-bit, they need to be extremely careful with how they make this push, because they might assume that there's just one individual from the side of Lifecraft, but it's not even going to matter. Drigger with that nade does drop Juicy to the floor. Now Mighty, he's going to have to scramble to try and see if he can deny this elimination point to the players of Lifecraft, but no, he's trying to escape. And they've given up on this fight already.
One of the main issues for the side of 8-bit. Off the rip, they do not really like to take a fight. Where is the cavalry? That's my real question. 8-bit were supposed to be in the advantages side of things, but they still somehow mess up. And now taken down with a 3-man squad, it's a really bad start for Lifecraft and 8-bit themselves.
At least it wasn't a free frag given to the other side. There was a trade. One picked off from either side. Prime Esports this time around against the players of Kemin X Venom. And it's Kemin X Venom who actually kicked things off. They found the first knock in this fight.
Yeah, Altu, just with the orange sight, able to laser down that man. What a beam that was. And then look at Fury 2 starting to face the opponents. As 2 of the players, they get confirmed instantly. And this UMP is now starting to do a lot of that damage. Prime Esports in a whole world of trouble as they're taken down to just a 2-man squad. And now Kemin X Venom, they're going to gain the confidence. They do feed on the opponent's fear.
Yeah, and this time again, Kemin X Venom a little bit desperate for those points. They realize this first fight is in their control. I think still looking for some information as to where the other 2 surviving individuals from the side of Prime Esports are going to be. And Altu, his is the most important job of not letting Zoro escape. They have the information they want to go for the push, and here it is.
Oh my god, he whiffed. Oh, he misses that shot. And Zoro, he gets capitalized. That one single shot could have been so crucial.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he whiffs that. And that's why Prime Esports now almost on the verge of completely eliminated. But still, you've got one more man from Prime just hiding away. And it's better to do so. Considering it is the game of Vikendi, you never know. You can squeeze yourself in that top 5 with ease.
Yeah, the last man, there it is, Brook. Made quite an early escape, by the way, from that fight. And
He
look
knew.
at that, he's already just 20 meters away from the circle. So he should be able to find a safe haven for himself. And if he does, all he has to do is just stack up those first aids. This is that one map that brought Heal Battle into the meta. This is where it all began.
For Prime Esports, once again, a bad start. Luckily enough, they're not the only ones, so they're not going to be feeling too lonely. There's another team on the same page. Lifecraft and 8-Bit still up against each other. And you do not know what the course of action is going to look like over there. Team Limra playing on the edges towards the left. Considering they're playing so good in the overall standings, Team Limra, the pressure's going to be lifted off automatically.
Yeah, of course. And again, I think the target for the day was 50 points. They've gotten close.
Yeah, really close.
Still a few more steps to go. In the meanwhile, this is what I wanted to talk about. When we saw the map a few seconds ago, you notice how empty that eastern half of the circle was. All of the teams still on that eastern island. And if the timing is right and if all of them collapse towards the edge of the circle together, I think we're going to have a very intense mid-game on Vikendi, which is quite a rare sight.
I mean, so far, it's still quite tough to speculate what exactly is going to be happening, right?
Yeah.
We did not really see a lot of those drop collisions. We just saw one maybe, considering 8-Bit. They faced off against Lifecraft quite in an unorthodox fashion. And the fact that 8-Bit was able to swing back to life, that was quite unpredictable too. Now you've got Magnet Esports in the Smack Center looking pretty good. Galaxy Esports on the screen. And as I mentioned a while ago, right? These guys are the Bloodhounds.
Yeah.
If they do find that trail, they will chase you down.
Again, I mean, even the previous game, Galaxy Esports, they've done a phenomenal job of building that momentum. And as you mentioned, Necro, these Bloodhounds, they're going to try and see how many bodies they can hunt in this game. Position also not too bad, present towards Volnova. I think they expect Entity to break in towards their direction at any time. That is what they're hoping for.
Maybe.
See Evil, he's marking that bridge. Because this has been the strategy for Somraj and the boys for a long time. They do like to start from Hot Springs towards the southeastern edge of the circle. And if this plan of theirs, Galaxy Esports, if their plan is put to execution, it works out perfectly. Oh boy, is that going to be exciting to witness.
I mean, those are free points right there, right? So you might as well try to block off the rotates.
The problem is there's another bridge.
Yeah, there is, but you've got two more players looking over there too. So Galaxy Esports, they are trying to seal it off completely. But yeah, now on the move too. Just do not really care. They do realize prioritizing the zone is going to be a little bit more better considering Entity. They like to go for the med strat.
Yeah. Entity like to take their sweet time when moving out of early zones, and especially for a team that likes to play slow, Vikendi becomes heaven.
Yeah.
Basically.
I mean, look at Vasista Esports. It is one of those teams that relied on the med strat so much, and now they're already there towards the grand finals, but Magnet Esports, they indulge inside of a fight against Team Insane. And Team Insane, they've already lost out on 3 players. It's not looking too good. Magnet, they indeed have attracted all those points towards them, but then Afu, he hits back, strikes back the foes in the front, as Magnet Esports not looking too good in this spot.
Oh.
Team Insane now, slowly and steadily starting to face that brunt. Afu left in a 1-on-2. He sees both the players in the front lines. He connects the first shot, but it's not too critical. Afu now forced in a corner, and he's still playing around it. And Afu going for the revival. The util's being tossed from the top. And Afu, he's got a man ejecting out. And in midair, he gets shut down.
What a brilliant play from Magnet Esports though, and Insane as well. Afu over there trying his level best to fight it out. But the fight for Magnet Esports, it is not over. There's the third party coming in from Lifecraft. Nade lobbed out, but Mr. IGL, he's still going for the revive on his fallen comrade Bajoy. In the meanwhile, he's going to try and at least relieve some of this pressure off, but Lifecraft, now this is interesting. They did not overextend or overcommit to that fight. Just a few nades lobbed from Ryzen, and now he backs off.
I mean, for a lot of these teams, we're not seeing any change in the script.
Yeah.
In the week 1, Kemen Esports, they started things off with a shebang. First game, chicken dinner, the same thing happened with the week 2, and now look at them. Consistency completely dropped off, and that's the exact script that followed in the week 1 itself, moving in towards CG. I mean, look at their start. Once again, on the latter half of the board, completely at the last.
Yeah.
And this is the exact thing that happened inside of the week 1 as well. Before now, Kevin Wenham spotting out the players of Entity, take that rotate. A lot of the shots are taken, but nothing is found.
Again, I mean, information exchange between the players of Kevin X Venom and Entity Gaming.
Oh my
trying
God.
to see if he can get at least one. So much damage dished out, but Unok secured. Entity, they do manage to escape and break free from Kemenex Venom. Should give them an easy entry and easy access towards Dino Park, but I think the most important thing right now is where will the next zone take us? How drastic will that shift be? Because stage 1 to stage 2 is, well, to be honest, a little negligible.
It is.
Don't even see it happen.
It did happen, but
Yes.
barely, right? And that's been one of the main concerns for Vikendi. The zone moves a little bit too short. And that's why in the initial phase, a lot of those teams will be on the safer lines. But keep this thing in mind, they can also accumulate a lot of that information. If the
Yes.
zone does take that shift away from them in the later phase, it will be a complete bath of blood.
That is why this map becomes very interesting in terms of those early game tactics. Where do you want to position yourself? How early do you want to charge towards the center? Or are you still going to play inside of the blue on the edge? Mogo Esports on our screens, though they were one of the first teams from that eastern side of the map to rotate towards the circle, and yet, as of now, they find themselves as the only ones playing the eastern edge of the circle, which is quite interesting.
I mean, for Mogo Esports,
Yeah.
the fact that they're there inside of the zone this early, I'm just happy with that. Usually they like to tank that first zone, right? So this time, that crucial change that you see on the board. For Team Insane, I'm not even sure what the Sunday moment was, because losing out on 3 players off the rip like that, and then Afu just left to clutch it out, not a big fan of this. Team Insane, unorthodox approach, they did not have a proper plan.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think they had a proper plan. And of course, no information about the position of the opposing players as well was one more thing that I believe backfired against them. But considering, I mean, they did do quite decent for themselves at the start of the day, I think there's still opportunity for Team Insane to stay in the fight and try and qualify for the grand finals themselves. In the meanwhile, the Reckoning Esports, hoping to see them take a seat or a spot inside the top 8 after this game.
I mean, look at Hunters. Am I a big fan of this move? Maybe not. Reckoning Esports, they might just be having so many eyes on top of them, considering there's Prime Esports in the back, Galaxy in the front. And Galaxy is a team you should not mess around with. Evil, right there on the corner. Is Galaxy Esports still looking forward to do something? And I mean, in general, with how the entire map of Sanhok panned out, Evil single-handedly getting so many of those knockout blows towards his teammates. Just look at this man, from the far fray, just spraying down. Evil not even scared, confident with his approach, giving the openings to the entirety of Galaxy. And that's how Godlike just completely crumbled. Look at Evil, constantly putting on that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, he's been quite incredible for his team. And DP as well from the side of Galaxy Esports. The player, I believe, who has been responsible for making sure that the team reaches this far into BGIS 2024. But let's see. Where will the next shift of the circle takes us? Not too far from where we already were. Just 2 teams outside the circle as of now. One is Mogo Esports. We still see them towards that eastern edge. And the other is going to be Kemenex Venom. Oh, but Brook, last man left from the side of Prime Esports, and it seems like he has been found out.
Yeah, the man snuffed out. Oh, what a shot that was. I mean, just imagine how quick of a reaction you would need. And Troy, he presses that trigger in the right time. But yeah, for Entity, just getting that 1 elimination on the top. It's not something that's going to do wonders, but still it's something that's maybe going to give you that mental pressure subsider.
And all we have been asking, or in fact hoping for from the side of Entity Gaming, is consistency, right? Not even the chicken dinner wins or the big games. 8 to 10 points per match. That is what Entity need to deliver. If they can, qualification right now, especially considering they are already in a decent spot inside of the top 8, it's not going to be too difficult at all. Again, kind of a big surprise seeing a team like that go through a slump, but happens to the best of us.
Does. Inferno Squad. Another one of these teams that you'd really need to look out for. You cannot underestimate these lads. They can strike back at any time. Cold-blooded eliminators. Looking at Hyderabad Hydras, just gathering information around the corners, knowing exactly what the rotation pathway might just look like for them in the future. Chemenix Venom still surviving with all the 4 players, and they're just trying to accumulate the meds at this point.
Yeah. I think the strategy is simple, and I think Chemenix Venom, they can make it work as well. They've been sticking around outside in the blue for a long time at the start of the game as well. We saw them take control of that winery area, the southern shoreline of the map. They will have to be extremely careful with the direction they're moving in. We saw the cluster of teams that was developing towards the southern edge and towards the western edge as well.
I mean, Chemenix Venom, I like this preparation, right? Look at them. Every single player, he's got 6 first aids. If things go south, they instantly drop all those first aids to that one single man who will go for the med strat. So they're ready for the future. Now, this is what you call having a proper game plan. And Chemenix Venom right now, they do seem like they have figured some stuff out. But how well is the plan going to keep up to the intensity and the heat waves of the lobbies? That's the real question. It is the icy map, but still sometimes the heat's so much that the players do tend to eliminate quite quicker.
And this time I think now what we are waiting to see is what will be the next team to bite the dust, or in fact the snow in this case. Entity quite close to the players of Chemenix Venom. This isn't going to be the first time in this game when these two teams engage against each other, although the tables are flipped now. Earlier it was Entity on the move and Chemenix Venom taking the shots. That's going to be Entity's turn. In the meanwhile, though, Galaxy Esports, they find their first finish in this match.
Wow. Zone shifting up north. 8-bit once again being the zone magnets in the smack center. Reckoning Esports doing good too. Inferno Squad, even they've got the power position. Hyderabad Hydra is trying to move in from that southern side, but look at the amount of teams that are going to be looking forward to breach in from that same breaching point. There's too many of those. And Entity Gaming looking out for that same pathway Team VG's taking, even Team Limera's taking.
That is going to be interesting. I mean, we saw that cluster towards the southern edge of the circle take a split. Mogo, they went back towards the eastern edge, and as you mentioned, Entity, Limera, and Chemenix Venom, they took the western edge of the circle. You do see VG still moving up north.
And then you see Mogo Esports moving in from the right lines. The only team that's taken that rotation pathway.
Yeah.
For Mogo Esports, they're going to be safe for a while. But you do not have the assurity of the circle moving on top of them. But if it does happen, well, then you know it is Destro's game.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that is what he's hoping for as well at this point. Early redemption in semifinals week 2. An early secure of at least, I'd say, 40 to 50 points today as well. But it is going to be a little bit tough to execute at this point. Although Team Limera, we were speaking about them. They made a rotation through the west. They found an edge of the circle with a decent cover to work with, but we'll see how the endgame plays out for them. In the meanwhile, though, Lifecraft up against the players of Galaxy Esports, and 2 knocks secured by Lifecraft already.
Nicely done by the players. The utilities are now starting to hit like a truck. The nades are being cooked to perfection. Drigger tosses another nade, and it almost gets the confirmation towards Nova. The man is still there, and now is also trying to go for the revival. Unfortunately, he ticks away to death. And now Sarov, he's pushing up close and personal. Almost could have found the timing as well on that player, but unfortunately, he misses the time to strike. It's all about being calm and patient in these type of moments. In Galaxy Esports, there's a high chance they might just crack under that pressure.
I mean, I think they have already cracked under the pressure of this game. 2 players lost already. And even now, the fight, as you mentioned, it looks quite scrappy from there, and still just trying to survive, trying to see if they can avoid the line of fire against the players of Lifecraft. And one more falls. Saurav is going to be the next target. DP, the last man standing, not standing anymore. He's going to be forced to turn into a crate as Viper chimes in. 5 elimination points on the board for Lifecraft already.
Easy defense.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess defense as well is sometimes quite good. But I'm a believer. Defense can be countered with more offense.
Yeah, I think it's a saying, a good defense is a better offense.
No. My saying is different, right?
Okay.
Defense can be countered with more offense. Usually people say if someone's defending, you defend as well.
No.
But defense can be countered with more offense.
If two people are defending, then it's a stalemate.
Yeah,
There's no
I mean,
one
that's what
standing.
happens usually, right?
Oh man, that's so lucky. He just
Oh
dropped
my
on that
God.
nade from the balcony.
And then-
If it was cooked perfectly, Ryzen would not be standing anymore.
I mean, then he waltzed on top of the wall in the open like that. There we go, finally. Magnet Esports. This time, Ryzen, he just had the magnet on top of him, man. The utilities were being tossed on top of him. And finally, he catches that nade.
Yeah.
And now Ryzen trying to back away from this entire fight. Ryzen, the revival's definitely going to be possible. As Viper, he goes for it.
To be
He should
honest,
be-
I didn't think he would be able to make it that far.
Yeah, no, he's back upon his feet. It's all good. Lifecraft, once again, back with 3-man squad. Looking pretty strong.
Yeah, looking pretty strong, in fact, but they need to be careful and cautious with how they move around now. Because even the backlines are going to get compromised in the next few seconds. We are at stage 5 already. 40 seconds to go before the blue zone closes in completely. And if this shift of the circle actually forces both of these two teams out, then it's going to get intense. But look at the radar now, Necro. Mogo Esports, they are closing in from the rear.
Hunters. Even he's starting to chime inside of the fight. Reckoning Esports finally getting some semblance of hope. Converting some of the eliminations. Mogo Esports unfortunately starting to face that brunt as they're going for that late game rotation. And Mogo Esports, it's not working out clearly. Losing out on the man number. They're going for that longer fray, longer rotate. And they completely give up on that fallen player.
And if they get or even come close to one more team anytime soon, those vehicles, they definitely go, they will blow in fact. But what's going on over here? We have Kemenex Venom going up against the players of Reckoning Esports, and kind of even trades being made by either sides. It's Phantom, the last man left standing from the side of Kemen Venom, but he has the opportunity to go for revives now since Reckoning Esports, they just get annihilated with that nade from Phantom. Wow.
They do. Kemenex Venom looking really good so far. But still, unfortunately, outside of the zone. 5 eliminations converted, so that's a good news. That can be the cushion the players are looking out for, and now they can focus on the complete med strat that they were rooting out for.
Exactly what I was about to say, because, I mean, Kemenex Venom, they had such a difficult time because they wanted to just move around the map and not take any fights. And for the first time in this match, they were forced into action against the players of Reckoning as well, who are desperate for those points. So being able to handle this, as you mentioned, this allows them the freedom to go for that heal battle later on. But let's see. They will have to try and stay inside the safe zone as long as possible, preferably till the next stage. Stage 7 is when you start utilizing all of those first stages on one isolated player in the backlines. And by the way, Entity Gaming, they were spotted out by 8-bit on that northern edge of the circle.
They were. There's Kemenex Venom in the back lines. There's LOC on the left. 8-bit in the front. Entity in a big, big death trap. Do not know how to evade it. But for RTGXI and D, it's not looking too good. It's not looking fluid. They cannot be water in the icy lands. Still trying to flow through, though. Trying to make their own pathway. They're barely making it inside of the safer zone. And look at this push that LOC makes. 8-bit, they still do counter it to perfection. And this is what the 8-bit is known for. Once they do have the prime positioning, they always do tend to come out on top. The defense has been looking really good from 8-bit. Unfortunately for them, there's a revival coming through. And Aditya, he patches himself up. Once again, looking like the formidable force inside of the fight. And even Entity, they do collapse on top of this compound.
Everyone wants to fight for this building. 8-bit, they were holding the prime spot of the north in this game. And now, finally, with LOC out of the way, I think Entity, they have full reign, full control of this one compound. It's just Aditya along with them in the building, and it should be a 1v4 in the favor of Entity as well.
For Kemenex Venom, they had Alto on the med strat, but he gets knocked out of the zone!
Oh,
this is
no.
such a big blunder! Oh my god, Kemenex Venom just completely falling on top of their faces. They do not exactly know what the game plan's gonna look like for now, but focusing on this fight, Team 8-bit, Aditya, he moves out. He's taking too much damage. He reunites with his teammate. Both the players in the same house. Now 8-bit looking a little bit more comfortable as they do respect the opponent's pace.
Oh, but while they are getting more and more comfortable in this game, look at the discomfort in the eyes of this team. Mogo Esports, you have Shogun knocked out. Destro, he has no cover far from that wall of smokes in front of him, and there he goes. Taken out, put out of his misery by the players of Inferno Squad. And this was their first finish of the game, by the way.
Lifecraft, look at them. They're just rocking the stage. They're looking really good with a 3-man squad just joining the entire cleanup crew, and they're starting to clean up the Southern Fray. Team 8-Bit still towards that northern side, playing that defense game against 8-Bit and Team Limra. For Team Limra, they're already the table toppers. Everything has been falling into place for them. But as the zone shifts away from the northern side, every single team towards that north area will be in a big state of discomfort.
Yeah, for Limra Esports though, also a part of that northern cluster, I think it's not about winning the game, it's about taking the competition out. As you mentioned, sitting at the top of the overall leaderboard, they would not want anyone to catch up to them, but it's like 3 different teams they can take care of in a single go. Being patient to let them fight amongst themselves, let them dish out as much damage as they can to each other, and then they will push upon these wounded soldiers. Oh, good dodge from Aditya and a good knock as well, but he was outnumbered over there on the ground floor, the other players. And Samra just asking him politely, what's up, Aditya? How are you?
It's funny how he just gave up on his life. He knew it's done for.
Yeah.
He straight up just walks outside of that bathroom, jumps down from that balcony, and he's like, hey, what's up? And then he gets eliminated because he completely gave up. He knew nothing can be done. There's no recovery from this spot. Team Limra making that rotate out in the open, looking desperate. And they're taking a lot of that damage upon themselves, but this time they collapse against Magnet Esports. From the far fray, it's also going to be the players of Entity just mowing down the lawns, and within a flash, you see the entirety of Team Limra going.
Man. It wasn't just Entity and Magnet. There was one more team that was part of the action. It was Inferno Squad Necro from across the edge of the circle. They were able to spray down the players of Team Limra, and now I think they have their eyes set on Magnet Esports. By the way, just a few seconds ago, I think it was almost just a minute ago, we saw Inferno Squad inside of the game with just 1 elimination. They're up to 7 now.
Inferno Squad, man, that one switch-up that we saw in the week 1 has really panned out well for them.
Yeah.
In the later stages, they brought Jutin back in the mix, and now this man's been able to play wonders. The call-outs that we're seeing from Inferno Squad, it's been magical. Omega getting a couple of more of these confirmations as Troy is also going to meet the Makers. Magnet Esports in the front. They're in the prime positioning for now. So Magnet Esports, you can't say in the comfort shoes. Hyderabad Hydra's doing really good too. They've got all the 4 players alive. But looking at the entire playing 4 of Inferno Squad 2, the bigger thorn in the way is definitely going to be Inferno Squad here.
I mean, they can be, but they're a little too worried about the players of Magnet Esports, and the nade, it looks good. Still not close enough to the players. This is going to be point blank. They let it happen as well. Magnet Esports, what is going on with this team? Chandan OP is going to try and hide behind those vehicles, but I don't think that's going to be a good idea for him.
Yeah, that's where the main problem is. We're not seeing any precautionary measures taken from Magnet Esports to try and avoid this offense from the side of Entity. And Entity, for them to easily squeeze in these points. Inferno Squad, even they're taking a lot of that damage upon themselves. Look at the players of Entity just accumulating these points. Bukar is getting some of the freebies.
From the perspective of Inferno Squad, just being able to stay alive in the top 4 of this game and getting those 7 elimination points is overall success. But now, how far can they take this? I think this pretty much does it, pretty much hands the chicken to the players of Hyderabad Hydra's Inferno Squad. 1 more player picked off.
Yeah, down to that final glimmer of hope, right? Gamla Boy still all the way back in the blue. He's got his hands on 6 first states. He should be in that top 2 with ease.
Yeah.
Hyderabad Hydra's making that push against Inferno Squad, and the last man's outside of the zone. He's trying to be one with the nature, but Omega gets decapitated. He gets devoured by the zone. And now last man from Entity is going for that Met strat. He's secured that second spot. Gamla Boy, nicely done. Maybe getting taken out from the game. Before he does so, he squeezes that 1 more point away.
Yeah, hey, extra point in the bag. And Gamla Boy is a happy man because of that. But they're going to have to settle for that second place team Entity because the chicken dinner, as we mentioned, as soon as Inferno Squad went down, it was pretty much guaranteed that Hyderabad Hydras are going to be the ultimate victors, the winners of this map of Vikendi. And what an amazing performance as well from Hyderabad Hydras. They were so patient in the early stages. We saw them take a part in the action right towards the end.
Yeah, now, once again, the only one thing that could have changed the entire course of that fight between Inferno Squad and Magnet were the smokes. If the smokes were utilized to perfection, Magnet Esports could have countered that push. Imagine the players inside of the shack, they start tossing out the smoke. It's a complete wall of smoke against the players of Entity and even against the players of Inferno Squad. So even Inferno Squad, before making that move, they should have thought a little bit more.
That is very true. I think as they went towards the players of Magnet Esports, I think the pressure from the side of Hyderabad Hydras also developed because they were moving towards that ridge that gave them the line of fire. And again, I think for Inferno Squad, I think towards the end it did the objective of the game did change. It became from winning the game to just let's get as many finishes as we can before we go out. And I think they succeeded in their mission. So overall, top 4 finish, 7 to 8 elimination. It was a good game.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, right, for Hyderabad Hydras, finally that old Gen X FM back in action. I mentioned this entire lineup in 2023 was really aggressive. And now moving on forward towards 2024, in the initial stages, yes, the aggression was there because the confidence was there to qualify.
Yeah.
But now that you're over here in the semifinals, you saw that confidence slowly and steadily fading away.
But I like the control they displayed in this particular match as well. As you mentioned, the mechanical skills are there in the players. The firepower is there. The coordination and synergy as well is already there because the whole lineup migrated to a different team together. But apart from that, I think, again, being a part of an org like Hyderabad Hydra, it teaches you a few extra things like having all of that infrastructure around you. And I think we are seeing the players mature as well. So this game of Vikendi, absolutely loved the way they played it out. And of course, I mean, the circles themselves did allow them to be successful. But Hyderabad Hydras, I think if you want to keep the dreams of winning the trophy itself alive, I think they're going to have to take this a little bit further. The old aggression needs to be mixed with this control.
And speaking of the players maturing, man, what's going on with Team Insane? The maturity is there in the first game, but then later on, it's just not following up on the other maps.
Why are we complaining? We expected this to happen, right? They do well at the start. We don't know what happens after that.
Yeah, but I mean, you do not really expect the same script to repeat itself, man.
It's like an airplane taking off, Necro. Once it goes behind the clouds, you do not know where it's headed.
Okay, interesting. I guess the pilot is lost for the side of Team Insane, considering they just do not really have a proper destination. But moving in towards the other teams that were not able to perform, Team 8-Bit, they were supposed to be in the flow of things. Unfortunately, losing out on 2 men off the rip, that really put them in a bad shoes. The same thing can be said for Kevin X Venom. Altu was supposed to go for that Met strat, but the man gets knocked out in the blue.
That was such a big blunder, such a big miscalculation, as you mentioned. The man with all of the first aids is the one who goes down. And then Phantom is just sitting there wondering inside of the building like, all right, what am I supposed to do now? There's like 4 different teams piling on here. There's 8-Bit, there's Entity, there was LOC there as well, and a few players did show up from the side of from Altu's squad as well. And then again, I mean, there was so much chaos because 8-Bit, they were the ones who were supposed to be eliminated in that fight the first, but it was LOC. And then 8-Bit for some reason just ended up surviving a few extra seconds. Entity as well. We were thinking Entity was going to do so well in this game, and they did, to be honest, but I was expecting a chicken, to be honest.
Yeah, Entity, they definitely did have that winning position too, but unfortunately, the final zone sort of shifting away from them, Entity needing to move out in the open, that's where things sort of came collapsing down for them, right? And even Team Limro was there at the top, so even Entity, they had Team Limro to deal with.
I forgot about Limro. They were the last team to breach that compound fight, and I think they heard so much chaos that they just swung wide and went for the compound where they clashed against Magnet.
I mean, looking at the MVP of the previous game, that was going to be Viper from Lifecraft. We completely missed out on Lifecraft. Even this team was hitting back really good in that game.
True. Lifecraft were having a fun time. As you pointed out, that particular fight where you had Limra, Magnet, Lifecraft was the squad that was taking shots from the distance. The only reason they weren't the ones sitting at the top at the end of the game was Inferno squad, who did manage to catch Lifecraft completely off guard.
I mean, looking at the top 5 performers, you're also going to find Crypto once again. Crypto has been that consistent man from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. You always see this player in the top 5 performers. Whenever we have seen this group play, Crypto will always be there. Moving in towards Gamla Boy from Entity, he's got 4. Then you've also got Insidious from Hyderabad Hydras, once again with 3. And you've also got Omega from Inferno Squad, another prospect.
Yeah, I mean, Inferno Squad today was absolutely brilliant, and of course, Hyderabad Hydra's good recovery in this game of Vikendi. Gamla Boy from the side of Entity Gaming. It was an incredible performance from the team. Gamla Boy towards the very end as well. That heel battle successfully executed the top 2 finish as well with that extra point being brought on the board. I think that is what puts him there in the list of top performance. But we do have the match summary on our screens as well. 52 finishes secured in this game of Vikendi. There were 25 rescues, 49 knocks as well. And of course, it is Vikendi. You are going to lob a lot of nades indoors.
I mean, 9 grenade finishes, right? I mean, of course, there were a lot of those knockouts, but considering the finish did not really come through with the nade, that's why you only see 9 grenade finishes.
Yeah.
Moving in towards the point standings, Hyderabad Hydras with that 18-pointer. Now it's going to be a massive catapult in the overall standings. Once again, before this game, Hyderabad Hydras were sitting on the 8th spot.
Yeah.
But with this performance, they might just propel themselves even higher against the players of Team Limra.
I think somewhere in the top 3 is where Hyderabad Hydras are going to go, and Entity as well. They're going to take a nice little leap for themselves. A little bit concerned about Reckoning because, I mean, I was expecting Reckoning to do well in this game, but just 3 points, that is not going to be enough.
A massive upset. Latter half the board is going to be in front of us, and Team Insane slowly and steadily dipping down on that top 3 spot. And I'm pretty sure they will be kicked out of that top 3 as well.
Yeah.
With a performance like this, just getting 1 point. The consistency not there.
One more thing we haven't discussed as of yet, Necro. Mogo Esports.
Yeah,
That is
the
a
defending
surprise.
champions, the 4 players just completely missing out. And it just feels like the previous game, once again, they overcomplicated that rotation. Moving in all the way from that southern side, getting caught by the players. Lifecraft actually were taking constant shots against them. Justin was knocked out in that rotation. And right then and there, the firepower was cut down.
And they kept switching it up, right? Initially, we saw them play for that northeastern edge. Then they went to the eastern edge at, I think, the 4th shift of the circle. Then we saw them move down south, where, as you pointed out, they lost one of their players. And then they went back east again as the circle moved up north. So again, I think overcomplicating things, true, but it is Mogo Esports. We know they like to play slow, they like to play from the edge, but I think there is still opportunity. As long as they are inside of the top 8 in the overall leaderboard, I think it should be good.
Mogo Esports, we know they're going to make that bounce back. We've got that as shorty, right? That sense of discomfort is definitely there on top of their heads for now, but we know in the future they can easily make it. But you know what? Make it where? Towards the Grand Finals, which is going to be happening in Hyderabad. It's going to be a LAN event, and there's also some Elite Passes available. With the Elite Passes, you will, of course, have the premium seating. Maybe you'll have a chance to meet your favorite content creators, too. And also some snacks and meals will be given to you. And expect some merchandise of this beautiful BGIS 2024 that's been going on. And the intensity, it's rising up even more. And we know what's going to happen in the Grand Finals. The competition's going to be super close. And also, all the money collected will be given to a charity. So you will be helping someone in need.
Exactly. A lot of wonderful things happening, and you can be a part of helping us making those wonderful things happen as well. And I like the fact that you instantly just go from snacks to meals, and the last time you were talking with Fixes, I heard there was something about a cake as well.
Yeah, the icing on top of the cake. Maybe we'll get some cakes as well.
Are you hungry now, Necro?
I mean, I am hungry. You know what? After this game, I will be taking a break. Maybe, try and stuff myself with something. But moving on forward, right? The conversation now really comes down towards Miramar once again. And Miramar has been that interesting map where you see that consistency follow up. For the consistent bunch, you never know if the consistency is going to be there because the inconsistency has been there. I know there's a lot of consistent I'm speaking of, but in general, man, these teams are really unpredictable.
And since you keep talking about consistently being inconsistent inside of this day-to-day, I think one good switch up that what we have witnessed, especially from the side of the Undergods, is we are seeing them perform on those maps where we usually see just the big names dominate, right? And Miramar has turned out into that redemption map for the big names, like previous Miramar, where we witnessed a lot of these big names take a bounce back and recover some few extra points. I think this one, it is going to be similar, so let's see how the story unfolds in this upcoming game.
I mean, the story has always unfolded in quite a weird fashion.
Yeah.
But you know what? Let's speak about the story after the short promo.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में बैक पेन।
हेलो, डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर। वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास।
The Royal Pass looks amazing, and Fixes have already bought it, so what are you waiting for? Move inside of the game, buy the Royal Pass. It also gives you the assurity that you will be getting all the points back that you're investing inside of that Royal Pass. But moving on forward with the conversation, right, Johnny? Miramar on the horizon once again. Teams will be having another chance to try and convert something more.
Yeah, I mean, there's always an opportunity. And of course, the teams that are still in that middle pack, right? 15 till the 20th position. I would say even the team sitting at the last spot right now can recover. It is still just day one. Day one is all about setting yourself up for success. Make sure you get those 30 points one way or the other. I mean, you have 4 games to make it happen, right? And if you are within that 30 to 35 point bracket, I think it's not going to be too difficult for you to stick around inside the top 8 and be in that top 8 bracket at the end of the 4th day of semifinals.
I mean, the overall standings is now going to be clearing a lot of that stuff, right? Rivalry Esports, they're in the top 8, but looking at towards the top 4, you've got Hyderabad Hydras, Entity, Limbra, and Inferno Squad actually being at the top.
Yeah, I mean, that previous game was quite wonderful, and Limbra is definitely not going to be happy about that. But it is an incredible performance coming in from the side of Inferno Squad today. They have been quite consistent in the 3 games that they played so far. Hyderabad Hydras, that's a decent position to start their journey of the semifinals week 2 off with. But, I mean, now as we go down the rankings, Team Insane, Galaxy Esports. Now, this is where things get interesting, right? 25 for Galaxy, 24 for Insane. You have 8-bit sitting on 21 points, Rivalry with 18 points, and then the difference, if you compare them, go all the way down to 17th position, RTGIND. They need 10 points and they're going to be in the top 8 at this point.
I mean, one double digit on the board, right? One single game with a decent elimination points and the placement, that's instantly going to catapult you in the top 8, maybe. Moving in towards Godlike as well, they've only got 6 points so far, and Godlike in this upcoming game, which will be the game 5, they will have a chance to try and acquire some more points in their court. For CG, another chance will be given to them. So are we going to see that bounce back, Johnny?
I think it's going to be... I mean, there can be a bounce back. Carnival Gaming have this one luxury that they have matches in hand. They've just played 2 games. Every single team is supposed to play 4 every single day. So Carnival Gaming, they still have a little bit of safety cushion to work with. But I want to talk about the teams from Group A for a bit, because they will be playing the last game of the day, right? And it is going to be interesting to see what Mogo Esports, who have been just kicked out of the top 8 bracket, what do they do to recover their position and, of course, gain a safety cushion as well, so that does not happen when they are not playing. Entity, they have been doing quite decent, but they need to build that safety cushion to work with. LOC as well. Inferno Squad, I mean, sitting all the way at the top. I think that is that one team. Inferno Squad and Limbra are 2 teams that have nothing to worry about this point apart from each other. Maybe.
I mean, speaking of Mogo Esports, they've always been one of those players that do perform a lot better in that pressure. Considering it is just the day one, Mogo Esports maybe not getting those instincts kicked in just yet. Because even in the week 1 or even in the wild card, Mogo Esports, they were not doing too good in the first 2 days. And then later on, they started to hit back.
Yeah, but it's not good for my health, Necro.
Yeah.
That is such a tough pill to swallow sometimes. Like, hey, this is supposed to be the team the lineup of the defending champions, and yet, I mean, skipping out on qualification so many times, missing out on qualification for so many times, and barely struggling to make it through every single time. I mean, that is not a position you expect the defending champions to be in.
Yeah, I mean, let's speak about this game being really important for teams like Mogo Esports, Lifecraft, and even LOC, considering it is supposed to be the last game of the day for this Group 1.
Yeah, but now, ladies and gentlemen, Group B also entering the fray. We have Godlike returning to the party along with THW, Carnival Gaming. As Necro mentioned, he is expecting a little bit of a bounce back from Carnival Gaming. I think that was the question he asked me, but I think that is because he expects them to bounce back as well. Rivalry Esports, Volt X, 7 Shaw, NIY still not performing. That is kind of a surprise, but I think I have a person who can answer that question as well. Fixes, what is happening to NIY Esports?
I think they've pretty much been invisible ever since the first week of semifinals begun, right? Clearly missing out on Scorpion, one of their really instrumental players. He's no more playing. I have no idea what went wrong with them. They've waited for those changes, but were really never in the midst of it all. But hey, Johnny, I have to make another statement. I am on the choo-choo train for the underdogs, especially the way they've been performing. Inferno Squad, Limra, bring it on.
I think we call it the hype train now, Fixes.
No, I like to call it the choo-choo train.
All right. You decide what you want to call it. But, I mean, it is definitely, I mean, I do agree with you. All of these undergod lineups have done so well. Limra, Inferno Squad, I mean, as I said, the only thing these 2 teams worry about or have to worry about now is each other, because they are in the same group. So that is going to be difficult to avoid for both of them. But I love the way the competition is faring out between these 2 teams. And of course, right behind them, you have some of the best names in the country in the form of Entity and Hyderabad Hydras. And it's difficult to decide, will there be a point where we will see these old guards or these gods of BGMI actually take the position away from these new faces?
Feels like the mere mortals are starting to, strike, and blood definitely dripping off of the gods. But you know why I'm gonna tell you this? Because when you look at from the shoes of a player, when you look at all these undergods, they've got nothing to really lose. They've been carving, they've been crawling,
True.
scratching all their way through. But when you look at the old gods, they've got so much going at the back of their heads, right? Everybody expected them to be performing, and they've been here so far. Yes, kudos to you. But to qualify or make it to the grand finals, you need to get past your fears. And entity Hyderabad Hydras, they're on the right track.
Yeah.
But when you look at the other side, when you look at the bottom of the standings, you still find Carnival Gaming and Godlike, two of the biggest names, somehow languishing in the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, this could be their match of redemption, I guess. Because
Has to be.
the only excuse that I can make for them being at the bottom of the rankings right now is, hey, we played one game less, because they only played 2 matches out now. This is going to be their 3rd game that puts them on an equal footing with a lot of these other teams. And of course, Group A as well. A lot of pressure on these teams because they play the last game of the day right now. But then again, I mean, Carnival Gaming, this needs to be their map. They need to convert this game of Miramar no matter what happens. But ladies and gentlemen, is that actually going to turn out to be true, or are we going to have to dream for the entirety of Carnival Gaming? Let's find that out, because Miramar, the game is live. We see the plane take to the skies, and this time the flight path, it's going to start off between Torre Amuda and Oasis. So it starts off from the northeastern quadrant of the map, and it sticks towards the eastern side and ends in Porto Palacio. Now that is an interesting flight path.
Yeah, it's going to be such a long stretch for the teams dropping down at maybe Monte Nuevo or even El Pozo. You've got Team Entity in the mix. I really hope they get there safe and sound. But, coming back, this one of those flight path trajectories throws a lot of teams for a toss. But Mogo Esports, again, one of those bigger names. In fact, the biggest name right now in the lobby, considering the fact that they are the defending champions of the BGIS. And so much discussion has been going on around them. Day number 1 hasn't really fared off well. I think the last we saw them performing decent was, in fact, this map of Miramar itself. Despite losing around 2 of their players, Justin and Shogun still came out swinging. Somehow, keeping their dreams alive. But like I said, Johnny, I've got to say this again, and might sound like a broken record. Mogo Esports and Day number 1, usually they don't get along.
That is true. I mean, me and Necro, no, it was you only. We decided we are going to call them anti-insane.
Anti-insane. And this is what Destro needs to understand. You can't be putting things till the last, because he's already understood, because he was the one team in that final game of erangel did manage to squeeze in that 2nd position. And for a moment, we were all convinced that Mogo Esports has qualified up until the overall standings comes out, and they missed by bare 2 points. And this has also happened to another team even in the past. And for the ones wondering who, I think should look up at Team Forever.
Well, but we'll carry on that discussion in a bit, because I want to see what develops over here. We have an early fight. This time NIY up against the players of THW Esports. And it's funny how both the teams are lacking the weapons you would normally want in a 4v4 like this. We do see that VSS, the Winchester in play, but now Dagger Devil, well, he's going to turn into the devil himself. He is surrounded by the flames, the shotgun pointed at the door as he waits for the players of THW to climb up towards him, takes down one, but that will be it. They do find that trade frag, and of course the revive, it's going to be secured. Sam is going to be back into this fight, brought back, and NIY, not really the start they would want, not just to this game, but to their day, in fact. They're not having a fun time.
I think THW needs to capitalize on this.
Yeah.
Because this is the perfect time. The iron is hot, might as well strike it. Because NIY, they've pretty much been the punching bags. And to the point where they're trying to experiment at this point also. I think Luca has been replaced by Blade. Him playing his first couple of games inside of the BGIS at such a crucial junction, certainly goes on to raise questions of what happened to this team. We had witnessed NIY, and you remember those moments, right? Dagger Devil, Sanhok Heroics. You give that man a MG3, but this time he's already deleted. And at a certain point, even for NIY, they should be, having this mentality of, well, chuck it. We've already, hit the rock bottom. Where else do we go from here? Try to force those fights, maybe throw a spanner to the works of the others. And this could be it, right? The perfect start, because Ravan, his position has been still pretty much uncompromised. And if THW get a little out in the open, maybe could go crushing down a couple of players.
Oh my goodness. I mean, look at Mogo Esports fixtures. I mean, this reminds me of shenanigans they used to pull off last year.
All right.
Was quite Quite a big play from the opponents they used to eliminate in the city of El Azhar. Now this time I think if Shogun hears all of that commotion, maybe they will have an opportunity to go for an early fight, but Carnival Gaming on our screen. And they were surrounded over there. Not the entire team, but Akshat, of course. He was surrounded by the players of Lifecraft, but THW still continuing the push on the players of NIY. How does this happen? That was such a brilliant vantage point, and yet he never saw Sam coming towards him.
I think it all came down to him really lacking confidence there. In those 1v1s, it really comes out to how you position yourself, how you really act in those moments. It is where your muscle memory really takes over. And for Sam, I think especially with THW, they've got a task on their hands. They know that these games are really one of those games where they need to convert and get those good points. And considering NIY, they've pretty much been the punching bags in the lobby. I think kind of gave Sam that confidence. And for Avin, he was scared to death. But this is what I really wanted to come back to, because Carnival Gaming, look at this. They were contested around Picardo, and this has thwarted them off for an early exit from that location. And Lifecraft is one team, Johnny, that you would not want to mess with.
Yeah, not right now, definitely. They have gotten more and more lethal with every single day that's gone by in this tournament. And luckily for Goblin as well, he does manage to evade the line of fire from Viper, swing to the other side of this hill. Then again, I mean, this high ground advantage, how heavily does Lifecraft rely on this? There's a little bit of a split between the team as well. We see Trigger far off in the distance. And of course, if you're forgetting about it, there's another threat up north, not too far away from this hill, in the form of Team Godlike.
Yeah.
That's another big threat right now. Big, giant, bleeding, quite hungry for food.
At this point, you could see, right? Yeah. The emergency button really striking up, at least for Carnival and Godlike.
Yeah.
For Carnival, their journey in the Miramar has always been quite arduous. They've always had to deal with somebody around Picardo, but this time they've taken an early rotation. And the same could be said for Godlike. They dropped down at Hacienda and San Martin, made that quick rotation over here. And at this point, they would not be expecting Carnival Gaming. And this is where exactly Goblin needs to take advantage of this opportunity.
I would love to see him secure this finish, specifically because it's the DMR and the 8x combo. It's been a while since I've seen that.
But you know what? Jelly could have easily gotten into cover. So, smart decision from Goblin not to give his position away, because at this point, even if a single player of Godlike gets taken down, they would be absolutely rattled.
Oh, of course, it's going to be panic setting in. The entire team, Sam. How? How?
All right.
What is this? Yeah, Destiny is he wasn't even looking.
Let him cook.
And I don't think Sam is cooking as well, because if he starts, I think TSW, they will hear whatever he's cooking. They're going to hear the sizzle. And there's 3 of them. He's all alone as well. Can't serve that many people together. It's a small shack.
It could be a cold salad. Lately, we've been liking our ways through. Sometimes...
don't include me in this.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you don't need that.
Yes.
You need more carbs. But coming back, for NIY, you could see, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much Sam scared to death over there. And at this point, THW just being oblivious. I think I don't know what's going on in their heads. But Godlike, all right, understood what they're trying, what they're up to. They want to have that central spot for themselves. Want to keep themselves in a position where they can actually, take those fights and still be safe and sound. Because even if Jelly gets knocked out from Goblin from this distance, I think Carnival Gaming won't be able to initiate that push. And that is something that Godlike could really use to their aid. But, the discussion again coming back towards Carnival. What has happened to Goblin and Neo? They don't seem like they used to play in those earlier stages of the BGIS. I mean, kind of goes on to thwart this question. Was the lobby too easy for them, or now has there been some sort of a discord? Because ever since that last week, can't really say, barring that final day of the semi-finals where they kind of went all out, they have really been in the groove.
I somewhat agree to that. I think it's quite the opposite. I think the level of competition right now is a little too tough to deal with, and of course that is why we are seeing, maybe that is why we are seeing a lot of these big name struggles, but you never know, something could be going on, or maybe not.
This is a major winning team, Johnny. They've won the BMPS.
There are two of them there.
Yeah, exactly. And now look at them. Pretty much at the rock bottom. Carnival Gaming, I really felt like maybe this could have been those one-off weeks. This week they might recover. That has been according to the script, right? 1 week they kind of mess it up. The next week they surprise all of us. And going over that, I mean, considering that was a little bit of a fall off in the previous one, this is where they could redeem. Now, I'm not really going to be jumping the gun. I think there's still big chances where they come back, or could also be on the as the table toppers, because you still have so much games to go. But Carnival Gaming, that intent of involving themselves in the fight, and you could clearly see the miscoms in the synergy of the players.
Well, let's see. There's still opportunity for them to recover, but it's not going to be easy. And of course, this game of Miramar, it's just starting out, but the early shift itself, it's such a big curveball. Look at the cluster all of a sudden develop towards that southern half, or in fact, south of San Martin. Towards the north, you don't have any teams inside of the circle, to be honest. All of them are outside, and it's Limra and NRY. NRY still in El Azhar, and Limra kind of split between Campo Militar and Tierra Bronca.
Yeah. This time they have a different rotation going on. Because the last time they got a chicken dinner, it was around the northwestern side.
Yes. I love one thing I would like to add. Love the fact that despite being at the top, Limra and Inferno squad, they are still trying to win the games.
Oh yeah.
Still trying to get those chicken dinners.
And the intent from both these teams are quite different. For Inferno Squad, pretty much I think they're going the Galaxy route, where they want to take all those fights, get all those finish points, and show to the world what they're made of, right? And this is the last time, could be their last opportunity, and they want to ensure they do whatever it takes to find a spot inside of the Grand Finals. And if they keep on performing like this, I think we could just hand them over that golden ticket in the third day itself. But there you go. Finally, the silence has been broken. Carnival Gaming, Godlike, really close to each other. This is where they're supposed to fight it out, right?
Yeah. This is the title fight, the heavyweights going at it against each other, but split from the side of Godlike Esports, making it difficult for Carnival Gaming to move in, and they just have that one slope that they can utilize right now.
I think Goblin plays a really key role in this one, Johnny. He's got that higher ground, like you said. He's got that mini with that 8 times. It's all about initiating that fight. It's all about dropping the ball. The first knock, and suddenly hell breaks loose. But for now, it's going to be both these teams trying to joust with each other. Just try and throw a couple of punches. Just try and look at either the openings. But, you know, I really do not like saying this. I do not like where this is heading at. Now, two teams making a lot of commotion right around the center of the circle. What follows up?
I mean,
a third party.
Chaos and third party, yeah, of course. But as you were saying, I think Goblin, yes, I agree with you, important position, but I don't think he needs to be the one to secure the knock. I think he just needs to drop 2 players very low. If he can just like hit 2 shots on 2 individuals, his teammates can easily re-engage, wrap things up, and of course convert the knocks into those finishes. But Admino, he's done a brilliant job. Look at that. Takes down one of the players has been dropped low as well. And Akshat now is in a little bit of a pickle. Neo, he tries to stay on that high ground, but Godlike, they've lost one of their own. They are at a man disadvantage, and the only thing they can do right now is not let Carnival Gaming recover.
Love it what Carnival Gaming did over there. This is what was missing. You know, them pushing as a unit, playing together, went in with tandem, because it was Admino who got that first knock, but he was traded right after. But you talk about Godlike, they're in a disarray. They do not know what's happening, completely confused. 2 of the players in God knows where, and there you have it. This is what I was talking about, Johnny. A third party coming in. And this time we've got another big dog. It is going to be Team Entity. And who gets that finish? It is going to be Goblin. So Godlike already reduced down on their numbers, and the entire world knows where the 2 other players are. I'm certain that a push is inevitable at their direction.
I want to see where is this team going to position itself? I mean, they saw those bodies out exposed in the open. I'm pretty sure even Entity is a little bit hungry for those frags, for those finish points on the board. Jonathan and Jelly. Both of them, it feels like Neo. He's just waiting for them to make the mistake of assuming that they are left alone. Carnival Gaming, though, now finally I think push has come to shove. They are out of patience. They want to take the fight.
Look at this. Grenades already cooked up. They're ready for this. But now the numbers could be overwhelming. Carnival Gaming have 3 with themselves. But Jonathan on the other side, that grenade sails through, but still no damage done. And Carnival Gaming need to be quite quick with this one. The more they are going to be delaying the fight, they're going to be opening the doors for Team Entity to go in for a third party. As this time Omega has done some hefty amount of damage. At the same time, now Carnival Gaming, look at Akshit's positioning. Neo really needs to lead the pack, and Jonathan almost gets that first to deliver, but Goblin, he finds that opener, and Godlike in a whole world of trouble.
Goblin is so far away, I guess, that they forgot that he was still there. Look on the radar. He's not moved from the top of... What? Alright, yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. Finally, just Jelly disappears. Like, is he immune to fire?
I mean, could have been for a moment up until that, you know, the Molotov kind of tends to have the radius increased once it drops down. And, you know, I've been a victim of this. And this is where, you know, quite reactive players coming in from Godlike that did not really do anything to address that situation.
I think he also assumed that he was going to be safe because he stood there for a good 3 seconds.
Yeah, he just hoped. I mean, at that point, if you're Jelly, you're completely going numb, right?
Yeah.
Because this is, again, your third game. You absolutely dropped the ball on this one. Bottled it for Godlike. I mean, this is where pretty sure a lot of fingers are going to be raised at them. Because at this point, even Team Entity, they're playing it quite smart. You know, one of those bigger names still in the mix could really have, you know, ending this day on a bigger note if they get on chicken dinner. Could be on the tippity top. Especially, they've learned from the past. That little, you know, wreckage that they had to suffer in the final day of the first week of semis. This time, Entity looks quite a lot solid.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that. They've been quite consistent today as well. And look at their formation. It's a 2-1-1 split that we are seeing inside the circle around the city of San Martin. So the positioning looks actually quite decent. It will be very difficult for the individuals, the isolated players, to survive. But those 2 players that have taken control of that hill towards the southwestern quadrant, those are your playmakers. In the meanwhile, Pokar does try to take a fight, or in fact, does try to secure at least a few extra finishes for his team. Gives away his position. Insane looking to capitalize on the damage dished out on by Pokar, though.
Yeah, Insane is one of those teams. You know, started the day off with the chicken dinner in Miramar. They do not have the best of positions, but did have a lot of finishes to their names. Were constantly in the midst of those battles, and this time, they've got an aggressive bunch to deal with. LOC, having lost a couple of players, kind of forced to wonder. But, you know, coming back towards Entity, they really need to start grouping up, because now a lot of those teams are getting closer. At a point, I think even the teams have understood that Entity love taking those high ground positions. And look at this. This is what I was concerned about LOC. Fights from different fronts, and this time 7 Shaw also come in to salvage of whatever remained off of LOC.
Oh, it's not looking good. And 7 Shaw again, even this is one of those teams that's getting more and more desperate for points with every single game that has gone by for them. But look at the finish feed, LOC. They get taken out by the players of Voltex. Didn't even see that coming. Again, I think the southern cluster is where we can expect majority of the fights. This one as well, it's the southeastern edge of the circle. There's one more team closing in right behind the players of Voltex. Side of Mogo Esports, they are going to try and go around that hill. There they are.
And they really excel in these situations, right? Mogo Esports just wait for a team to be in a state of discomfort, and that is where they go all out. And for Mogo, their winning conditions are pretty much clear.
Yeah.
You know, ensure that you do not get any casualties during the process. Because this is one of those teams that loves to take that scissors approach, and I mean, they've won an entire tournament out of this. So, has been working out to the point where teams have kind of understood how to tackle with this. You know, the best way to tackle a third party is with another third party of whoever wants to decide to engage. But this is what I was concerned about for Team Entity. Felt like they were all over the place, and this was ought to happen. Now Gamla Boy here, he's making a very bold move. Going out in the open was definitely not supposed to be advisable. Instead, falls prey to the players of Team Insane.
Yeah, Gamla Boy trying to channel his inner Sam from NIY. Unfortunately, wasn't able to replicate it. Yeah. Got spotted out, got finished off instantly. And I think even the Players on the other side would have been a little bit confused, like, why are you so out in the open? But anyways, I think Entity, pretty decent position to be in. And again, considering Gamla Boy was isolated, he knew that his job was to just go YOLO, secure as many finishes as possible. And if he can't really secure those finishes, then I don't think that's going to be a concern. They have 2 more players on the top of that hill still.
Yeah, they do. But you know, again, for Entity or for any other team, it's all about keeping their numbers afloat. And this is one of those circles, Johnny. I really feel like this could go down towards San Martin. Or rather, went quite the opposite. And down towards Power Grid, and now Inferno Squad. An inspiration in really good fighting position for Lifecraft also. And rivalry on that western side. Now this is where, you know, if Inferno Squad and Lifecraft go head to head against each other, Carnival Gaming might come in third partying. There could be a lot of things happening, because look at that cluster around that eastern side. You've got Insane guarding the door. Entity needs to get there. Seven Shore, Voltex, Mogo Esports. Now it's starting to get exciting.
Oh, it's definitely about to get quite hype in this game in a few short seconds, because that eastern edge, as you mentioned, it is going to be a big cluster closing in, and all the teams just cracking heavy punches. Mogo, Seven Shore, Insane, Carnival, Voltex, those 2 individuals from the side of NIY, maybe?
Look at Bukar. He's quite alienated from his squad. Just holding the eastern doors. I mean, is he a sacrificial rank?
Yeah, him and Gamla Boy, that's what the intention was. Unless Troy gets him back, I guess. But I think if Troy gets there, it's going to be too difficult to make it back. Insane already having the high ground advantage to work with. Can definitely pull up a lot of pressure. And of course, Seven Shore also closing in on that position.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of quite dicey what they're really up to. Very sketchy and murky at this point. But look at this. Pushes come to shove, and Seven Shore, they want to initiate this fight against Team Insane. Both of these teams fighting for that tippity top position over here, as Shadow cooks up a grenade and will launch it. Does it hit its mark? Yes, it does. Toxic already being dealt with. And now Seven Shore, they have to kind of get that flank angle, which they have too much for Shadow. But now he gets into cover.
Oh, but look at all of this chaos from the back line. Seven Shore, they try to breach in, and Shadow now is going to run out of those nades soon, although another knock secured with another nade. He's going to look for one more, but the pursuing player closes in along the ridge, and Shadow does get taken out. There's a cover fire of sorts coming in from Pukar from the side of Entity Gaming, who is looking for finishes for his own team. And no one has bothered him yet at that high ground, but finally the backup has arrived. He called his teammates at the right time, and Troy and Somraj also show up hungry for blood and hungry for points.
Yeah, Entity right now trying to devour Team Insane and Team Seven Shore together. Pukar, he's going to get that rest back up, but for Seven Shore, the alarm bells are tolling. Tiger also has to really step it up this moment, because any given moment, Insane could really go in for the push. But again, at Insane, the back of their heads, they have Team Entity really striking that terror. So really not getting out of cover. But the big question is, how do Seven Shore get inside the circle, still outside the zone? How long can they weather this storm?
Well, that's a big question. I think the only question we need to ask along with that is, how long will the storm last? Because, I mean, in a few seconds, the blue zone is definitely going to force them to step out. But Seven Shore, I think there it is. They do succumb eventually, getting eliminated on that 13th position. But now Carnival Gaming, they're trying to join the same action, or at least they'll be forced to join this action in a few short moments once both Entity and Insane climb up that ridge. But in the meanwhile, they do find their frags against the players of NIY. Pukar still looking for Afu. This nade should do the trick.
Oh.
No, just a bit off.
Yeah, a little bit off. Really has Afu dead to rights. Team Entity, and even from the backlines, it's going to be the players of Carnival Gaming instilling all that hurt, but somehow Insane, they still stand tall. They still want to fight in that, showing that intent. But they also have understood that the circle has gone away from them. And at some point, even Team Entity needs to disengage. Now, this makes the situation a whole lot more exciting, because now the vehicle sounds are heard. And if Team Insane decides to fire upon, Somraj is still on the lookout. And now this is where Team Insane, they found that golden window. Do they strike?
Well, I think this opportunity is perfect for them. Should not miss out on it. But Lifecraft, in the meanwhile, on our screens against the players of Inferno Squad. A bit of a back and forth between the two sides. Viper still hoping to see if he can find the frag on Jatin. Oh, it looks good. It's a bit off. Damage dished out, but Viper just carries on with the revive, brings his teammate back, although as soon as he charges forward to the other side of the ridge, re-knock on Trigger, and Viper has been taken extremely low as well. Doesn't matter. It's the shotgun in the hands of Pasha that helps him secure that fight, and 5 points on the board for Lifecraft Esports.
Look at how volatile this tournament has been, especially in the second week.
Yeah.
Inferno Squad, they were at the top and now getting eliminated at 11th spot. And now we've got Mogo Esports. Now they will be rolling the dice as THW right in front of them. Caught in a very sticky position there. Few couple of good grenades and yeah, THW might be sent home packing. But we know THW is one of those teams, never really backs out without a fight. And Mogo Esports, they're waiting for that first knock to get initiated. And that's not where the trouble ends. Look at this, Carnival Gaming just surrounding the players of Lifecraft. And in the blink of an eye, they are history.
They didn't even get out to secure those finishes. They just ran over all of the players from side of Lifecraft in a matter of seconds. And now 10 eliminations on the board for Carnival Gaming. They are looking for a few more, but as they close in on the players of Voltex, a nade from Cyrax does take down one, can take down one more. Goblin and Akshat knocked out in a matter of seconds. Carnival Gaming, they are getting destroyed. Neo, he's the last man left standing. Akshat with a pixel of HP. The revive has been initiated, but does he get to be back into this game? The revive is successful. Akshat is back, but nades, more nades. Do they have more nades? That's the question. Voltex, and of course, look at the rate of it. It's insane is here.
Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do. And so far, Carnival Gaming have been quite stellar. 10 finishes already, 2 players still surviving. If they could garner a couple of more points for themselves, I think this would be a really good game of Miramar. And this is where Mogo Esports, they were eyeing out for this opportunity. Destro gets to open things up. And the big question is, are they going to be clinical about it? Where is the conviction rate? And there you go. Push has come to shove. Mogo Esports deciding to charge in. And Destiny gets taken down. But Destro, he knocks out his own teammate. And suddenly the flips have been there. And now Mogo Esports, they have been eviscerated from this lobby. And THW, they get eliminated out of nowhere. Team Limra come on to pick up the scraps. What on earth is happening?
Man, what a brilliant opportunistic play over there. The last frame we see is his Gokul show up from outside the frame and be like, hey guys, it was me all along. But big blunder coming in from the side of Mogo Esports. Of course, an entity as well, looking in the prime spot to secure the win in this game. By the way, Carnival Gaming, they've been eliminated completely from this matchup as well. 10 elimination points on the board for them. We're down to the 5 teams, top 5 teams for this game of Miramar. 14 players still alive, and as I said, Entity, if they can bring Somraj back in, I think their chances of winning this game, of having the chicken dinner on this map of Miramar, do increase quite a lot. But maybe it's going to be insane, or maybe Rivalry will be the one to deny them the opportunity.
Exactly, Rivalry Esports, this could be their game, because now everybody has their hands full, right? Entity, they're dealing with Voltex. Now look at the players falling down. Puka still fighting it out against Aryan. That one grenade could have been quite devastating, but he somehow weathered that blow. But at this point, Insane Esports, they've got their eyes fixated at the players of Team Entity over here, as Rivalry could really strike in from the backlines. Team Limra, they've also made it inside the top 5, still losing out on Gokul. Not a good thing though, as now Poco, the last man alive, finally, he is also going to be biting the dust.
Oh, valiant effort, the valiant effort to dodge out that buggy and try and take out the player, but Rivalry, they've already lost one. Lucifer knocked out. And the best part is, as you mentioned, Pixis, up until now, Rivalry, their hands were completely unoccupied. These are the first 2 finish points they've gotten in this game so far, and they're going to look for a few more. There are a few more bodies lying around, so Rivalry can definitely have a ball, a gala in these last few moments of Miramar. 4 from the side of Rivalry, 3 from the side of Insane left as well. And of course, let's not forget, Insane, this is going to be an important game for them. Last match of the day. Need to secure the win.
Yeah, of course. And for Insane, they still have the numbers backing up. They've got a lot of finishes. Their winning condition has to be that somehow Rivalry needs to get dealt with. Because from the backlines, Rivalry has nothing to worry about on their 6. Whereas Insane, they've got so many teams around them. They've got to deal with Voltex, they've got to deal with Rivalry, and also Pukar, the last man alive. And this is where Spy, he gets taken down. Bijlu's got a really nice angle to work around with. His position still not known. Afu might come out in the open. Just those bushes really saving him from getting dismantled. As now for Rivalry, couple of more grenades being cooked at Insane's direction, and there you go. Afu also goes falling down.
Yeah, I think that pretty much does it. Takes any chance that Insane had of winning this game away from them. Evil in the backlines also dropped to extremely low. And I think Rivalry, all 4 players back on their feet. R2 and Beast, all they need to do is bring their HP backs up. Insane eliminated from this match. Now there are just 3 teams left. And Voltex, one last man. Aryan, I don't think he has a chance of winning this game. Pukar as well. He's stuck in the blue. He's not going anywhere. So this is pretty much it. Rivalry Esports in the match that mattered the most. They have managed to regain at least some form of momentum. Where did that shot come from?
Oh, for a moment really felt like Rivalry could have had one more finish to their back, but now it is going to be Aryan up against the world in a 1v4 situation. Has managed to get that one knock. Can he get a couple more as the vehicle comes really close by on him? And yes, he gets a knock delivered on Lucifer. And just on the cusp of making that comeback into this, yes, gets overwhelmed by the forces of Rivalry Esports as they get a winner chicken dinner, and they have that smile on their face.
But what a fun game of Miramar this was. I mean, so many unpredictable moments. And towards the end as well, I had a feeling like when he dodged that buggy, I thought, oh man, he's going to do it.
Yeah,
he's going to get that second knock. But then all of a sudden, a small mechanical mistake, just ADSs slightly towards the right of the player. There was that one small error, but then again, I mean, it was incredible. Him just surviving till the top 2 as well, because anything could have happened. But Rivalry, what a phenomenal win, and what an opportunistic game. They just played their cards right.
Yeah, BGMI tutorial 103, because this is what even some of you viewers watching this broadcast might take a couple of lessons from. Never jump in front of the vehicle while it's approaching. At the last moment, you need to take that plunge, because the moment you jump before, I think the driver gets to readjust and then he knocks you down. And so even, I mean, for Aryan, he was the final man alive. Still manages to take down 2 though, right? Yeah. If he could have maybe delayed a little bit longer, who knows? Today's been one of those days where we've been witnessing clutches left, right and center.
Yeah, but when we talk about the clutches, we also have to talk about the blunders, fixes.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the biggest in this game was Mogo Esports. What was that? Just a few moments ago before it happened, you said like, all right, this is the perfect game for them.
Yeah, brotherhood, right? We ride together, we die together. And that is what happened.
By our own hands, though?
By our own hands. They live by the sword. I mean, at this point, I think there was, of course, that was a case of huge sabotage because Mogo Esports were clearly in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
They decided to initiate the push. And Destro had not relayed that information to his teammates that he's going to be throwing a grenade. And in the process of doing so, the moment his teammates arrive, they want to get that final finish. The nade comes in from the backlines. And yeah, that was a clear state of discomfort because from Mogo Esports from over there, they had really nothing to latch on to.
Yeah, and since we're talking about Mogo, I also want to talk about Entity, and I'm going to say a lot of things right now, so correct me wherever I go wrong, all right? Whenever we talk about Destro, right, I think a direct comparison can be made to Somraj.
Yeah.
Right? Both of them decorated IGLs, made
both of
some
them won BGIS also.
Exactly, and both of them have made some of the most brilliant strategies that worked out for their teams, their respective teams for a long time. And in this game, I think Somraj have to give him props, man. He took a big gamble, made it work as well. That top 3 finish coming in from Entity, and of course we did witness that final attempt from RN with Rivalry securing the win. But Entity Gaming, that 2-1-1 split play where they just left Pukar and Gamla Boy to fend for themselves, that was such a big risk, and yet they made it work.
Yeah, I mean, that was a brave move, definitely a bold one. And Team Entity, this is a kind of a comeback you would expect. Because at this point, Johnny, if you put this question to me, which team was the most consistent throughout the day in the 4 matches, has to be Entity, hands down, right?
Okay, I'm going to ask you a different question.
All
Which
right.
team confused you the most?
I think there's no second thoughts about it. Of course, has to be Godlike, especially that fight
Oh, yeah.
against Carnival Gaming. Really could not see what they were trying to create because I mean, you kind of putting two players out there. There's nothing providing cover fire, no assistance for Admino. I mean, how long do you expect that player to hold on? Because it was an entire horde of Carnival Gaming pushing at their direction. And Godlike seemed to have no answers. They've pretty much been the ones being dancing to the others on tunes because, you know, at this point, they had nothing under their control.
And it's quite surprising because at the start of the fight, I felt that Godlike had a much better setup to work with. Their players were a little bit closer. They had isolated Carnival Gaming's push to just one single direction of that hill. Because if they came to the top, then you had to deal with Jonathan, who was sitting in the first floor of that broken building. He had a direct line of fire to either lob utility or take down anyone who got close to that edge. And then you had Admino on the other side just providing that flank cover. So even after isolating that entire team, you lose out on that front line, man. And then the entire team just falls apart completely. That was what was surprising to me.
You know, I think the burden has to be put at Sim. I don't know what he was doing in that situation. I'm sorry to sound harsh because he was the one who was supposed to be providing cover for Admino. The moment Admino gets knocked out, you do not see even a single utility coming out of Sim. All he had to do was run for his dear lives. I mean, the moment the push was coming in, I'm pretty sure it would have been conveyed. That is the moment where you're supposed to be cooking a couple of grenades or maybe even a Molotov to kind of deny Carnival Gaming that open land. And for Jonathan and Jelly, it could be a little bit of a leeway considering the fact that Goblin was atop the hills over there. That was fine. They might be distracted. We can give them that window. But for Sim, I really felt like as a support, you needed to do your job over there, not just back down. Because there was that moment when they came in pushing at Admino. That was the time he could have found some trade, something at least. You know, there was no fighting out from Godlike. They just came crumbling down. And I really loved how Carnival Gaming played in this game because I think 10 or 11 finishes. I think 10 finishes is what they got. And I think that's a really good move.
Yeah, I think they were struggling for placements and they knew that, all right, our position, because that cluster from the start of the game, by the way, there was a big cluster. I think out of this, out of all the teams that were there, I think just two teams were towards the north. Everyone else was south of San Martin. Just two teams up north, and both of them were outside the circle as well. So it was an interesting way this game sort of progressed. And Carnival Gaming, I think they knew. You also pointed this out. They got drop clashed and forced out of their home ground of Picado very early on. So they were expecting to run into fights, and they just went all in to every single fight they saw.
And another thing to add on to this is this time, you know, Carnival Gaming, Godlike, they made those rotations quite quick. And could also go out on the toss that, none of them were kind of wary of each other's position. True. I think it was Carnival Gaming who snuffed out the players of Godlike. But again, Godlike could have done at least, you know, given some resistance in that fight, a couple of knocks here and there. It is, I think, so far, I have to stand abide with what Necro has been saying, right? Admino has been doing so much for the entire team. It's high time the other players really step up. I mean, Sim really needs to start hitting because not even hitting, at least get some of that role justified at this point, because Godlike, they're pretty much down below. There's still big chances of comebacks. It's just day number 1, 4 games. You've got so much more to play, but I think they really need to fight back.
I think just simplify things like Carnival Gaming did in this game. Just leave one man behind. Everyone else just runs forward, because technically, if you look at it, Entity did the same thing, right? They left 2 insurance policies inside of the circle in form of Pukar and Gamla Boy. Gamla Boy got taken out because he was being too eager to secure those frags. Pukar just stayed at the top of the hill, and it just worked out so perfectly for Entity that even though Somraj and Troy were all the way, I think they were like at least 1,000 meters away from Pukar's position, they had so much information to work with that they knew, all right, northern half of the circle is empty. We don't see anyone towards the northwestern edge. Pukar is like, all right, I have a lot of teams headed towards me right now. I see them fighting. Everyone's like losing bodies, so maybe we can capitalize. And then they just show up securing all of those frags. And yeah, well-deserved MVP for Pukar in this game. 4 finishes secured, 1,224 damage dished out. And no wonder, he was at the top of the hill for a good 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. And for Team Entity, I really have some pointers that I want to give. I have a slight different approach to whatever you just said. But, when we look at a couple of stats and figures, says, yeah, let's just get down with the formalities, because yeah, Goblin has been there, and this is the Goblin that we want to see. And when your IGL was also hitting, that kind of boosts the morale of the other players, and as a result, you could see some heavy damage numbers coming out. And for Delta PG, you gotta feel bad, man. But for Team Insane, yeah, Shadow was there. That's all right, all okay. But when you look at the match summary, and this is where I want to bring this conversation, Entity at this point can afford this. I really feel like the bold moves that they're making, I think, has come down to the fact that now the rewards are finally ripening for them. They can go for those rotations, they can go for the splits. But for Godlike, I really feel like they need to start hitting like a truck. They've got the men who can do that. All they need to do is stick as 4 men, go push in. What could go wrong? You might just get eliminated, getting eliminated either ways.
You know what? This is exactly what I was thinking and what I was about to say. Like, at this point, there's no two ways about it. Either you perform and stay alive in this tournament, or, as you mentioned, you're getting eliminated either way. But let's have a look at the rankings for this game, because in this game, Rivalry Esports, what a wonderful way to turn things around. 16 points secured. Entity, we have them on the second with 14 points. And Entity, you call it, buddy. I mean, the most consistent team throughout the day. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of this week, we see them sitting at the top of the leaderboard as well if they play like this.
Yeah, if they keep on playing like this throughout the entire week, I'm pretty sure Entity, they're going to be flying high. Really impressed with how Voltex Gaming played this one. Usually they are the late bloomers, but this time stepping up, and even Team Insane sort of redeeming themselves. Redemption game for Carnival Gaming also. Can't really say the same for THW. They had a good start against NIY towards the end. It was the players of Mogo who instilled so much of that hurt, and the moment they kind of did win that fight, suddenly they got fired from the back lines. But 7 Shore, Inferno Squad, them being the table toppers, getting just 2 points. I'm pretty sure that Team Entity is going to be taking that first spot. We're going to witness Insane maybe on the second spot. So everything good in the hood for the big dogs.
Yeah, and I think Inferno Squad, this is not going to sting them as bad as it normally would, because they did have a little bit of a safety cushion to work with, of course. But then again, being at the top is always the best, right? But, I mean, it is still one more game to go, so there is still opportunity for the other teams to catch up to these squads, because, again, you spoke about Entity, you spoke about Inferno Squads. This was their last game, so their job is done. The push that happened, it needed to happen for them to be able to secure a spot in the top 8 when their journey ended for the day.
Of course, I mean, it is a race for the grand finals now, and only the chosen or the deserving few will be getting there. But you watching us on this broadcast, you've got a chance to witness all that live action. You have to get those tickets. Of course, we do have some premium tickets up for grabs, and you get a lot of features with it. You know, a lot of perks. Also, you get that exclusive seating area. You've got free snacks also for yourself. You get that meet and greet opportunity once in a lifetime. And I've also heard that there are some exclusive merch that is going to be only for you guys. And if you get these premium tickets, there's also, I mean, you're helping somebody out, so ensure you check that out on Paytm Insider, and you get a lot of more information.
Of course, and if you show up, you're going to see a lot of happy faces. We're going to be happy to see you as well. But coming back to the conversation about this last game that is about to take place, I mean, we have a lot of big names already taking the seat on the bench. I mean, Entity is not going to be there. Limra is not going to be there. They missed out on their opportunity in this particular match, by the way, because they are the ones who are competing with Inferno Squad. And of course, Inferno Squad is not going to be there. But I want to know from you what your expectations will be for that last game. But I'm going to give you time to think, Fixtures, because we will have a look at this promo.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार. ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार. टाइम नहीं. सीरियसली?
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा. I've moved on in life. कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो.
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
And of course, if you haven't downloaded BGMI till now, go ahead and do it now. I mean, there's a lot of fun things happening inside of the game as well. I mean, Fixes keeps talking about all of the new things that get introduced, the cosmetics, the new Royal Pass. I heard you already have it.
Of course, why not? And I did not even have to spend a single penny. I told you, right? You get those UC rebates over there. I had all that UC lying, and I got this one. I'm going to get more 720 UC and all the cosmetics that comes along with it. But, you know, it is time right now. Johnny, let's find out what the report card says. The overall standings and entity sitting on the top, all high and mighty, 46 points. And yeah, that's a way to end the day on a good note. But rivalry, Hyderabad Hydras, they have a chance to contest for that top spot.
Exactly, because the entirety of the top 4 is not going to be playing in this last game. As you mentioned, rivalry, they can build upon the momentum that they have established for themselves in this game of Miramar. We have Hyderabad Hydras, also quite a lovely performance. The chicken dinner has been secured already, and they are maintaining a nice little balance between those finishes and those placement points. Quite close to taking the second spot away from Limra as well. Galaxy Esports, a surprise entry into the top 8 today. We have 8-bit sitting on that 8th position, definitely looking for a few more points, but it's still too close to call. I mean, up until Hyderabad Hydras, they have a little bit of a safety cushion to work with, but as soon as you look from there all the way towards 7 Shore, 13 points, so 12 points separating these teams. Now, 7 Shore, they also are going to be stepping into that last game. Reckoning will be there. RTGX, IND, Godlike Inspiration, NIY Prime, all of these teams, this is their opportunity to take that leap into the top 8. It will be difficult for teams like RTG, Godlike Inspiration, NIY and Prime just because they are on single digits now. And in order to take that leap inside of the top 8, they need 20 plus points.
Oh, they need 20 plus points and need to consolidate themselves in a good position inside of the circle. Because that is where I was headed at next. Look at 7 Shore. Now, this team has 12 finishes, which is not by any means a bad outing at all. But when you look at their position points, just one clearly goes on to raise those questions. You could see those cracks, and that is being exploited. So 7 Shore, I think the idea has to be, playing together, play for the circles a bit. We know you're good fighters, and I think one good game could lead them to good places. But another team that I think Johnny and I, we've both been quite upset with has to be Reckoning Esports.
Yes.
Ever since that fall, they have got no remedy so far.
I mean, see, before the fall, there was that rise where all of that hype was built for this team and for the players that they have. But now, I mean, it's not working out, right? I mean, there has to be something that is not really going right in their way, and that needs to be fixed by the end of this game, right? You have this one last game that gives you the leeway to make that error. From tomorrow, I think Reckoning, they need to start packing the same punch where we saw them set records in the previous rounds that they played in.
Yeah, everything was so sunny for Reckoning up until the first week of semi-finals arrived, right? Round 3, they had, 4 chicken dinners. Round 4, they were absolutely stellar. I think they made it from there inside of the first week. And suddenly, they also started off the semis on a good note. In day number 3 and day 4, that is where the collapse happened. And at that point, it felt like they completely blanked out. So at this point, Reckoning really need to redeem themselves, at least if they want to keep their fancy Cinderella run till the grand finals, as the matchup is in front of us, as Group B and Group C will be locking heads against each other, the final game of the evening. This is where you've got Hyderabad Hydras, Reckoning, Venom, 8-Bit, Magnet Prime, RTG, IND, Galaxy Esports come into the fray. And along with all of them, we've got a huge figure with us, and it's going to be one of my neck bros, Necro in itself. But now, Necro, now that you've been watching that previous game of Miramar on the sidelines, I'm pretty sure you might have a take or two.
I mean, of course I did, right? Considering the fact that we're seeing some of the more teams now bounce back. CG doing so good. And then you've also got some of the teams that were struggling. Considering the fact that even Mogo Esports now is trying their best to beat around the board. I just love that previous game of Miramar because now it just changes the entire course of the overall action.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, the way we wanted this script to be written, I think the big dogs really stepping out, Entity, Insane, ending the day on a good note. But so far, even Inferno Squad and Team Limra have been out there. But this is a perfect chance for the others, I think, for the likes of Hyderabad Hydras, also to stake their claim at least inside of the top 4. And then you've got even 8-Bit also into the mix. Galaxy Esports, how could we forget them?
Now, let's move on a little bit more in the future, right? Considering we need to focus what's going to be on the horizon.
Yeah.
It is going to be the map of Erangel. And off the rip, we did see Group B played off in Erangel, and things were just not too pretty, let's be honest. Godlike getting 1v4'd by the likes of Tiger. That was still that mental setback. It feels like the players haven't been able to recover from that. Moving in towards teams like CG, who did not really have that good of a start, but considering the previous game of Miramar, it's going to give them that booster that's needed.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when you're an experienced team like Godlight, I'm not going to take that for an excuse because, yeah, you get shredded apart. It's fine. You know, that is where experience really needs to come into play. And that's where it kicks in. You need that hard reset. Because if Carnival Gaming have done that, I think even Godlike, they've got, players who are capable of doing so. But, so far, summarizing what we've seen, it has been a few old guards really living up to the hype. And then it has been majorly courtesy to all these undergods who are really fighting for their spot.
Exactly. Galaxy Esports making waves in the overall standings, right? That one single solid game, it has propelled them so much more higher in the overall standings. CG, once again, making that comeback in the top 16, but top 16 is not going to be the way to go. You need to be there inside of the top 8 to be that formidable 8 to move on forward towards the grand finals. For Godlike Esports, considering it is the last game of the day, so many fans are going to be eyeing out for this performance, but you never know how things will be panning out. Considering Group B, they did play the first game of Erangel, and things were way too dicey for Godlike. Moving in towards the last game as the plain flat path is now going to be in front of us, starting all the way from Lipovka towards Quarry.
All right, literally dissecting the map into two halves, and a lot of teams would go complaining that this time we had to go for a longer stretch. You're going to get those vehicles. This is something that, all these athletes have been dreaming of up until the point you are heading down to the southern island. But when you look at all these teams come into play, of course, Voltex Gaming, this is also one of those teams that we need to discuss about because Loki, they've been the late bloomers in the previous rounds, but this time they've been swinging hard right from day one.
They have been, right? Voltex Gaming, they're known to perform a little bit on the later stages because even inside of the week 1, if you remember, Voltex, they woke up a little too late from their bed. Yeah. And that's why they were not able to make it inside of the top 8, barely missing out on that spot too because Voltex, they were there in that top 8 till the day 3. And as soon as the day 4 struck, Voltex, the consistency as well, it just dwindled down from their side. And that's why now they're over here inside of the week 2. And considering these are the undergods as well, it's really tough to sort of bet your money on top of this team because you never know. One single bad performance, and you can instantly move down from that overall standings. That's how sensitive it's been so far.
It indeed has been. And you talk about making changes, those adaptations. Godlike again, previous Erangel game, they dropped down on Tisnaya this time, hoping to find some success around Rozok and school apartments. They've got that spreader working along, but look at this. Prime Esports, they're constantly breathing under their necks, always hanging like a sword over their heads. And this is going to be a task that Jelly and the boys should be prepared for. And if that does not end over there, you've also got the players of Keminx Venom in the nearby vicinity.
Yeah. I mean, Rivalry Esports, after winning that previous game, it's definitely going to be keeping them in such a fantastic mindset. And looking at the zone, something similar that we saw in the game 1. Considering in the game 1, the zone was a little bit more tilted to that southern side. But this time, it is favoring that Gatka area. So you can't say CG, a chance for them to swing back to life. Teams like Prime Esports and IY, they need to do something right here, right now, including Reckoning. Reckoning Esports, things have been on the consistent struggle side of things. But you never know. Maybe this is the bounce back they're waiting for. Inspiration and NIY, locking horns.
Yeah, two of these teams, and at this point, for Inspiration Esports, things aren't looking dandy. But now Starboy, the big question is, he aware that there's one player of NIY waiting for him? It's a good way to approach it. Now he's finally heard the footsteps. They know it is going to be a battle up the rooftops, and Sam has taken quite some damage, instantly gets wiped out.
Yep.
And for NIY, already one man down.
Not a good window to peek from. And that's where Inspiration, they do get the advantage. Unfortunately for Sam, he should have just held down the stairs with a complete TPP angle, but instead he did not really do so. And that's why he got messed up. Inspiration Esports, it's all good and dandy, considering they do kick things off on a fantastic note. For NIY, once again, that early blow handed out. Sam, a crucial key missing from the game. And now the entirety of NIY, there's a high chance they might just come crashing down.
Yeah, NIY, I think even you would accept that they've pretty much been like a ship without a rudder.
No, it just feels like they have vanished.
Yeah.
They ran out of juice.
That is exactly what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And for NIY, at this point, they're just being, like few free points on the map. Everybody just feels like, yeah, NIY has dropped down over here. Let's go after them. And in fact, Inspiration, knowing that, look at them. They're already on the hunt. And at this point, they're not making those mistakes of, individually going after players. They want to keep the pack together. And they know for a fact that even if one of the players gets knocked out, they're going to trade it. And I think that's the right way to approach this fight.
Inspiration too, let's be honest. Even they have been the free points on the board.
Yeah.
That's how they've been treated. But there's a high chance they might just bounce back this time, considering NIY. They're not feeling too good about this fight. Inspiration having the man advantage. Reckoning Esports on the horizon. Definitely looking forward to press upon the charges. And we've got the map view too. Reckoning Esports, they have closed on up towards Milta. We might see that third party roll up anytime soon. Considering Reckoning Esports, they must have done their research. They know there should be a drop collision inside of Milta. And that's why the players are on the horizon. Slowly and steadily closing in towards this area, while NIY keeping their position anonymous for how long?
Checking every corner they possibly can, and that's the right way to approach, especially when you're taking one of those urban fights. And Ravan, he's trying to escape for his life. At this point, NIY, they are literally scared to death. You talk about being scared to death, have to mention Godlike, because they know this has happened even in the past. I think kind of takes you back to round number 4, the final day, where Prime Esports just decided to drop in on Godlike. They somehow managed to eliminate them, but still wasn't enough for Godlike to qualify from round 4 inside of the semis. Had to take that longer route from the wildcard, and we know how that final day was for Godlike. They need to find a day like this. Oh, wow.
Interesting. Good parking.
Yeah.
But you can't get it out of that spot. It's stuck now.
Surely is.
Godlike Esports. So many eyes looking at them. And the performance haven't been there so far on the last page in the overall standings. And as you mentioned, the experienced bunch inside of the lobby.
Yeah.
Simp, the newest addition, yes, fine, but then you look at the 3 playing players. Admino, being in the playing for such a long time. You've got Jonathan, of course, this man everyone knows of. Jelly as well, one of the OGs. And still the team is struggling too much.
Yeah. I mean, has to be touted as one of the biggest orgs inside of the country. It's been quite some time that we've seen them in an official LAN. And they've attended, but not as players. And that goes on to hurt their fans so much. I mean, at this point, they've tried so much. And even you start to feel bad at a point. I mean, they've made so many of those changes. They've done whatever was needed.
Yep.
It seems like they're always lacking that final piece. I mean, especially when you saw that, that comeback in the final day during the wildcards, you felt like, yeah, godlike, they're finally going to make it inside of the grand finals until the semi-finals happened. And that is where you could see those problems again lingering for them. And what's the solution? Where's the solution? That is somewhere I've been racking my heads around at.
I mean, it is something I saw coming, though.
Did you?
Looking at their performance in the wild card, they performed on the last day itself when the sword was on their necks. And the only reason why they were able to get some of the good games, it's because the zone was forming right on top of them. In 3 of the games, the circle formed directly on top of Godlike. And that's why they were able to get those consistent performance. When the circle stopped favoring them in the previous week 1, that's when Godlike started to crumble down. They were getting those constant points, all thanks to Admino. But still, man, that's really not going to cut it. You need that one single solid performance. And now look at it so far. Godlike, the circle shifting away from them, they're just not able to find that groove.
I mean, I do agree with you what you just said. At a point, it could go out that, yeah, they might have been lucky with the circle shifts. But again, as a player, you tend to kind of understand the fact that, yeah, finally you've survived that onslaught, because it was literally their lives on the line, because the pressure is one of those factors that needs to come into picture. And at this point, really, I think it comes down to the fact that they really need to go to a good start, have it, because you can't always be hoping that the circle will shift at you. You need to be proficient during those fights. You need to excel in those situations. And I'm not gonna, this one thing is the fact that Godlike always have the pieces, right? They've got those players with whom they can really go out for those fights, but they've clearly been lacking.
Just to avoid those fights, they're overcomplicating those rotations.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying, right? Go for the fights. You might as well come out on top. Godlike, they've got the firepower. If they do find themselves a really good stance in the fight early on, then things can be really good. Because their placement have been really good in some of the fights. Admino, he's been at the top. Jonathan as well is able to convert some of those points. Even Jelly's doing really good. But for some reason, Godlike, they're still somehow choking up those rotations. And while doing so, considering it is affecting their mentality, they're also choking up the fights.
All right. I mean, I'm going to recite some of those lines by one of the former athletes from Godlike, Neo. I think he went, him and I, we've got our different opinions, but this is something that I really exceed with if you're talking about Neo. To be honest, he made one of those statements that so far, in every single tournament, the team that has been the champion has always played aggressive. And these are some words that I really abide with and really agree that you just can't be, holding on for those position points and expect to win a tournament. And for Godlike, I think anything less than a trophy, I think I would consider it as a failure.
Absolutely. You need to be consistent. You need to be aggressive. And if you're being aggressive and coming out on top in those fights, automatically you will be consistent. You will be getting those 7 to 8 points per game. And that's why IQ Soul is at the pinnacle right now. IQ Soul, even the other foes that are doing really good for themselves. Global Esports, super aggressive. And these are the teams you should be looking up to. While teams like Vasista Esports, yes, they're making the cut, but I'm not sure how well they can do in the Grand Finals, because once again, survival completely depends on that defensive playstyle. Before now, let's focus on Godlike.
Yeah.
As they are taking shots against CG. And Jonathan, he has spotted the players. CG, knowing the fact that Godlike is right over here towards that church, CG's not going to go for those open peaks anymore. They will try to be the smarter bunch.
I like this. I like this intent from Godlike. This is what was missing. Constantly on the prowl of trying to poke fights, always trying to put your opposition in an uncomfortable position. That is something that Godlike used to excel in. And you need to get that first knock and then need to start applying that pressure. Because Carnival Gaming, they know for a fact it is Godlike in front of them. Pretty much here out to take revenge of what happened to them in Miramar. And alright, I mean, Reckoning, yeah, they found an opening. I really want to see them get a couple more inspiration. After having a good start, getting that one finish, they seem to also have lost out on their numbers. Look at Ravan, still alive.
He indeed is. And why? In a whole world of trouble. As Reckoning Esports, they do press on the charges against the team in the front. Inspiration in a big world of trouble themselves. And Inspiration, considering they still do have the man number, they can't fight back. But Aryan, he needs to pull off a miraculous play. Taking shots against the man in the front lines, but Aryan is taking a lot of that return damage, and the nade sails in towards perfection. Nicely done by Shikari, considering it was constantly marking that player's position. And that's how the nade came in on that perfect marker. Reckoning Esports, still with the 4 players, they're dominating this entire fray.
Oh yeah, of course. And Reckoning Esports really need to touch those nerves, and they're doing exactly that. And really need to return to their old ways of instilling that fear in the hearts of their opponents. Because we've witnessed them, they were quite exceptional. Round before even the starting days of the semis, this was one of those teams, and even I had to wager my hopes on would be Reckoning. But from what we've been witnessing, that collapse, that fall down the rabbit hole has been kind of unacceptable. But all right. Brothers in Arms, Galaxy Esports had a really good outing in the game of Sanhok. Now, do you think, Necro, can they replicate what they did in Sanhok in this game of erangel?
Sure, Evil needs to pop off, I guess, if the same performance is needed. Galaxy Esports backing away from that fight, knowing the fact that it's quite useless. It's better to just stay pinned down towards that centric spot that you still have. And oh my god, Reckoning Esports. Once again, the aggressive punch, knowing the fact that these are free points they can't feed on. And that's what they're doing. Considering the fact that it is Reckoning Esports 2 Inspiration, now starting to crack under that pressure. But I do not like what Hunters is doing. There's a high chance he might just be overconfident. The utility being cooked to Prime, and it's going to be tossed in. Maybe finding the knockout too, and it's going to do the deed.
Yeah, Reckoning. This was what was needed from their side. The start of the game, they go out hunting, and even not inside the circle. Taking the damage from the blue, still 5 finishes strong. This is the Reckoning that we've been missing so far. This is exactly the wrecking ball that we've been talking about. But when you look at the circle, still waiting for it to close in, and Rivalry, they're in a good spot.
I mean, once again, speaking of Reckoning now, there's still the school bullies, man.
Oh, yeah.
Feeding on the weakers. I mean, for now, Reckoning Esports, when it comes to moving on forward towards some of the formidable opponents, that's where they tend to collapse.
Kind of reminds you of yourself. In fact, you did tell me that you were kind of a bully in high school.
No, I was not.
You were big.
Nope.
Yeah, you were.
Man, fixes.
In a
Why?
good way, though.
Why? But yeah, focusing on the game for now.
Maybe your dimples work for you.
Prime
I think that was what stopping you.
Taking shots against the foes in the front. Nothing working out just yet. And yeah, Zoro backs away towards that compound. Just like the way I ignored fixes, you should also ignore some of the problems in your life.
That's what she said. To you, perhaps, the other day. Alright, Necro has no comeback from this. And this is the circle shift that even Necro and I, we both have not been expecting. Galaxy Esports, this could be their golden game.
Could be. In the smack center too, pretty much controlling the tempo. And godlike, just look at Jelly moving out in the open. Now I'm not a big fan of this, let's be honest. Jelly is between so many teams. CG can be taking shots against Jelly. There's a high chance he can be knocked out. Considering he's got some of the terrains to play with, they are blocking off the vision of CG. Jelly, he can move freely for now. But still, man, imagine if there's a team lingering around this area. Jelly can be knocked out. He can be that easy piece of the cake that's needed.
Alright, I think I'm trying to understand what Jelly's trying to conjure. He's trying to hold around the edges, and this is what I would like from Godlike. Try to take those fights, try to engage in those, because a lot of those teams are going to be swatting through. Everybody trying to find a way to somehow squeeze inside of the circle. You've got something, in fact, a lot happening around those ruins area. And I really love Galaxy Esports' position in that.
I mean, that's what Godlike tried to do in the first game of erangel as well. Then Tiger happened.
Oh, yeah. That did not work out. I mean, they were the ones hunkered down to one spot. And yeah, that really comes down to the instincts of Tiger. And really has to go out to state that, you know, none of these players are really quite apart from each other in terms of skill set. Since they've all made it here, everybody knows to hit. Everybody has one of those clutchy moments in their lives. And yeah, for Tiger, the occasion was big. He really rose up to the occasion. But for Prime Esports, man, I do not know where to start with this team.
Look at the teams that are still alive. Reckoning is the only team that's got any sort of points. 5 points accumulated. So yeah, Reckoning Esports definitely doing pretty good. As you see, Prime Esports on the screen, eyeing out the Water City. Seven Shores at the top, up against Carnival. And Carnival Gaming, they've just been pinned in that same spot. They need to be a little bit more aggressive, proactive. In fact, try and get that dominant spot inside of the zone. Seven Shores, as they try to move out from that spot too. They're catching a lot of that hurt.
Yeah, drawing a lot of attention their ways. You've got Rivalry also right behind them, but for Reckoning, it's been smooth sailing so far. And I've been liking what they've been doing, trying to isolate the teams. They know they're all by their own lonesome. Try and take those fights. And Seven Shore and Rivalry have locked it out against each other. As now 3 players from Seven Shore already done and dusted. Devil, the last man alive. He's trying to make a run for his lives. But Rivalry, they have no intent on letting him escape. As there you go, the shots already fired at their direction. Yeah, he goes unscathed.
Nothing's going to be found. 7 shorts. They do make that escape, but at the cost of 3 players. Not worth it at all. And look at Devil's vehicle on the verge of being blown up. Still outside of the zone. Looking forward to find that clean breaching point. And there's a high chance Jelly's going to be taking shots against Devil, considering he is the one to hold down the edge lines. Godlike playing on the edges. I'm not a big fan of this, considering once again we're going to be seeing that overly complicated rotation coming in from Jelly.
I mean, I like the fact that they're playing from the edges. What I would like to see more is them to fight through the edges and get inside. Because what Godlike has been doing, they've been waiting for that hard shift and then contest for that center. And that is where, you know, everything starts falling apart for Team Godlike. And this is what I was talking about. This is that shift that they were waiting for. Galaxy Esports in such a prime position. But hey, Necro, let's not forget 8-Bit and Cheminix Venom. For Cheminix Venom, I really feel like they've got quite a good spot to hold on.
Now, in my opinion, teams like CG and Godlike are screwed. Because the terrains in the front, they're quite open. They're quite exposed. If you're trying to make it inside of the zone, you're screwed. You're going to be shot at from so many different angles. From the front, it's going to be the players of Galaxy. From the sidelines, RTGXI and D7 shorts as well. Rivalry still all the way back in the blue, so you're going to be having the backstabbers coming in too. So many possibilities at the same time can arise. And it's going to be an all-out chaos. For Godlike, things are looking way too tough. But for Voltix inside of Water City, it's looking all good and dandy.
So far, because Prime Esports, they've pretty much been another punching bag. Haven't really fought back. In the game of Sanhok, they were eviscerated by the players of Galaxy. And now they've gotten quite a couple of revs though. But there you have it, Vishu opening it up once again. And now Luffy, he needs to patch himself up as another grenade comes sailing in. Luffy does stand the onslaught, but the shots coming from the backlines barely escapes with a slither of HP.
How's he even alive? One single shot was needed, but then that's fine. As Vishu, he capitalizes on that player. Luffy taken down. Prime Esports, as you mentioned, being the punching bags pretty much. Oh, and look at that precise spray from Fury. Laser beams handed out. He does laser one of the players. Almost could have found a knockout as well, but CG, they're not going to make that push.
I mean, are you talking about VG?
Yeah, I mean, Kemin, X-Venom, VG,
Oh, yeah.
CG, yeah.
Has been quite a
So
confusing. Yeah, it's been
Kemin
that
Gaming,
affair.
I guess.
Why not? I mean, why not?
Yeah.
But, you know, at this point, really makes no sense if they want to commit in for the push. They've got such a good holding position. But what I'm really concerned with and what I really want to see at this moment is all of that action taking place at the southern side of the map. Because you've got Hyderabad Hydras, you've got Carnival Gaming, Godlike, even the players of Rivalry, everybody trying to make it inside the circle. And this is exactly the kind of a chaos that you love, Necro.
Oh, CG, there we go. Carnival Gaming, I mean, this time. Looking to hand out some blows once again. Look at the amount of utils you see being tossed. And Godlike, this is a good maneuver they're trying to pull off, right? First, smoking in the front. Exhausting all the utils from the side of CG, and CG, even they've got a smoke wall created. Soon enough, it's going to start to fade away. So CG, they need to make some quick moves right here, right now. They do not have a lot of time left. Smoke about to fade. Wall of smoke in the front lines as the wall of death now starting to move in from the back. And both these teams are barely making it inside of the zone too. Look at the amount of utils being tossed. As Godlike, they're taking too much damage upon themselves. Be it from the sidelines, be it from the front. And for the players of CG, it's all good as they keep on tossing in those nades, and that's going to find that constant pressure that's needed to take the fight in their hands.
No, that's not where the trouble ends, because Hyderabad Hydras, they also want a piece of the pie. It is a trifecta. Galaxy going after Godlike, Carnival going after Godlike, and then you've got Hyderabad Hydras going after Carnival. It is too much fun at this point as this grenade sails in. Goblin, I have no idea how on earth is he still alive as Neo, he gets taken down, but still the trades coming in from all different angles as Hyderabad Hydras, they've realized they've got to look at the bigger picture. They have to run for their lives.
I mentioned this too, exactly as I mentioned is exactly what's happening on the screen. Hyderabad Hydra, CG, Godlike screwed. And look at Godlike. Jelly's already inside of the zone. Now this separation can actually pan out good for them or either worse. Because when Simp and the players try to make it inside of the zone, there's definitely going to be CG taking shots against them. Hyderabad Hydras in the smack center, not looking too good considering one of the men was knocked out, but Moksh is back on his feet. They've also got a lot of that solid cover to play with, and now it's the players of Godlike starting to take shots against Galaxy, but it's not too good because Galaxy, they have been provoked.
They certainly have been. They have got a really good position to hold on to, and all they need to do is right now play their cards right, but Godlike, this is something more like it. They want to pick that fight. Carnival Gaming haven't seen this miles afar. Godlike have never done this before.
Oh my God,
and they're doing it right now. At Menno spotting out Akshat right out in the open. And this is where he flustered.
Godlike in world of trouble. They still need to move inside of that zone. And Jonathan's taking too many shots upon him. What is he thinking? Out in the open, taking shots like that. Godlike on the verge of losing out in this entire battle as CG. They're trying to make those micro adjustments, and what a great distraction that was! CG, they strike down another man. Godlike in a whole world of trouble, once again starting to make those rookie mistakes.
Alright, I mean, Godlike getting a taste of their own medicine. Carnival Gaming read them like an open book, and now Simp and Jelly, two players surviving as Voltex Gaming, they get the better out of the players of Kevin X Venom. And look at this, RTG IND in a close contestation against the players of Reckoning as Ralphie's fallen down. Radiant still trying to keep the dreams alive as those grenades come flying in from every direction. Reckoning, they've taken a lot of those blows, still standing tall though. One player surviving with Galaxy Esports. They come out from their hiding as they bombard the entirety of their opposition, and they still keep sailing.
A meal being served on a silver platter for Galaxy Esports. That's all we can say. And now Sarov is over here to claim that loot. There's still a couple of more players in the back lines before Galaxy to move inside of the zone. It's looking pretty easy. Considering the back lines are clear, the only thing they need to worry of is going to be the sidelines. Kim and X Venom is going to be there on the side. Before Galaxy to move in, they've got a lot of those smokes. It's fine. They can't create that smoke trail.
Oh, look at this, Carnival Gaming. You know, they have been really playing well. Instantly switching gears in the final two games. They've been exceptional. This is the kind of a reset that you would want to see from their side. Amazing. As Hyderabad Hydras could be their next potential target. And there you go. Goblin strikes gold, and Insidious, the final player surviving as Moksh. He gets deleted, but let's not forget Magnet. They're watching all that commotion.
Carnival Gaming, so impressive. I'm impressed by this team. Surviving through that chaos out in the open, shutting down Godlike, shutting down Hyderabad Hydras, and they continue their journey. Insidious is the only man left alive from Hyderabad Hydras, and the fact that CG's alive with all the 4 players, that's just the icing on top of the cake that they need. Akshat there as well. No elimination points so far, but Goblin, the man's popping off.
He certainly is. For sure, this is exactly the prime Goblin we want to see in play. Now, for Carnival Gaming, I really think they need to initiate this fight against Magnet Esports, but instead, they want to clear the backlines. Is Omega even aware that Insidious is right beside him? Finally, snuffs him out. There you have it, Goblin taken down, but pretty much a revival will be there. As Carnival Gaming, they establish a spot for themselves inside of the circle. All they need to do is survive the wrath of all the other teams, and this chicken dinner could be theirs.
Carnival, they're not looking like an esports team. Instead, they're looking like a gang. And they're straight up just hammering down anyone that stands in their path. 8-Bit, they also shut down Kevin X Venom in return. Nicely done from them, but then 8-Bit, they're also getting third party from the far fray. Nowhere to go. Galaxy Esports as well is now starting to hit back. Even Galaxy doing so good in these final few moments. Evil, he thrives in these type of moments too. And look at 8-Bit, they've got nowhere to go. Galaxy constantly tossing in those utils. 8-Bit with nowhere to go, out in the open, quad exposed. They can see their death approaching them.
Galaxy Esports are pretty much at every corner of this map, taking fights against 8-Bit, Carnival, all together. And there you go, all she wrote for 8-Bit. They're already out of the picture. Carnival Gaming survived with just 2 players. Magnet Esports in the final game, they're finding some semblance of cover to hold on to. They've got a good position to themselves, but look at this. Galaxy Esports, they had not even a single finish just before a couple of moments, and now they've already accumulated 7 to their names.
On the rampage, if you'd like to say. CG with a 2-man squad. Adjustments looking way too dicey. And they're also outside of the zone. So CG, they need to do something quite desperate. And look at the amount of cover. Next to none. Only the tree in the front. Buggy's in the back. Goblin able to find that knockout, which was quite crucial. And now he's also got his hands on 4 grenades. Keep this thing in mind. These nades can't play a really vital role. Utilities being tossed really close, and Goblin still missing that mark. And now he closes on up. This push from Goblin can be the main playmaker. It can be instrumental, but instead he gets shut down. CG, the final glimmer of hope, comes crashing down as the last man is now going to be outside of the zone.
No, I really love this from DP. The kind of bravery he showcased in that situation. Goblin, yeah, that was a valiant effort. But Galaxy Esports on the verge of getting the chicken dinner. But Magnet Esports have all the chances in the world to throw a spanner into their works. At this point, it all comes down to Galaxy Esports, who've been exceptionally phenomenal in terms of their aggression they've been showing so far, but they do not have any cover to work around with. But what they've been blessed with is the circle. But up until this point, Galaxy Esports, their numbers, they've already fallen down.
Yeah, by a really massive margin. Galaxy Esports losing out on the man number as slowly and steadily. Magnet, they try to close on up, but then Evil, he's biting back. Evil plans coming into fruition. As one more man from the side of Magnet Esports into the back lines, and Evil knows there's someone waiting in the back, and with these shots, he gets the confirmation too. Evil now needs to play a little bit more safe, while Magnet, they keep on constantly tossing in those utils. Evil going for that spam, and the nade just straight up crawls right next to him, and that's going to get the final nail in the coffin. Magnet Esports, what a beautiful chicken dinner, but still, this is the CG we were waiting for. Constant finish.
Yeah, indeed, but Magnet Esports, I have to give credit where it is due. They held on. Their read about the circle was absolutely stellar. They decided not to partake in any of those fights as long as the circle was in on them. The moment it shifted away, I think quick 3 knocks out of Galaxy Esports. This is what we were talking about, right? Galaxy Esports, they were looking so lively inside of the game that they forgot that there is a compound and there is a team which hasn't really been firing even a single shot. And Carnival Gaming, they had to initiate that fight. I love that intent, getting that top 3 position with a decent amount of finishes. Yes, now at this point we can say they are back, baby. But Galaxy Esports, again, don't you think it's going to be a little disappointing? Even in the map of Sanhok, it was a similar situation, and this time also getting that 2nd position. But overall, a really good day in the office for Galaxy Esports.
9
as well.
eliminations and 6 placement points. I don't think so. It's disappointing at all. They're doing
They missed
really
out
good.
on the chicken,
yeah, missed out on the chicken. Yeah, definitely. They're going to be a little bit sad, but it's fine though, man. Still in the overall standings. There's a high chance they might just propel themselves at the first spot. But from CG, man, this constant ending, consistent note, this is what we really wanted to see. Once again, that defensive play style working out pretty well, and when it came to breaching inside of the zone, they still survived all that chaos.
I think finally all the fans of CG and even us, our qualms have been answered, right? We've been constantly asking, where is that old CG? And finally they're back. And every single time, it looks quite innovative, right? Especially if you could talk about that fight against Godlike, where it was a bait and switch strategy. They also had to get inside the circle, and suddenly Akshat, the Batman, decides to put his life on the line. And you're doing that against one of the finest assaulters in the country. That's Admino. He barely misses those spray. And this is where I have to bring in Godlike also. He barely misses his spray, and finally he's looking like he's fumbling there.
Exactly as I mentioned, right? It's all the pressure getting to them. No matter how experienced you are, if you're not doing too good inside of the game, automatically there will be that mental pressure. And right now, even Admino is starting to face that, right? Before, in the past, at least he was supposed to be that consistent fragger. He was getting those points, but now even Admino is starting to fumble up. For Godlike, this is not a good news.
Again, I mean, those mistakes clearly visible, right? Godlike, Jelly goes in all by his lonesome. Yeah, he was, of course, trying to scout out those places, but I would have really felt like Godlike, had they gone in together, had they pressed in on Galaxy Esports, things could have been completely different. Jonathan going in the open like that, I mean, that's quite unacceptable. But when you look at those final winner chicken dinner moments, DP, this brave move of him, because the next moment a grenade would have been flung over. Maybe this could have caused a huge wreckage, at least if you're Galaxy Esports. But then again, this is where Magnet Esports really thrive. And yeah, it was a lot of job to be done for Galaxy. Still managed to get one though.
I mean, for Galaxy Esports, man, a really good outing in my opinion, considering it was still the 2nd finish. And as I mentioned, with this outing, they're also going to be at the top of the overall standings. It's all good for Galaxy Esports. Moving it towards CG, they should be there in the top 8 if I'm not wrong, considering they had 7 eliminations and also on that 3rd spot, so they're going to get 5 points. How much is that in total?
That's going to be 12.
Oh yeah, so they're really good. Double digits on the board.
So the last we saw of them, they got 10 in Miramar. They had 3 before that, 13 plus 12, which equals to 25. So I think still around that 9th or 10th position, because today's day has been quite unexpected. This was something that we really did not hope that would happen. Undergods came in swinging. I mean, look at the chicken dinners. I mean, majority of them have been those newer teams, those newer kids in the block. And this is where even they've realized, right? This is one of those conversations I was having with Johnny, where we kind of both concluded the fact that this is where the hunger is really coming out. You know, that desperation, that knowing the fact that you're ever so close to make your dreams turn into reality. They realize the only way is to go out fighting, and here they are.
And moving back towards that godlike conversation, right? Jelly, all by himself, inside of the zone, get knocked. Now, that's one of the main point of concerns, right? Feels like there's a massive disconnect. Jelly getting knocked right there, and that's all by himself when he's got all the players up in life. Leaving his teammates like that, in my opinion, was not a good choice. Knowing the fact that the teammates are in heavy fire, Jelly should have been there for his teammates.
I think the idea was Jelly trying to take one for the team and find them a good spot. And that is the point where you could see all those fights breaking out at the same time, right? You'd got the players of Galaxy also chiming in. Godlike was under heavy fire. And I think that was the moment where it was like Mayday had hit. And Jelly was like, guys, I'm going to try and squeeze in. Somehow, you guys need to close in. The moment Jelly went away from his team, that is where you could see, right? The entire hell broke loose. I think Godlike, their vehicles were sabotaged. They did not have anything to move around with. They were forced to taking those fights. And so much permutation combinations could be done there. But I still felt knowing Godlike and what can they do. Yeah, there has to be that disappointment.
I mean, one thing is for sure, a lot of things could have been done in a better manner. That's all I'm going to say. There's so many things Jelly could have done to try and make things a little bit more better for his team. And considering the Godlike was also playing in the open, taking fights like that was also quite questionable, right? Jonathan, Admino getting knocked out in the open. The only reason why Admino moved out is because Jonathan got knocked out. And Admino knew that he needs to take that fight to save Jonathan. And when he started to take that fight, he whiffed that spray, and right then and there, even Admino got capitalized. And just like that, the entirety of Godlike just came crashing down. Simp was right there in the back lines, keeping his position anonymous, but even that could not come through. Then later on, even Jelly got knocked out inside of that zone, so even over there, things just went really south. But focusing on Galaxy Esports, this team, once again, a complete newer bunch, out of nowhere, playing so good, I'm not even sure how the IGL's making the call-outs, but it's actually working out pretty well.
Yeah, it certainly is, you know, because right now, even if you take a look at the MVP, has to be maybe somebody from Galaxy Esports or somebody maybe from Carnival Gaming also. There's also another thing that I think I would love to have a dialogue with you, but before that, we'll look at a couple of stats and figures. Has to be the MVP, it is going to be Viper, exactly where I was heading at. Now, for Reckoning, they were looking quite dilly-dally, they were looking quite solid from the start, but that fight against RTG IND went in really close, and that is exactly where Galaxy started their run, right? That final grenade from Evil comes in and blows the entirety of Reckoning up. But despite that, Reckoning, I think this is a game where they did manage to redeem themselves.
Yeah, I mean, for Reckoning Esports, definitely getting some of those points early on, but then later on, it wasn't exactly there, right? Considering Reckoning Esports, they had too many teams on top of them. Galaxy Esports constantly tossing in those utilities, and then you've also got Evil right there with just 5, Goblin there with 4, you've got Venom with 4 as well, and then you've got Chandan OP from Magnet Esports. Magnet Esports is another one of these undergods that has just surprised us from the start.
You know, I was really, even surprised with Kemenex, Venom, and 8-Bit. I really felt like they were in such good positions. And the moment they tried to squeeze their way inside of the circle, but look at this. 40 grenade finishes in this final game of Erangel. I mean, that is monstrous because we've seen 2, we've seen 4, we've seen 8, but 14, that's a big number.
We've also seen 9 a lot of those times, but this time, this is probably the highest grenade finishes so far. You've also got 44 rescues, longest finish is going to be 287, healing done 9,053, and 3 airdrops looted. One thing is for sure, recently we haven't really been seeing those airdropped weapons being used.
I mean, 3 is still a good number. I think we did hear a couple of MG3s. Nobody has been using the AMR or even the AWM. That has been pretty much out of the equation. There was a P90, if my memory serves me right, that we got to see. But for now, Magnet Esports will reign supreme. 16 points, 6 out of those finishes, 10 from the position. But Galaxy Esports, this 15 is something that we've been loving. And for Carnival Gaming, I think getting around 22 points in just a span of 2 games, this is a comeback and a half. And even 8-Bit have been low-key consistent in this one.
I mean, Galaxy Esports is at the top. Nothing taken away from that. CG with 12 points. They're definitely going to propel themselves either in the top 8 or really close to that top 8. So at least the breaching point's going to be easy to reach. Moving in towards the latter half of the board, you're going to be seeing a lot of these upsets. THW so far not able to find that footing. The same thing can be said for Godlike Esports with 0 points.
Yeah, I mean, putting Godlike aside, we've talked too much about them. Hyderabad Hydras. Now, this is also one of those teams that was right beside Carnival, but we all saw how that really panned out. And even Seven Shaw goes on to raise questions again because, yeah, we've seen those flashy plays. Yeah, we've seen a lot of those finishes, but where does that put you in terms of the standings? Not in the first page, at least, as Team Entity still hold on to that top spot. 46 points for them. Galaxy Esports not far behind with 40 to their bag, but Inferno Squad, they have been quite a surprise along with Rivalry and Limra.
Not too good with Mats, but yeah, Galaxy Esports in that second. Just 6 points separating them from the first spot. Looking at towards Inferno Squad, 38 points, 2 points separating them from moving in towards that second. Rivalry Esports with 37. Look at the top 8, so sensitive.
And this is one of those top 8s we never really anticipated in the worst of our nightmares. Yeah, you could talk about Team Entity, but still the question was there if Troy was going to be playing today or not. And finally, that has worked out well for them. 8-bit has been pretty dandy, 8th position, but look at the difference, not too much. Mogo Esports, a huge surprise at the 16th spot, but when you look down here, the biggest name of concern will, of course, be Godlike, won't it?
It will be RTGX IND there too. LOC, a team that I really expected to kickstart things on a great note. Unfortunately for LOC, that firepower isn't answering anymore. Team Prime with just 3 points. NIY, yeah, with just 2 points. In general, these two bottom teams, they've just been treated like the free points in the game.
For Prime and NI, I really can see the curtains falling apart, but I would really love to see Inspiration, Godlike, RTG, IND, and all of the others really make a comeback tomorrow. And considering, you know, this is one of those stages where you get the maximum amount of games to play, you have 16 matches, just 12 more to go, and we've seen even in those 4 or 5 matches, comeback is possible. Anybody can go from the rock bottom right to the top if they have those good consistent games. It's all about converting that good day. So far, summarizing, today has been pretty much a day for the underdogs. In fact, even Team Entity, Hyderabad Hydras also staging their comeback, 8-bit being quite consistent. But the bigger names really need to watch out. They really need to swing back tomorrow.
Reckoning Esports struggling, Godlike struggling. You've also got CG on the latter half of the board. Mogo Esports being the defending champions, of course, the playing for, and still struggling on the latter half of the board. Is this something that's making me a little bit salty? I'm not going to lie, because I expected Mogo Esports to be on that first page at least, somewhere in that top 8, because that's how Mogo Esports likes to play. Even they thrive on the consistency, but considering the day one is falling off, I'm not sure what to expect.
You know, for Mogo Esports, I think even you would accept, this is one of the conversations I had with Johnny, wherein we were kind of in unison in accepting the fact that Mogo Esports never plays well in day number 1. It is usually day number 2 and day number 3 where they kind of get themselves in the fighting zone, and in the final day, that is how they kind of script a comeback. But they also need to understand week 1 had been quite devastating for them because barely missing out on 2 points, Destro needs to ensure that he reaches the finals before the final day begins.
I mean, in the wikendi too, with the way outing was for the side of Mogo Esports, I'd really expected them to be a little bit more better in that rotation. But unfortunately, they try to overcomplicate that rotation. That's why Mogo Esports came crashing down. Lifecraft in that game of wikendi was definitely doing good. So there, you can't say there's that semblance of hope where Lifecraft can do a little bit more better for themselves. With that being said, you sitting at your home, hopefully you have enjoyed the day 1 off the week 2, because we are in the depths of hell. The top 8's not looking too stable considering the points. There's not a lot separating each other. But with that being said, that's going to be it for the day 1. We'll see you guys on the day 2. Peace out.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार। ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार टाइम नहीं, सीरियसली।
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। आई मूव्ड ऑन इन लाइफ। कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today. Ahmed?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख में इस पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI।
Make sure they know with the new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। विकेट! 10 नंबर। वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास।
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया। Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे।